setting.
Going live, going live. Don't swear.
Oh, definitely.
Don't swear nobody, because we're going live. I'm tired of getting demonetized.
Don't swear for at least the first 7 seconds.
Don't swear. Let's make it like a minute or so.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious.
Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious. Okay. All right. I gave
Alright,
you guys.
chat, count us in. Give us 7 seconds.
He's already up.
I've been up. I gave you guys what 45 minutes to come up with a debate topic before we started. So, did anyone come up with a debate topic? Whoever first dude who comes out, I'm dropping you in. Let's come on. Give me something.
Luke Young says Jin Woo versus Cult of the Lamb.
Yeah, but he doesn't.
So that would be solo leveling versus Cult of the Lamb.
Yeah, but he doesn't have a partner. He wants me to debate Cult of the Lamb versus Jin Woo.
I assume so.
No.
Korean anime versus
No, because Jin Woo can blow up solar systems, and Cult of the Lamb is like mountain barely. Maybe it's not fair. They keep giving me spite matches. There was someone else who said they wanted to debate with me. DeBoy. All right, get him, DeBoy, and I'll let y'all in. DeBoy. Okay. Which ninjas was
DeBoy's already in the chat. Like I can bring him up already.
Yeah, no, but
he wants to do Warhammer versus Starcraft.
Yeah, I know.
He's had a few ideas.
Yeah, he's had a couple. Get DeBoy up. He could be first. He was really, really trying last week.
he really was, and he hasn't been up.
Bring him up then. Oh, dude, right in the mic.
I sent him the invite. All right, there we go. The boy's up here.
Right. Through. I said back before I did
coming
that.
through good.
Sorry.
Yeah, you're all right. Where's your partner? Who's your other?
I swear I saw him earlier, but he's gone radio silent now.
He's gone.
I don't know.
What up?
Okay. Do you know enough about Warhammer 40K?
I know. I wouldn't say I'm quite like a lore master or whatever the hell, but I do know enough that
they got Jonas Ori. I'm Juggernaut. If it's Starcraft versus Warhammer. D-Boy, you're on Starcraft side?
Yep.
Juggernaut, are you on Starcraft or are you on Warhammer side? If you're on Warhammer side, we'll bring you up.
You got Vaseball.
Vaseball is also okay. Bring up Vaseball. What's your name? In the Discord, we'll bring you up, and then we'll bring I'm on Warhammer. Okay, we'll bring Jonas up too. Just give me your names. Okay, Vaseball. That's his same name. I'm guessing it's this V right here that I can't read.
He's actually in here. I got him.
Okay, and then
how many of these people are Warhammer now?
Now Jonas and Jonas Ori. What's your name?
Jonas Ori.
Jonas
we're making this a 2v2?
What's up?
We're doing this a 2v2?
We can. I mean, I know that Alden knows.
I know a decent amount about both universes.
Starcraft, yeah.
So if they need to, it sounds like everyone's doing Warhammer. DeBoy, are you Warhammer or Starcraft?
DeBoy is Starcraft. He's Starcraft. Alden, you would be Starcraft too. V is gonna be Warhammer, and then we got to get the other guy, Jonas.
Jonas, Discord name.
He still hasn't given it to me.
Oh, Juggernaut.
He did give it to me.
Juggernaut.
He did give it to me. I'm lying. Okay.
Yeah.
Come on in. Boop. All right.
Wait, Dan, you don't know who he is? He's the Juggernaut, bitch.
The Juggernaut, bitch.
I'm the Juggernaut, bitch.
All right.
Okay, let's see. All right, we made it 3.5 minutes before the first swear word, so you should be good.
I waited for the 2-minute mark before I just decided to throw something out.
Alden's the one that started. Okay, I'm just letting you know if my video gets demonetized, Alden, I'm taking the demonetization of your next 10 videos. just letting you know that.
Hey, I already gave you a donation. That makes up for anything.
No, $2 does not make up for it.
Hey, $2 is pretty much my monetization for 10 videos.
Jesus Christ. Okay.
No, I was gonna say the same thing. Like, I just went and looked at his revenue today. He does not make a lot of a video.
Stop talking about how you can see my revenue. I'm gonna take that perk away from you.
See, nobody can see my revenue. Except for me.
If I look hard enough, I could figure out a way to find it.
Yeah, but not accurately. Because there's websites that I've gone to that have like predicted my revenue, and they've all gotten it wrong, so it's not accurate. Anyway, yeah, okay, so D-Boy and Alden, V and Juggernaut, y'all are happy with those teams. Whenever you want to get started, go ahead.
I guess it's good.
Yep.
Okay, so I don't know if y'all
hold on. I'm sorry. first actually get like nail down an actual topic, what y'all are debating exactly. Universe versus universe, faction versus faction, one faction within one universe, whatever. Get that nailed down first, and then y'all, start y'all debate.
And
Okay,
boy, I'm
that's
just
what I
here
was
to
just
back
about to talk
you,
about.
man. So
Okay, so what I was gonna say is, I was thinking that the main three StarCraft factions, the Terran, Zerg, and Protoss, I'm saying they could survive in the Warhammer setting. I'm not saying like all of Warhammer versus StarCraft or whatever, because I know StarCraft would lose that, mainly due to scale. But yeah, I'm trying to say that StarCraft could survive, along with all of their like sub factions and stuff. That's what I'm trying to say.
I see what you're saying there. Though, with the way that the Dominion holds their system, I think they would get rolled over if they kept pushing their luck against other factions. Kind of like Tau, but they wouldn't have the same kind of defensive capability as the Tau has.
You're saying they would or they wouldn't?
Oh, they wouldn't survive if they kept pushing their luck. And the Dominion is a very expansionist empire, so they would start stepping on toes. And I do believe that they would get rolled over, for example, by the Imperium.
That's when Mansk was in charge. When Valerian was in charge, when Valerian is in charge, he isn't nearly as expansionist as Mansk was. And even if they do get rolled, even if Mansk was in charge, I don't think he would be stupid enough to step on the Imperium of Man's toes specifically, because like while he is a tyrant, he's not fucking stupid or whatever.
He would
like
probably try to sue. Like on your perspective with it, I would definitely say Minsk would be the kind of man who would try to sue for governorship of at least a small system.
Yeah, like
within the Imperium, because he is a very diplomatic character at heart. Like he is definitely more of a he fits the mold of a lot of the governors in the Imperium of Man.
yeah, like he would, if the Imperium of Man really wanted to, I think they could absorb the Dominion if they really wanted to, but
No,
I don't know how they would feel about adjutants, so maybe they wouldn't.
Then it becomes a question of if they are gonna it would get assimilated into the Imperium, wouldn't they then lose because they become then a part of the Imperium, so they're not surviving?
I don't think the Imperium is going to want to absorb them, even though Minx might try to become a governor. And the reason is, and this might piss off Warhammer 40k people, but a lot of the Terran weapons, their main units, no, but their weapons are more powerful than a lot of the weapons in
Oh yeah,
Warhammer
by
40k.
a country mile.
The
Oh,
off
they
the
absolutely
line
are.
tank of the Imperium is the freaking Lehman Russ tank. And if you take a Lehman Russ tank, 30 Lehman Russ against one fucking tank of StarCraft, the StarCraft tank is going to win. Yeah.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
a siege tank would beat the brakes off of a Lehman Russ. On average, StarCraft tech is way better than
And
Warhammer
because the
tech.
tech is so much better, the tech priest will try to go in and steal it, but because there's no STCs for it or anything like that, and because it's higher tech than what they're used to getting, I'm pretty sure it'd keep the Imperium going to war with them as tech heretics.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Imperium would absolutely go to war with the Terrans. But yeah, about the
So
tech,
yeah.
though, StarCraft has better tech, but
Yeah, on average.
you're never gonna see a single Lehman Russ versus a single siege tank. You're gonna see like an ocean.
Oh, I know.
Yeah,
And
I know. But
on that topic, I have done math, and I have some numbers that I would like
Oh.
to share with the class.
Don't get too
Okay.
boring with the math, though. Make it funny.
Okay, so in the book Necromunda, it is stated that the Imperium has roughly a 32,380 hive world, with approximately 100 billion people per 20 hives, which, if we add those numbers up, gives us 64.7 quadrillion individuals wallowing in the absolute shithole that is the Imperium. Now, on the taxes, each planet would have roughly 25% of their planet in the PDF, which is 19.4 quadrillion people. So, as the tax, which is 35%, is 6.7 quadrillion people being fed into the meat grinder roughly every 6 years, which is approximately 849 billion times, more people than the population of Earth currently.
And Juggernaut, this seems like an argument you should have been throwing at Rouga for why you got more people to throw into a war against Helldivers, man. Jeez.
Oh, yeah. right after that one, I wanted to, but didn't get in, so it's all right.
Gotcha.
But now I get to throw in my numbers.
Yeah. So when it comes to like that particular fight, yeah, you guys got obviously numbers are always going to be on your side just because of the amount of planets that you guys have. I know that you're wanting to see if the Starcraft universe could come into Boy, considering this is your topic of choice. Are we just bringing like their planets get transposed into the Warhammer universe, or how exactly are we, or is it just all of a sudden everyone just appears?
I was thinking like we just like superimpose their planets onto like right next to Tau space. Not like on Tau space, but right next to it.
I don't think okay, so the Tau are gonna get wiped, and that might be and that's going to be where they have their biggest amount of land and expansion right off the bat. Because yes, the Tau are strong with no connection to the warp, so they don't have to worry about about corruption. But after the argument I had 2 weeks ago, I actually did some more research on the Zerg and realized I was fucking vastly underpowering them in that one, and we put it on an endless war with me underpowering the Zerg's power. So with the Zerg being so powerful and under the Queen of Blades, and then you got your humans, and then you've also got the Toss, which are on par with to some extent, and sometimes stronger, sometimes weaker than the Eldari, depending on where what units we're looking at. I think that if they just appear there, Tower gone, they're just gonna all their planets are gonna get divvied up amongst who shows up. Because the only reason the Tau still exist right now is because the Imperium of Man is fighting 6 wars, If the Imperium of Man only had the Tau to worry about, they would have wiped the Tau out long ago.
Oh,
yeah, I agree with that. They would get wiped by the Dominion or the Zerg War.
By the Dominion alone, really. By any one of the Starcraft factions, the Tau would get their shit kicked in. Well, I shouldn't say they would get their shit kicked in. They would put up a decent fight, but they would still lose.
Yeah.
Also,
so that's like a free 100 planets right there. And I did some math as well. Well, not really math. I just counted. The Dominion has like 80 or so planets on from the wiki. I think it was by the beginning of Wings of Liberty, which is the first campaign. Or no, I think that was, I don't know. I think, it was like 80 some odd planets. 80 some odd planets. And it wouldn't be unreasonable to say that the other two races would have the same amount. So that's like a free 30 planets for each faction right there. Because I think, didn't the Tau have like 100 or so planets?
I think it was hundreds of planets in the first and second sphere of expansion, and then they added another 75 in the third sphere expansion. That is an ongoing lore war.
So 275 roughly then?
Yeah, roughly.
Okay,
so that's like...
That'd be a nice start.
Yeah, it would be a nice start.
Now, so the biggest question we're going to have, and we're going to have to figure out all that good stuff, is you're saying that they're going to easily survive inside of the Warhammer faction.
I wouldn't say easily.
But your whole premise was that they couldn't win a full out war, that they'd get wiped if it was like everyone versus everyone.
Yeah, like if it was like mainly due to scale, because of just how many, like any one Warhammer faction against StarCraft, except the Tau and maybe the Eldar, the StarCraft is gonna get fucking wiped out of existence. Like they would put up one hell of a fight, but they would lose.
Well, see, I put the Tyranid above. I mean, the Zerg above the Tyranid now, especially after I got the extra power ups and stuff. When we did the argument 2 weeks ago, I said endless war, but with Kerrigan's final power up and the fact that I was wrong about the Ultralisk being the biggest unit, where the Brutalisk is actually, way bigger than the Ultralisk, and I forgot about their giant burrowing worms that match the burrowing worms of the Tyranids, and the fact that their biggest spaceship is the size of a moon as opposed to 20 kilometers. I think the Zerg have a good chance at, because they're basically the Tyranid, but better if they get a chance to break out.
I hear what you're saying. Though if the Zerg managed to get Tyranid DNA, then they would steamroll everything, because then we have the Tyranid power matched with the Zerg regenerative and
Well, even the Zerg have a lot of power. Like they're brutalists.
The Zerg have a lot of power.
Yeah. So and even in their own universe, due to the endless cycle, the Zerg have the fucking are the things that are supposed to bring the arbiters of death to the Starcraft universe for the endless cycle of the Xel'Naga.
Yeah, I agree. But
I thought I was a lore expert.
With the Dominion, with their equipment, they're able to hold off the Zerg with a couple of million Marines, and in 40K, for example, a Hive world is a really, really heavily fortified planet. We're talking about what is 2,000 billion people. No, is my math right? No, wait, yeah, 1.5 billion and the trillion people living on a planet, which have a roughly 35% of the planet. Right? Yeah, 35% of the planet in the defense force, with the option of conscripting the rest of the people. And also they are built like fortresses. The 8th Hive City is a layered fortress on and of itself, with defenses meant to stave off planetary invasion, with planetary guns meant to shoot ship out of orbits.
Yeah, but this is your area of expertise, but the other Warhammer 40K guys that were arguing Tyranid said that it takes 3 hive ships to take out an entire of the Tyranid to take out an entire hive planet. Just 3 can take out an entire planet.
An unaware planet? Yes, because they will also then have, before that point, have a gene stealer cult on the planet, which would then actively try and sabotage the planet. But if the Imperium is aware of a hive fleet, they will send roughly 68 regiments, which is around 250 million soldiers, professional soldiers of the Imperium.
Oh yeah.
And Inquisitors to root out the infestation. So if the planet knows that an invasion is coming, that is a very funny tactic that the Imperium uses. They pour soldiers to a point where the Hive fleet needs to commit everything, and then they burn the planet, because then the Hive loses everything.
So so here's DeBoy, tell me if you back this a little bit. Here's my ultimate theory on it. All out war, Dominion versus 40K, the Imperial Mankind. Dominion's going to get their shit stomped in. However, when it comes to the other matching factions, so TOS versus Eldari and Zerg versus Tyranid, I think those two thrive and possibly overwhelm the other group.
Yeah, I think it's going to be at first for the Tyranid versus Zerg. I think the Zerg are going to be on the back foot at first, because the Tyranids are just have way more than the Zerg would have, because as I said before, the Zerg have 80 planets all up under their belt, and the Tyranids have consumed thousands of planets.
See, I had an argument with somebody about this, and then someone stepped in on it. When it comes to Tyranid versus Zerg tactics, though, the Tyranid wipe all life from a planet's dead. The Zerg can actually use minerals that the Tyranids can't, can actually use metals that the Tyranids can't, because the Tyranids only take on biomass to create stuff. And so That's why they'll conquer a world and hold it as opposed to take it. And then they can technically grow their own biomass if they just let animals survive on the planet for a while.
Oh yeah, they just like start farming planets and stuff.
Yeah.
But the thing
but-
is, at that like I think, oh crap, where was I going with this? Oh yeah, at first, regardless of that, even if even still, at first the Zerg are going to be outnumbered, but even still, the Zerg stuff on average is way better. Like a Zergling versus a Hormigaunt is not going to be close at all. The Zergling is going to rip that thing to pieces, but the thing is, it's never going to be just one Hormigaunt. It's going to be like
Oh yeah.
10 Hormigaunts for every one Zergling. But that Zergling is going to take like 5 of them before it dies.
Dude, I love the anti-air units. So Base, you haven't really said much. You got any opinion on your Warhammer guys, like where you fit, or
Yeah, I was just about to say.
did he put his sunglasses on and pass the fuck out?
I think did he have an aneurysm? Is he having a stroke?
Anyway,
That's a good
so
question.
hey Juggernaut, any thoughts on what we're talking about? I mean, you are the
With
Warhammer 40k
the
defender on this
Tyranids,
one.
because their whole like they take DNA and the biomass to adapt to their situation, and the Zerg kind of do the same. So they would kind of take each other's like report cards and copy each other's homework. So I actually would think that at first the Tyranids would push the Zerg back. Then the Zerg will start pushing them back because they acquire all of their good shit. And then it would become a stalemate because both of them would just kind of become a copy of each other, ever
Well,
evolving.
See,
Well,
Juggernaut, here's. Oh, go ahead.
Well, the thing is with that, there is one advantage that the Zerg have over the Tyranids, even over their quality. It's the fact that they adapt so much faster than the Tyranids. The Zerg, the Tyranids adaptation time scale is like um hours for minor changes, like days for major ones. The Zerg time scale is seconds, even for major changes. During the evolution missions in particular, the Abathur can make huge changes to the Zerg in seconds, like just like that. They can evolve mid fight. And I'm pretty sure there was like a little lore blurb out there that said that Zerg buildings, as you shoot at them, their armor gets thicker. And there's actually another thing as well with the roaches that um as you shoot at them too, their armor changes to respond to the damage type. And I don't see why they wouldn't be able to do that to their other stuff too.
And another big thing when it comes to Zerg versus Tyranid, and I'm going to go quiet after this one a little bit so you two can argue because I don't want to do a pile on. Essentially, Juggernaut, like there's not too many psychically gifted Zerg. Kerrigan's one of them. You got maybe one or two, but the problem is that the Zerg see psychically gifted things as a beacon, and they capture them, and then they evolve them, and they turn them onto their side. So a once powerful, say, Ghost of the Dominion becomes the Queen of Blades, the most powerful Zerg to ever exist. So like
yeah.
with your guys' Gene Stealer cults and your guys' Neurothropes and your guys' anything else that can possibly shoot lightning out of its ass, the Zerg are going to take it, form it with a Zerg crystal, and then even if they only capture one, that's still taking one of your psychic guys, turning it into basically a nuke that can counteract your guys because it has your power ups and now is controlled by Kerrigan's hive mind.
Yeah, I hear you on that. But like the boy said, the Zerg operate on just seconds, like compared to the Tyranid hive mind, which operates like on, I would say, days in comparison. But the Tyranids have enough blubber to spend a couple of months figuring out the DNA and then, like I said earlier, copy the homework.
Yeah, that is fair. I will
So
agree
it's
with
like
you on that. They
yeah, so
do
like
have enough
now
numbers to just go ahead.
yeah, so like yeah, now they have enough numbers to wait so like fight the attrition until they figure out the Zerg DNA and then copy that DNA and then it would become a stalemate. Just a never-ending war in then a galaxy owned by simply Tyranids and Zerg.
So, so now that I think about it, survive might not even be the right question. The Terran and Protoss for the Terran and Protoss, yeah, because they can't, like eat biomass and minerals like the Zerg can.
Yeah.
But like, damn. But anyways, let's move on from the Zerg for a second. There was one thing in particular that I really wanted to discuss, and that is the Protoss Purifier Beam. And
Yes.
the reason I think that would be pretty good is because on average, their ships are really small compared to 40K. Like, I think the biggest well, the biggest Protoss ship is the Spear of Adun, and that's like 79 kilometers. But that's just an outlier, and there's one of them. The biggest Protoss ship is like 3 kilometers, and that's the mothership. So they're not exactly going to be competing in terms of size, but in terms of firepower, they definitely can compete because the Purifier Beam is specifically designed to glass planets. And during StarCraft 1, uh, it took only 2 Protoss carriers. I don't know how long it took them to do it, but they were able to glass a planet down to its molten core in an indeterminate amount of time, but it couldn't have taken any more than a few hours. So
Yeah.
imagine turning all that power onto a ship.
Yeah, I hear you. Like I think Protoss like weaponry are really good and most of them will absolutely devastate a ship. But I'm not too familiar with the Protoss ships, so I don't know how like their targeting is, like if a ship can dodge the beam. Because like
Uh,
in Warhammer when they describe the naval battles, they're like a couple of like minutes away from each other.
like minutes.
So like it's described that it takes like a solid minute for a light beam to hit a ship.
Yeah, well, the thing is, with the Purifier Beam, I don't know what it's specifically made of. I don't know if it goes the speed of light, but if it does, then well, by the time they see the Purifier Beam, it's already going to be on them. Like, because the light from the Purifier Beam is going to be at the same speed as the Purifier Beam itself. So by the time the light from the Purifier Beam reaches them, the Purifier Beam will have as well. So, and even then, even if that is the case, the Protoss could just like teleport right next to them. Like they can do that. They can just do a short range teleport and then just pull up right next to them.
Yeah.
If
Hey,
Dark toss for the win.
my counterpoint to that is the Imperium actually has a foe pretty similar to that in the form of the Dark Eldar or the Druki, which have very small ship, very nimble ships, able to do quick teleportation and just split-second pivots, which wield weapons that are described as throwing a black hole at something. So the Imperium has developed tactics to fight a foe that has superior mobility and superior weaponry. Which like they lose a lot of ships, but they like manage to attrition themselves out of the.
okay,
So I think
that
like the
is fair. I
Protoss
will agree
could
with you on that.
really, really bloody the Imperial fleets. I think they would probably have to gather like two like sector fleets.
Well, yeah, I
So
was
for
gonna
those who
take
don't
it
know,
both.
the Imperium is split into 7 sectors, and then each sector is like at 12 to 15 subsectors, and usually a whole Navy squadron is like around 250 ships for each subsector. So like it would take a lot of ships to beat back the Protoss, and they are absolutely going to devastate the Imperium.
Okay.
But
So
think that they might get clawed a win just because they have been fighting a lot of these foes that have superior weaponry and speed on the ships, just like for roughly 20,000 years.
Well, also Juggernaut, you got to take into account that the Toss are like the Eldar, but if both factions hadn't decided to fuck off and split apart yet.
Yeah, basically. So
Yeah.
like was it the Imperium needed like I think what is this, a sector fleet to beat back like what was it? It was a huge schism between the Elder Craft World and the Imperium, and they needed a sector fleet to just keep that under wraps. And the sector fleet was really bloodied after that, but like they came out on top. So then, if it's basically the Dark Eldar and the Eldar together, then I think the Imperium might run out of ships for 5 sectors. I would throw it into a coin flip even 50-50.
Because they
Would
can
come out on
fuse
top.
they can fuse their Templar, or is that the unit, the freaking light toss, the ones that turn into a giant lightning tank for them, essentially, Devoy? What they're called,
The
Templar, right?
Archon?
Yeah, they can turn into an Archon, which is
Yeah.
powerful enough to take down a Terran battleship, and those things are freaking massive.
Oh yeah, it's like 980 meters, which may not seem big compared to 40K, but that's still pretty fucking big.
Yeah, these things literally just shoot a lightning bolt, and like within like gameplay mechanic wise, 4 lightning bolts and you're destroyed an entire battleship, and that's like one of the most resource intensive things to build in the damn game.
Yeah, well, but also like, I don't think we can take gameplay because
I know, I was just saying.
yeah,
Yeah, Endlord battle cruisers are a bit more tankier than that. I can dish out way more damage.
yeah,
Yeah,
like battle cruisers can tank Yamato cannons, which are capable of destroying entire cities. So I don't know how an Archon would be able to keep up with that, but they are still pretty powerful. Like they during the Legacy of the Void cinematic, the Archon was like the size of a fucking Ultralisk, which is like 20 meters tall. So that thing would be throwing hands with a damn like a Warhound Titan.
Oh yeah, I think
Even
an Archon could absolutely demolish a Warhound Titan.
yeah, I think any StarCraft. So once we get to a Warhammer Titan, that's when shit starts hitting the fan because I think it would probably take at least like 2 StarCraft equivalents to take down a Warhammer Titan because I don't think one Ultralisk is going to be able to take out a Warhammer Titan.
Yeah, no, Ultralisk are more like they're like melee, and Warhound Titans usually fight at range. So, and they usually hunt in a pack of 2-4, where
Yeah,
they
that
take
would be.
turns distracting and kiting the enemy.
well guys,
Yeah.
Rouga got a $5 donation, and best to have you guys, if you guys can explain it, answer this real quick. What's the difference between psychics and Starcraft and psychers in 40K? Like, what is their power levels and how do their powers work?
So
You guys are here, you can answer it.
psionics in StarCraft is not nearly as crazy as the stuff in 40K, nor nearly as common. Like at its peak, StarCraft I think is at least equivalent to some things in 40K. Like, like Kerrigan isn't going to be able to like Primal Kerrigan isn't going to be able to go toe to toe with like the Emperor or something, but like or Magnus, but she would be able to beat the brakes off of any Psyker that isn't at their level, you know? But other than that, there's not really any powerful psionic unit users, at least to my knowledge. So yeah.
Yeah, most of the psionics are with the toss.
Yeah. And
Technically,
actually
every ghost has low level psionics. They don't have, as I said in chat, just they don't have a magical place that they have to pull their shit out of. It comes from within, unlike
Yeah.
the psychers in Warhammer 40K who have to tap into the warp.
Oh, actually, there is one thing that I was thinking about. You know the Templar, the High Templar ability, psionic feedback. How do you think that would work on a Psyker? Would he just like channel the entire nearby warp energy into them and then make them explode, or
It's hard to tell how different different universes' psychic abilities would work, considering they tap into different powers in order to use them.
Yeah.
It would be funny if it did tap into the warp to do it. But what about you, Juggernaut? What do you say? How do the Psychers work?
So yeah, Psychers take the power from the warp, which is basically hell, which hell energy is not very good for you. So I would kind of explain it as like smoking crack. The more crack you smoke, the more power you get, but it's also gonna fuck you up.
yeah, that does
So-
make sense.
So you're over here, fucking burning giant coal stacks to get your power, and we're over here doing clean hippie energy.
Yeah, so also
Energy from within.
Yeah, in Warhammer, certain psychers sometimes let like a demon possess them, so they can go nuclear. I think it was in the Eisenhorn storyline where a guy volunteered to become a demon prince, like a psyker, so he could get a momentary power up to kind of like nuke an entire block in a hive city, like killing himself in the process. So like yeah, Imperium be using demons as batteries or crack pipes.
And sometimes, their magic just fails and a giant portal to hell opens up and demons pour in and you became a gate. That's fun.
Oh yeah. The funniest lore tidbit on that I've seen was that a psyker failed to cast a spell and just a great, not great, beast of Nurgle just kind of crawled its way out of his mouth.
Sorry about interrupting your guys' debate, but I figured, you guys are the experts and I'm ancillary over here on the side to be able to help out so we can answer the question. So,
yeah, anyways, but what I wanted to talk about was there was one. Oh yeah, Protoss psionics. Those guys, those guys are definitely super duper powerful. The High Templar, which are basically just like Space Marine librarians, except super roided up. They can cast Psionic Storm, which basically rips you apart like at the atomic level or molecular level. It doesn't really matter. Same effect. um but yeah, casting that on even a group of Space Marines would be fucking devastating. Uh but yeah, on average, I think Starcraft psionics are weaker than 40k, but I don't think it's so much weaker that it's like, Starcraft psionics isn't going to stand a chance or whatever, you know? Like,
Yeah. I would actually chuck them up to like a Farseer grade, which is above Space Marine Librarian. But yeah, I get what you mean. Overall, I think like the higher end ones in StarCraft are like pretty powerful, but like the regular range is, I would say, a little bit weaker than most psychers in 40k that are within the named character range.
yeah, but
Like a sanctioned human psyker, I think would be like not even close to. That would be closer to like the ghosts in
yeah,
StarCraft.
yeah, a sanctioned human psyker would get their shit kicked in by a High Templar. But
Oh, yeah.
oh yeah, and also even if one of those named psychers does show up, um that isn't really going to matter too much when what is essentially a 30 millimeter fully automatic autocannon that shoots at a rate of like 1800 rounds per minute is put in their face, and they just hold down the trigger, which is what the standard issue for the Terrans are.
also, I think the Terrans have way cooler dreadnoughts. Like your airplanes can turn into a dreadnought variant, which is fucking badass. It's like
Yeah, that is pretty
Transformer
fucking cool.
dreadnought.
Oh yeah, I absolutely love the Vikings. They're super cool.
So are you guys, it doesn't seem like you guys are arguing so much at this point. You guys are debating. You guys are just kind of putting them in the place. Like it seems like Juggernaut even agrees that like most of the StarCraft factions could survive here.
Yeah, I think I think we've reached
Yeah,
an
with
agreement,
the
my guy.
argument that has been thrown out, I think that the factions could survive. They would struggle, but they could survive. So yeah, I think the beta is pretty good, pretty done.
Before we do go though, there was one thing that I feel like the chat is probably lighting up with is how well they would do against Chaos. And there's one thing I wanted to say right now. Chaos is not really good at corrupting at all. The only reason Chaos finds any success in the Imperium is because the Imperium doesn't tell their citizens shit about Chaos. And the Imperium is a shithole. So
Hey, DeBoy, I got a completely off-topic question real quick. Is
Yeah,
your
go ahead.
father John Spartan?
Huh?
I said, is your dad John 117, Master Chief?
I mean, I would like to think so, but
I'm just saying you got a very you sound like younger Master Chief a little bit here. So
younger Master Chief.
yeah,
Well,
just
thank you. Makes me feel good about
with
myself.
some of your words.
Anyways, but yeah.
Well, that was a nice little argument, guys. It was
Yeah.
good. I'm
Yeah,
sorry. I'm sorry your teammate bounced out, Juggernaut. That's why I kind of just became like a bounce back and forth guy instead of dogpiling you. So
It's all right. I had an advantage. I had notes with me.
I did math. I paid the math budget this month.
Oh yeah, I used my brain. I now have to tell I can no longer tell my teacher that I had never used algebra in my life out of school. So yeah, that's card is burnt now. Well, yeah, if anybody wants to argue fantasy, I am also very well versed in Warhammer. But yeah, I will leave it at that.
Yeah, but debate's over. Gotta move you guys down.
Bye.
All right, see you.
See you.
All right, cool. All right, who's
I
next?
think I did a good
Dan.
job of mediating.
Dan, you were getting stuff. Did you get any good ones?
Well, as far as people who actually found partners, I only found one.
Who's that?
And it's Darkman, and the only reason he has a partner is because he basically roped me into it.
Oh, wonderful. What's the debate?
Darkspawn in Middle Earth.
Nice.
Wait, hasn't he tried 3 weeks in a row to argue Darkspawn?
Yeah.
And all 3 times, or the last 2 times, this would be the 3rd time. The last 2 times, it was a completely one-sided wash. Darkspawn got their asses kicked both times. The conversation was like 5 minutes.
See, I don't know anything about Darkspawn, so I told him I'm okay with it, but I don't know anything about them. The thing is, I know Lord of the Rings is a busted universe.
Yeah, no, it's another one-sided dude. Darkman, bro. It's the 3rd week in a row. You have to find don't rope Dan into it. Find someone who actually wants to debate that. But Darkspawn are not that strong. You can't be you tried Skyrim 1 week. I forgot who it was the other week. That was one-sided too, and now you're trying Lord of the Rings. These are way too powerful for Darkspawn. Darkspawn aren't that strong. I saw a couple other ones down there.
There are some interesting ones, but there's I haven't found anybody who has partners for it.
Well, okay, here's the thing. This is something I keep saying this every week, but the chat doesn't listen. Stop trying to make up full matches of 1v1s that you want the other person to fill in. Pick your universe, let the other person pick their universe, and you'll find a partner faster. Stop saying, I want to debate these two specifically, I'm going to be this side, and then try and locate someone who wants to do that one specific other character. Because they don't want you to choose their fucking character for them. They could choose their own character. So pick who you want to debate for and let them choose. Because y'all are never going to get partners if y'all keep forcing these very strict rules of who your opponent can argue for. Okay? So just stop doing that. Because you're going to have serious issues finding people to debate with. Let's see.
Also,
and
Jim,
literally right after I say that, someone posts Baki Hanma versus Luther Strode. Did you it didn't even fucking hear anything I said. What were you saying, Dan?
I was just gonna answer Jim in the chat because he said Lord of the Rings is OP depending at what point in the timeline. It doesn't even matter what point in the timeline. I could take fucking Third Age with Aragorn and he would still beat most other fantasy universes you throw. just on the basis of the magic sword and the wizard.
Don't forget his midgets.
Also,
hobbits.
Doug has a point. I do have a delay. I think I have like an 8-second delay or something like that. So my
Yeah,
bad
late.
for calling out that one person. It may have been unjustified. All right. Let's see. I saw someone wanted Shin Godzilla. There was somebody else. Okay, how about people just say who they want to debate for, and then I'll pick 2 dudes at random who sound like a cool matchup and put them together. So who do you guys want to debate for? Would anyone be willing to debate any version of Sung Jin Woo? Okay, Sung Jin Woo is one. Put that one up.
Alright.
All right.
Sung Jin Woo.
I don't know
Cameo.
I don't know who Cameo is, but
I know who Cameo is. She's a little
Shin Godzilla.
poorly known indie, or not indie title. She's a poorly known
Asta.
fuck, what am I looking for?
Also,
What word?
I feel like this should be obvious, but don't put down people who you want to see be debated if you yourself can't debate. Put down people who you are going to come in and debate for.
Shin Godzilla, Cameo,
Shin Godzilla. Who does Anthony Leon want to debate for? Because he's saying he'll debate against Shin Godzilla.
Anthony
Godzilla
Leon
versus
just
Shin Godzilla.
Godzilla -1 versus
So
Shin
just Godzilla versus Godzilla.
Yeah.
Let's find something a little more varied than that. Because if you're not a Godzilla fan, there's no interest in watching a debate of 2 Godzillas. Trip wants to do Warhammer again. All right, Anthony. Etches are from a popular indie series, Astrobot versus the World.
You're in here.
My childhood game is Cameo. Me and
What'd you
Anthony.
say?
Yeah, but crazy. Y'all want to do Godzilla versus Godzilla? That's the debate. Yeah, Godzilla -1 versus Shin Godzilla. Does anybody? Okay, look, I'll make a poll. Does anybody want to see a Godzilla versus Godzilla debate between these 2? I just feel like there wouldn't be.
On a more upbeat note, people did really like that Warhammer debate.
That's good. Add option.
Guys, like, pick one person. Stop naming like 6 and expecting me to write them all down.
All right. No, okay. There we go. Y'all, if they vote, it's gonna be up to them. If people are interested in seeing a Godzilla versus Godzilla debate, then we'll let you guys come up. But I just. All right, let's see. Kenshiro from Fist of the North Star. That's a good one.
Alden, again, you're in this fucking chat. Stop typing.
It is Rouga's rules that if we want to have something, we have to type it in the chat.
Let me see. Wait,
It doesn't fucking apply to the mods.
Rona Kenshin. Wait. The Covenant from Halo. These are some good ones. Yogg-Sothoth. So let me think. Is Asta versus Kenshiro a good matchup?
I don't know enough about either of those.
I'm asking the chat. How's Asta versus Kenshiro? Helldivers versus Titanfall. There's a lot. I already know there's a lot of people who could debate. Wait, L. I thought you said that you couldn't debate, or was that somebody else? You had like a fucked up mic or something.
Because he has a new puppy that ruined his mic.
Yeah. So there's no point in even saying anything.
Also,
Luke is saying it's not close.
Jin Woo.
One person at a time, guys. I didn't understand what either of you guys said.
Dan?
Let me see. 2v2.
C Main Street 98 is saying he can go against Sung Jin Woo.
That's true. Crazy and the 2 Godzilla people, they could pair up and use Godzilla against somebody else. So that's true. We could do that. So whatever version of Godzilla you guys want. So who would be a good fight against Godzilla? Is Godzilla versus Sung Jin Woo a good matchup? I know it depends on the it depends on the version, because I know there's like certain Godzillas are like can like blow up stars and shit, but I don't know what version they would want to use.
Still no.
I don't know anything about Sun Jin Woo. I knew that he's like a solar system buster or something. I think I've heard before.
Technically higher. He's
Sunjin
on
Drip Woo.
the level of like Davith. By the end of the series.
Oh, it depends. Well, I guess then it would depend on what version they want to use.
Well,
If you want to use early series, he's still stupidly strong.
he's still weaker than the Destruction Emperor, but though by the end of the series.
No, he ends up passing him. He takes
Oh,
over for all the emperors at the end of the series.
Only
He's
anime version.
permanently wounded from breath.
Okay, Karuro versus Gods. Who's Karuro? Does anyone know who that is? Who's Karuro?
I've heard of it before. I mean, C Main Street seems to know about him.
Okay. Whatever. We'll bring up the 2 Godzilla people on Karuro because he's the first one who's actually said he'll go up against
Right.
them.
Who were the 2 Godzilla people? I know it was Crazy and it was somebody else. And then C Main Street. I also need to.
Oh, that's cool. So Crazy wants to do 2 different Godzillas versus two different other characters. So it would be Shin
How about
Godzilla.
we do 2 different Godzillas versus 1 1 other character and just make it a 1v1v1.
He said, he's saying he wants it to 2v2 with the fight being a 2v2. So 2 Godzillas from different universes versus 2 other characters. That could be fun if people can come up with 2 other characters on the other side that are good. Who wants to go up against
Heroic Age?
Who wants to go up against Godzilla? Name a character that you want to fight 2 Godzillas, and we'll bring up Karuo, whoever that is, and then we'll bring up another one. I'm down to debate Asta if someone else has a good opponent.
Gamera.
I don't know much about Kenshiro.
Doom wins versus Arc. That's.
Doom wins. Jaeger. No, not even close. Gamera, Larry, Symbiotic Titan. I don't know how strong Symbiotic Titan is. Doomsday. Ele! I thought you couldn't debate.
Yeah, again, but you're gonna need to find somebody to debate for you, which just takes more time.
No, Ele, he can't participate. So like, there's no point in you naming anyone. Like, these are good options, but if I can't pull you up, it's not relevant. You're just, I can't do anything with that.
I threw out my one big guy I could throw against Godzilla.
Doesn't necessarily have to be a big guy. It doesn't have to be a big guy.
Age from Heroic Age, the anime.
I know nothing about them.
A-G-E.
Why y'all keep saying that they have to be a big guy? Big people, you do not have to be big. There's like fucking planet busting dudes who are like the size of normal people.
Well,
like this.
I'm not gonna say Mr. Incredible.
I mean, if
be a good fight.
If you wanted to, couldn't you technically do Eren Yeager from Attack on Titan versus Godzilla?
That was on there. I think he read Yeager out once.
Did I?
Yeah, I think it was a little bit further up.
All right. I see Marvel's Incredible Hulk. That's
Saint Dane
Myth Hercules. I like that one. Age is not that big. Eren Yeager is cool. If someone could be. Okay, so people keep on giving me versus matches. So, like, okay. So, okay, who wants to debate against Godzilla, and who do you want to debate with? Super simple question. That's all I need answered. I'm seeing a bunch of stuff that's saying a bunch of completely irrelevant stuff. So
could he be Goku though? God damn it, Shaggy.
The poll from 5 minutes ago, people do apparently want to see a Godzilla versus Godzilla debate.
Do they? Let me see.
It's 57%.
55%. And yeah, all right. I mean, we could do if we don't get another some people to go against Godzilla, we're gonna have a Godzilla versus Godzilla.
I'll do Godzilla. I have Astro Juggernaut. Why not?
Sure.
I
why
don't
not?
even know who I need to bring up anymore.
Yeah, Spidey. What's your name up here? We'll pull you in. You see people still putting down matchups? Like they're still doing it. You can't say that the voice is behind now. I said that a while back.
Spidey Gaming 8.
Okay, let's Spidey in. Get the two. Who are the 2 Godzilla dudes? Get the 2 Godzilla dudes up here.
Also, guys, if you have a nickname in the Discord, I need the nickname from the Discord. I'm not looking at each of your profiles to see your actual Discord name. Who were the two Godzilla people? I know Crazy was one of them.
I don't know. Yeah. I don't know. They're gonna have to tell me.
All right, chat. Who was the other Godzilla person? Because the wizard is a DLC. What?
I think it was Anthony
What are you
Leon.
talking about?
I couldn't put Dick because YouTube wouldn't let it be on a message, so I put, you know, a lowercase L so it looked like Dick.
Why am I a dick?
I just want to see how many upvotes I can get on you being a dick.
Oh, fuck you.
All right.
But also, my upvote.
So, creeping. You're doing Asta.
Oh no, it's some guy, Astral Juggernaut. That's his name.
Who are you doing?
He
Astral Juggernaut.
Oh, that's his name.
Yes, that is
Oh.
in fact his name.
I never heard of this person. Okay, fine, whatever.
Yeah.
If we don't get two other people saying that they'll debate and telling me who they're debating with, we're starting without you because this is taking way too long.
AG Silverado threw out a good one, the Tarask from D&D versus Godzilla.
Depends which edition Tarask, because 5th edition Tarask is honestly underwhelming.
Well, I mean, it does have the ability to redirect range attacks at the thing that does it, and anything that goes in its stomach gets destroyed, including mythic artifacts. So, I mean,
5th edition Tarask has a pocket dimension inside its stomach. In theory, you could
Who's the look?
Probably-
Wait, guys, stop.
Uh-oh.
Who is the second Godzilla person? We need them up here.
Um,
Message.
go on.
What?
I
Crazy.
think it was Anthony Lee. I was talking to him about when he said.
You gotta fix your voice, man.
yeah, Anthony Leon is one of the guys.
Sorry, I'll fix it.
It's
Okay.
it's echoey as fuck. It sounds like you're in a bathroom or something.
It's Gaben. Do we give Gaben a shot this week?
Bring him up and see. His mic was trash last. Let's see if he's fixed it.
So Anthony and Gaben were the two Godzilla guys.
Gaben, you know the rules. If your mic ain't working, you're going back and you ain't coming back up.
You
today.
hear me, right?
Yeah. Okay. You sound good. All right.
All right.
You worried me. Okay.
Chris,
we
check.
Okay. We got our two Godzillas. We got our whatever Juggernaut guy is. Shaggy Santa's saying Greek myth Hercules. Pull him up. Shaggy, who are you?
Darkman. That's Darkman 67.
All right, bring him up.
That one.
Okay, this is
Shaggy's been up here every week.
Wait, what's up?
Shaggy has been up here every week.
Hell yeah.
I
since we
mean,
started.
if he always has a character ready to go, and he always knows what he wants to argue, and he's open to arguing with anyone else, you're gonna be up here more often. That's just the way it is. Okay, so let's see who we got. We got what? Shin Godzilla, Godzilla -1. Are those the two?
Oh no.
Yeah, it was Shin Godzilla and
Alright.
-1.
Shin Godzilla and Godzilla. Is that his real name? Godzilla -1. He doesn't have like a more legit
That's
name.
what
than
we're
that?
referring to, yeah. That's
Alright.
what it's
I mean,
called.
they call him Godzilla,
Versus. Okay, what were the other two? Hercules
Fifth Hercules.
and what was the other one?
Astral Juggernaut.
Astral.
Astral Juggernaut. Astral like the stars.
Astral. I'm just gonna put
Astral.
Astral Jug. That's what we're gonna. Oh no. Don't
Yeah,
have to.
why not?
Ooh, I want to see some astral jugs.
Also,
No.
we 10 pounds from random person asking what has been debated already.
It's on the thing. You can read it if you look at the stream. This is what's already been debated. This is what's about to be debated. And I'll even change it like this. Look, we'll go here and we'll go. Let's do that. Okay. If it's got a bullet point next to it, it's already been debated. If it's thick, a thick boy, then it's about to be debated, or it is being debated. That's the rule. That's gonna be the new rules. So nobody needs to ask. It's right up here. You can see it. And if you want to go back and listen to the past, you can go back into the stream and listen to this if you want. If you don't, not interested in.
Since he gives you money that's more valuable than the American dollar, can StarCraft survive 40k?
Wait, who gave me money that's more valuable than the American dollar?
You got 10 euros from random person.
What?
Yikes.
Sir, The American dollar has the backing of the United States government, sir. That's the most valuable thing that I can't even say it anymore. All right, so Rouga these are the things that have been debated. So wait,
you're wrong.
What was the I couldn't do it. No, it's that dollar's fucking worthless now, man. All right.
Yeah, it really is.
It's trash. We're working on it. We're trying to fix it. Let's see. Damn, so we got this. It's Hercules. Yeah, I think it's gonna be. Y'all did. I will say this. Y'all did pick the weakest fucking Godzillas to go up against the strongest Hercules.
But also, did none of you listen to Rouga about the stop putting versus matches?
They're just gonna keep going. They don't care. I mean, they can comment whatever they want. It's just not gonna be taken seriously. Yeah, but find. I should type that like permanently. Figure out someone you want to debate for, and then that's all you have to worry about. Don't worry about the other side, and then get somebody else to come up with a good matchup for who you picked. Don't do a whole fight and then try and find someone here. Look, how many people are here? There's 50. There's 50. There's 50. I got 51, but there's 50 something people in the stream right now. If you say, okay, I want to do Godzilla versus, I don't know, anybody, fucking Zeus, all right? Then you have to just hope the 50 people in the chat, one of them knows a lot about Zeus. So don't do that. Just pick your dude. Don't worry about what the other side is, and then have them pick whoever they want to go up against your dude, and then have your debate. And then if you think it sounds like a cool fight, go with it. That's gonna be the faster way to do it. That's gonna be the better way to do it. It's gonna be the more interesting way to do it. Otherwise, you guys are just gonna keep saying matchups over and over again, and nobody's gonna find any matches for anything. All right, so we have our people.
Can I just say one more thing before you start the match?
Sure.
All right. Chat, if you just give me your character, or if you put a character down, put your Discord nickname for this server down along with it, so that I can write it down and make it easier.
Didn't you bitch last week because a dude kept doing it every single time he messaged? He put his actual Discord name. You're like, you don't have to keep doing it. I'm like, no, keep doing it. That's very helpful. And you gave him shit for it.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Last week was last week. I have memory issues. Fuck off.
Oh wait.
Short-term memory loss. At least
pin the comment. No, someone said no more versus matches.
Don't pin that though, because then you'll get rid of the Discord link.
I'm not. Well.
Okay,
He's talking about okay. I thought he meant like he wants a debate that's not a versus match. Like, let's debate the economy. Let's debate the American dollar and its value. No, okay, I get what he's saying. No, I don't care. I don't.
American politics a couple weeks ago, didn't we?
We did. Well, yeah. Like it was like 2 a.m. when most people were off. There were like 20 people in the stream, and we started talking about American politics. But, yeah, no. I look. I don't care if you say matchups. It's if you want to just keep like typing matchups, go for it. It'll probably help the algorithm. But I'm just not gonna really take much. Like it's not gonna get you anywhere. Is all. You know. For your own thing. Don't do that. Anyway. You guys talk about what the debate is, what's the basic concept, and then get started.
All right.
Teammate? No, I didn't hear that at all. You gotta fix that shit immediately.
Did you say it was a 2v2?
Dude, fix your mic before you say anything. Fix your mic.
Oh, okay.
Alden, how many are you gonna fucking play?
Bro, it's
Shit, I thought I muted.
Wait,
My bad.
I'm goal with Wizard as my teammate.
That's the third one Alden's put in the chat, by the way.
Why?
I don't fucking know.
Which Titans are there? Okay, Creep. I don't mean to call you Creep. I'm not trying to insult you. It's a part of your name. I'm gonna boot you in 10 seconds if you don't get your mic shit situated.
His mic was fine when he got up here. What the fuck happened?
I have no idea, but he's got to get the shit
speak.
And what, Dan? You have an issue with being my teammate, arguing Iron's own gown against people? I mean, come on.
No, I don't have any issues with it. It's just that's the third character you put in chat. How many people do you want to fucking debate?
I've got countless, man.
It's not bad. It's good to have options because then then it's more likely that you can find a nice matchup with it. You know. Warlord, he blames the Euro. Lost Soul blames the Euro for Creep's mic. All right, creep. Cat, you ready? Are you about to get kicked?
Jesus Christ, all.
You about to get kicked?
Speak.
If I don't hear something,
Um,
no.
Speak, man.
All right, moving you to audience, man. Sorry. Okay, so Gaben, what were you doing? What was your thing?
Like Shin Godzilla?
Okay,
Or-
so we have two
yeah.
Godzillas versus Hercules as of right now.
Two Hercules, which version?
He's doing Myth Hercules, so that's probably gonna be one-sided.
Yeah, that's not a good matchup.
It's not
at
a good
all.
matchup
I can do
at
the
all.
human
Yeah,
version.
no.
That sounds better.
The human
Can we call
version,
it Bioshock?
the human version of Hercules.
Demigod.
I
Instead of
mean-
like God Hercules.
I mean, I don't know about. He has fought the Hydra, so I
Hydras.
guess yeah,
He lifted the heavens.
yeah. That like, I mean, come on.
That's the thing. Yeah, he lifted
Yeah,
he lifted the heavens.
He was able to
Um,
hold the
No,
heaven.
he
I
looked
don't
at
know
the
if he
earth.
would be able to
So,
just toss
How about this, Gaben and Crazy? Do you guys have a version of Godzilla that would be a good fight for Hercules?
Godzilla in Hell. That's what I'm thinking of.
That's literally the strongest version of Godzilla you could
Well, yeah, you
literally-
want to fight a mythological being, sure.
Are you guys better with that? Is that can you guys agree to that one?
like one comic
Yeah, I
series.
have. Yeah, I can
Rita
do
who?
that.
Guys?
Are you all right? Yeah.
Yeah. All right, everyone speak because it sounds like y'all somebody's dipping out.
Who?
Nah, I think I'm good, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I think y'all just talking over each other. It's fine. Okay. Yeah, so Dark, you're good with that? You're good with mythical versus hell?
Sure.
Crazy? You happy with it? Can you debate hell, Godzilla?
I don't know much about Godzilla.
What is being
Oh,
debated,
geez.
Rouga? I have no idea what's going on. We're figuring that out right now. we're picking one. As of right now, it seems like it's going to be mythological Hercules versus Godzilla in hell. But if you don't know Godzilla in hell, I might put you down and bring you back up when we find a better matchup for the Godzilla that you know. You all right with that?
Yeah, I'm alright with that. I'll leave.
Okay, I'm sorry, man.
With me.
Yeah, I'm sorry, man. Okay, so Gaben and Darkman, y'all happy with this? Godzilla in hell versus mythological Hercules?
Yeah, I can use God Hercules, man.
Okay, cool.
Where-
I have no idea how powerful either of these characters are. Yeah, just go ahead, start the debate. Wait, let me change the fucking. You guys can start. I'm just gonna change this.
So, Darkman, you go ahead.
All right, so the Greek myth version of Hercules, has tons of feats that he's able to. He's strong enough to lift the heavens on his shoulders, which is like, would that be considered like infinite weight, or can you quantify the weight of the heavens? I would argue it would be infinite.
It depends if the cosmology has like an infinite universe or just.
Are you legitimately asking me that, or is it rhetorical?
No, I'm just stating what.
No, I'm asking
he's
Darkman.
saying.
Do you actually want to know that information, or is it just rhetorical?
I would argue it was just more of a rhetorical statement. I would argue that would be like
Because
an
it has
infinite
an actual answer. That's why I'm asking.
Oh, sure.
Uh,
What is
the Greeks
what is
believed that the heavens were infinite. They believed that that the Earth was the center of the universe and that the creation continued forever.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So the heavens are infinite, so that would be infinite strength, essentially.
Okay,
But he's
is
also
that
not dumb. He's strong, but he's not dumb. He actually knows how to use this strength. He was smart enough to figure out that he needed to burn the heads of the Hydra. He was smart enough to trick. So he's not just dumb. He's also very smart, and he's agile. He's able to chase a boar and a deer through the woods. So that's
Okay.
pretty
Alright.
decently fast. But
so? For Godzilla in Hell, one of his best feats was able to destroy God Mountain. This entity was stated to be an Abrahamic god, which created the entire multiverse. And Hell is composed of multiple infinite sets of space times around like four-ish, a couple. And if you want to use the cosmology, if you really want to like highball it, because since this Abrahamic god was also stated to create the entire multiverse, and said multiverse contains multiple IDW runs of different versions of Godzilla, mainly like, for example, the Power Rangers run, Power Rangers Godzilla crossover, and the cosmology in that universe has an infinite multiverse composed of multiple sets of infinities. It even you could also argue that it's 5D because there are space times that transcend space and time. So that's how far God Mountain is, that he created all of these universes and alternate universes as well. And
Well, was it stated that he created? I can understand that he would be an Abrahamic god and he created the universe. Was it stated that he was literally like the god of this multiple comic series, whatever, like infinite universes, or is he just the creator of this one universe? Because I'm wondering if this is more speculation or more of a concrete sort of thing.
well, the other alternate universes is more of a highball, I would say. It goes into multiple like stated factors from the creator who the guy who created the comic did state that this this god was also like part of the entire multiversal run of each IDW comic. So you can make an argument for that. Though for the more consistent ends, I would just place them at low multiversal because the cosmology within that, just the Godzilla and Hell, just contains multiple infinite space times in it.
Right. So you tell me that he destroyed something that was a little multiversal, but would that put, because yeah, he can create multiple universes, but does that also equal his attacking ability? Just because he can create infinite anything doesn't mean that he can attack with the same strength.
Well, yes, in that same issue, we see Godzilla actually get hit by one of God Mountain's shouts, which transported him into another another universe outside. It basically broke the dimensional barrier between the infinite universe within it. And then when Godzilla came back for revenge, he blasted the mountain itself, which alternately killed this Abrahamic god within in the
But
cosmology.
just because he transported him somewhere, does that mean that was an attack, or was that just more of an ability that he had? Because was Godzilla damaged by him being transported
Yeah,
to this alternate dimension?
yeah, he was. He did like, I wouldn't say shove. It was more like a forceful concussive blast that strong enough to push him into another universe, another infinite universe outside of it.
So how would you quantify that? Like how strong would you have to be to push someone into an alternate universe?
So the attack did shatter through the barrier. Through the universal barrier, and the universe that they were in was infinite in size because the cosmology contains multiple sets of infinite space times within it.
Okay, so I always have a little bit of questions with this, like infinite space times. How do we know that how do we know that these are just completely separate realms of existence and that they're just different spaces within the same universe?
Because one of the statements in the novel, or I mean the manga, had a statement which referred to an infinite universe within it, and Godzilla, just by walking through hell, was able to like move through these, just get move through a different alternate dimension through it. So just by walking to the macro universe, basically is like, I wouldn't say necessarily destroying it, but since it's stated that he walked through these universes, which are infinite in size, suggests that he basically walked through a different universe, pocket of realm within the hell itself. If that's what
That tells me he can move between universes. That doesn't exactly tell me what he can do. Like, what is his actual abilities if they were to fight?
So, I mean, one of his main abilities was basically hitting Godzilla to another universe, another pocket
No,
of
I'm not
hell.
asking. We're debating Godzilla. I'm not asking what someone was able to do to Godzilla. Yes, that's important.
Yeah.
But I'm asking what Godzilla can do himself.
Like his abilities or just his attacks mainly?
Well, both, I would presume.
Both? Okay. So one key, so his main attack was when he was fighting Space Godzilla in a different version of Space Godzilla. He was able to destroy the world, the Earth that they were in. It's so violently that it basically shattered the planet into like thousands of pieces. That would equate to around Door Star level, and that's just his low end feat. His higher ends were basically destroying God Mountain itself, and that would, you could say, argue whether it's like low multiversal because he destroyed the creator of the universe of hell itself.
Well, the point I would argue is just because someone has the ability to create universes, and yes, he was powerful enough to push him into an alternate universe, how do we know his durability? Because did Godzilla do anything else but this one attack to this giant god mountain, or did he just do this one attack? So how do we know how durable he is?
So his true durability would be, since he got hit with the attack by God Mountain.
Gaben, I'm sorry. Hold on 1 second. Happy Kriegsman, Darth Gator, mic checks for both of you real quick.
Can you hear me?
Okay, how's my mic?
All right, y'all both sound good. Which one was for which?
I was for Hercules.
Okay, so Happy Kriegsman, you're on Darkman's team. Darth Gator, you're on Gaben's team. Sorry, Gaben, but yeah, more people wanted to jump in and team up. So.
No, that's fine. That's fine.
All right, go ahead. Keep going.
All right. So, Kriegsman, do you want to add anything to of my questioning of this Godzilla's abilities, or are you pretty content with what I've asked so far?
Honestly, so far I'm pretty content with the durability. Although I can add into the cosmology argument for.
Go ahead.
Godzilla.
Okay. So the cosmology part for at least Hercules lifting the heavens, the heavens in Greek mythology is like its own entire separate part. So it's its own, I guess, best way to put it is its own realm of existence. It's a higher plane. So Hercules holding up the heavens was holding up an infinite higher plane.
Thank you. Gaben, continue.
So for his durability, Godzilla's durability. So I also wanted to add into Space Godzilla's part. He was amped by a special power within Hell. And this power was capable of shaking the actual universe itself, which is infinite in size. So you could also argue that Godzilla also has an unquantifiable amount of durability, but it's like way up there since it was able to shake the universe itself. So
my question. Okay, sorry. My question for that would be, in this other universe that Godzilla was inhabiting, how do we know that that's particular universe, that when he blew up Also, sorry, this is going back to when you said that him blowing up the planet was dwarf star level. Yeah, completely decimating a planet. Wouldn't that just put him at planetary? How would he scale beyond that to dwarf star level? I'm a little confused on that.
Well, okay, so that's the lower interpretation of it. And the higher end is the one that I used, that he shook the universe itself. Since the low end durability for that would just be quick to Dwarf Star itself. But the higher end for that would, since he shook the universe within that plane of reality, that would also, since shaking is different from destroying it, that would be like multi-galactic levels of durability, since he didn't outright destroy it. But since its universe is infinite in size, you could make an argument that that's universal by
David,
itself.
may I elaborate?
Sure.
Of course.
Okay, so what he's talking about is, I believe it was the third issue. The devil created a space where it contained stars, where Godzilla was fighting Space Godzilla. At the end of their fight, Godzilla destroyed the planet that they were on, and presumably destroyed the space that they were in, which would be like a multi-solar system level feat, considering how many stars there were. So I don't think it was an actual universe, but you could argue that.
All right.
Yeah,
So-
that's fine. That makes more sense. And we can't quantify an infinite universe, shaking an infinite universe. Yeah, that sounds more consistent.
And to add on to the durability, it's impossible to know when he has his heavenly shield activated that he was given to by God. But at the last issue, he was eaten by hellbat things and he was powerless to do anything. So it's kind of inconsistent.
So is this shield more for magical or abilities, or
It's sort
does
of
it
like
also
a
protect him
it's
from
sort of like a
physical?
heavenly force field given to him by God. It's
But what
unknown
does it
what it
protect against? If what you just said was true, and I think I remember seeing a picture of this, and he was being able to be eaten. Was this more of an illusion that he was being eaten, or was he physically being eaten? And if he was
they're called
physically being eaten
chronogens.
by these things, what would this force field protect him against?
I would
Specifically.
assume energy based attacks, but it could probably defend against physical attacks. It's not really shown.
So if it is only abilities, then that wouldn't even really apply to Hercules, because if Kriesman, if I'm wrong, please tell me. Wouldn't most of Hercules be attacks be physical because he has bows and other things?
All of his attacks would probably be physical. I mean, the closest to magic that he has is his Hydra blood dipped arrows, which can even kill gods, which are supposed to be immortal and unkillable.
But just because an arrow's dipped in blood, I wouldn't consider that more. I would still consider that more of a physical thing because you're still shooting the arrow into something. It's not
I was
like a beam
referring
of
to
energy.
blood.
Yes, it was magical blood, but you're still shooting the magical blood from an arrow. It's
From
not
an
like
arrow. Yeah.
I would still argue that would be a physical attack. And from what you described from the shield, I would say it's more of like a heavenly shield against maybe demonic forces. And I would argue that this is more of, and that would not apply in this scenario, in my opinion.
That is fair enough, but I do believe that based on what he said about Godzilla crossing infinite-sized spaces, it's possible that Godzilla could just possibly atomic breath the arrow before it could get to him, just roast it before it could even come near him, or he could just move out of the way.
How fast did them? Because when you say he crossed multiple universes, how long did it take him? Was it ever stated how long it took him? It could have taken him centuries.
Well, the definition for infinite speed is crossing an infinite distance in a finite amount of time. So even if it was centuries, millennia, no matter how long it was, it would qualify as infinite speed. I don't personally like using this argument, but it's on the table.
Well, I would disagree with the argument of what does infinite speed even mean? Yeah, I would argue potentially has the ability to transfer between universes, but I don't understand how you would give him like infinite speed. Like it, like like I just don't get that argument personally for infinite
The
speed.
only argument I can give towards infinite speed would be unquantifiable speed, because it goes beyond the idea of time itself. I mean,
That
once you
that
get to the point you're transporting between dimensions.
I don't think that's a speed feat. I think that's just an ability. He was able to move between universes. I don't think that's a speed feat. Personally,
Well,
I
we're
think
not we're not exactly shown how he does it. In one, we're shown him falling down a hurricane, and then he winds up in another section of hell. In others, we're just shown him walking to a different place. He might have found a different portal in between. We don't know. People have assumed this, that he was just walking to different pockets of hell. I don't like using that argument, but it is on the table if we want to
well, I'm
utilize
just,
it.
I just think that our whole entire like infinite speed because he goes between dimensions. I just think that's a bit bollocks. I don't personally agree with that argument. I think that you're telling me he had portals, so I'm assuming it was either portals or maybe these separate realms that he walked to weren't completely different universes, but just two different areas within the same universe.
That is
I would
possible.
I would argue. Well, I think people generally confuse that with inaccessible speed, because inaccessible speed is basically moving at a speed without any time, with no time. So I could see why people could get confused with that.
At that point, that's just basically teleportation. Like,
And
yeah, you're not instantly going to a different place, but if you move without time, then that's basically just going to a different place instantly in other people who do experience time. So at that point, that's basically just teleportation.
I would suggest that we get back to the debate because no matter the speed, Godzilla could simply atomic breath the arrows that are fired at him before they even hit him. It wouldn't really
Well, the
matter.
reason I feel like this speed defeat is important is based on other Godzillas that I've seen. I believe that Hercules would be fast enough just to sidestep Godzilla and shoot him with an arrow.
I mean, the Godzilla in Hell is able to keep up with Space Godzilla, and this is the same Space Godzilla in the Heisei era where he basically traversed the edge of the universe to our planet in an unquantifiable amount of time,
But
which
that's
could be
flying.
around
I'm not talking about. I'm talking. That's when he was able to fly. When he was on the ground, he couldn't move like that fast. He was walking. He wasn't
though
flying.
he does manipulate gravity. That's the thing. He's
That
able to
also
with
is another.
both of his attacks.
Yeah, you could also argue with that Space Godzilla, him moving from like the edge of wherever he was to Earth, what could have been a manipulation of gravity and not just a pure. That's how fast he could move, and I don't think that would be able to be scaled to Heisei
The
Godzilla or this Hell Godzilla.
Well, that's where the issue comes in, because the humans sent Mogera to fight Space Godzilla in space, traversing at these speeds. Both were clashing each other at the same time. So I wouldn't suggest that the speed feat is irrelevant, because Mogera, built by humans, was still able to keep up and fight them at these speeds in space. And
But
Godzilla is
that's
still
Hero.
scales to
That's not Godzilla. I want to know how Space Godzilla flying through space, even if we disregard the gravity argument, how does him flying through space end up with him fighting Godzilla? Because I remember that movie. That's one of my favorite movies. They weren't moving that fast when they were fighting. That was mostly like a beam clash, mostly just fighting with their breath, if I remember correctly. So I would argue that that's just doesn't even apply. That wouldn't even correlate. That's him moving through space. That's not Godzilla and him walking.
Also, this wouldn't even apply. This is Godzilla in Hell, not Heisei Godzilla. Yes, they are characters who originated from Heisei, but they are not the same characters. This isn't relevant to the debate.
No, I was just saying. Well, you guys brought it up. I was just answering what you guys brought up.
Or any
But-
feat
I mean-
showing his reactions being as fast as his.
Yeah, that's. I mean, Heisei or Godzilla, even with not like traveling at these speeds, is still able to react to them. Even then,
I'm just saying. And I just believe that Hercules is fast enough and smart enough to get behind Godzilla or to trick Godzilla into thinking that there's something behind him that's going to attack. And I believe that I think that there's basically a 100% chance that Godzilla would be able to be hit with these arrows eventually.
I mean, even if the arrows couldn't hit, he could always just smash them with his club that was given to him by Zeus.
That is true. That is true.
I mean, he killed something that was indestructible by crushing it with the club.
That is true. That is true.
uh,
That's
what-
what Godzilla have
Even if
against
the
that.
one-shot arrows that can kill gods don't work, he can just smash them. I mean,
And also, we
Well,
have to argue: would Godzilla be even able to hurt Hercules with the Nemean lion skin?
he probably wouldn't be able to cut him with his spikes, but the Nemean line could be crushed. So,
No, I'm saying with the atomic breath, would he be able to burn Hercules with his breath if he covers himself in the lion skin?
I mean, he
probably
killed. I mean,
not. I mean, it's indestructible.
The Nemean lion
indestructible.
skin, it was impenetrable. It wasn't
impenetrable.
Impenetrable.
like it couldn't be penetrated, but it can definitely be harmed. Hercules killed it by
He's never
crushing
seen
it.
the lion be harmed in any way.
Concussive force. Yeah.
All right,
So
guys.
how, like,
Sorry, guys. Everyone is saying that they want to move on to something else. So
Fair enough.
we're gonna
Okay,
sorry.
that's fine.
All right, so we're gonna move you guys back down to the audience. Try and come up with other matches, other people. We'll bring you all back up and again later. But we got another match lined up.
All right.
all
Can't be penetrated.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Alden's being a child.
What?
And then remember, the Nemean lion couldn't be penetrated.
Okay, there we go. For some reason, sometimes I'll click things and it won't pop up and let me move people to audience. Okay, so we need D-Boy up, invite to speak. We need Crazy up, invite to speak. We need C-Man up, invite to speak. Okay, I think Crazy could do either Luffy or Deku. Isn't that what you said, Crazy? You're okay with either, but you would prefer Luffy?
Honestly,
Yo.
yeah, but I'm more willing to
What's
do
good, niggas?
Luffy just to make it a fair 1v1.
Well,
I mean, 2v2.
it's already right now. Well, it just depends. If we find somebody, you said you would rather do Luffy at first. So
Honestly, trust me. I
Well, I
think
said
Luffy
Deku
versus
at
the
first.
verse is more interesting. Not gonna lie.
D-Boy,
Luffy versus-
do you know anything about One Piece?
I scale One
Um,
Piece.
Oh, here.
Wait,
D-Boy.
you were you talking to me?
Yes. Do you know anything about One Piece?
I know only like up to one. What the?
He's
I wasn't
cool.
fucking-
He wants to show his
Okay.
face.
Hey, man, what's up?
He's a pretty man. He wants to say hi to everybody.
Look at him.
I
Uh,
appreciate
look at
that,
him,
man.
man.
You my nigga.
Thanks,
Big
man.
fan.
He's like
Yeah.
immaculate.
Glad you enjoyed.
Anyways, I've only seen like up to Wano in terms of scaling, so I don't know
Fine.
like current Luffy. So, but
Okay,
I
but
do
you
know
but you are
some-
If you know up to Wano, then all he needs is Wano. He really doesn't need Wano, but that's fine.
Yeah,
good.
but you okay? So you're comfortable with this? You are comfortable that it will not be a one-sided
Yeah.
beatdown. Okay, who wants to side with D-Boy and argue for his side, whether that be the whole MHA universe or if y'all C-Man
I'll be on D-Boy's side.
C-Man
be
seems
on D-Boy.
very comfortable and confident in his abilities, so he might just do a 1v2. You okay with that, C-Man?
Unless no one want to do Alufios, sure, I can do 1v2.
All right. Well, we'll try and get somebody else for but we're not gonna spend too much time on it. Does anybody want to debate for either Luffy or D-Boy, you doing the whole universe, or you doing? Because C-Man said Luffy could take on the whole universe.
Okay, so now
He's making you second guess yourself now.
I think I'll do the whole verse.
Okay. When someone says that their dude could take on the whole verse.
And I love MHA.
What's up, Crazy?
I said this is such a hard choice because I love One Piece and I love MHA.
Yeah, man.
Really
gotta
hard to
divide between your kids. All right, I don't see anyone in the comments.
What if I go neutral?
I don't see anyone in the comments saying that they're gonna. Wait, I want to talk for Luffy. Well, now we got 3 dudes wanting to talk for Luffy. unless Crazy wants to do MHA instead.
Fucking Crazy Nano's over here pulling a Joker. He's like, we're gonna all tryouts.
Yeah.
There he goes.
He just left. He doesn't want to do it now.
Oh, okay.
He doesn't want to put his kids up against each other.
Fair enough. Okay. So D-Boy and C-Man, y'all go ahead. And I guess if we get another person who wants to do, we do have someone in the comments who wants to do Luffy. If we get another person who wants to do MHA, I want to do a talk for MHA. Okay, well, there we go. All right, Jim and Zero, what are y'all's names on here? Put your names up and we'll invite you in. There's a fucking 8-second or some bullshit delay. Give it a second.
Is there someone talking in the background of someone else's mic? I can hear like a very slight.
Yeah, Stephen was watching a video. I could see it in his glasses when he had his video on.
All right, invite to speak. Okay. And okay, so Zero's in now. Who's the other one? Who's the other? Jim. His name is Jim.
Also,
Jim's name is Jim.
My name is Jim.
Jim, I don't see you in here. I don't see you in here, Jim.
To join last time when he said he wanted to debate, so just like he should be in here in like a second. I think his Discord's just slow to load.
Just be in the thing before you say that you're good. Like I don't know why y'all wait to go in here.
Damn it, Jim, dark magic.
So
did we do a mic check on?
No, do the mic check now.
Here.
No, do the mic check.
Do you hear me?
I can.
Do you like reading like books and shit? Like, well, there's word books, or what do you be reading usually?
Jim is in. All right, invite Jim to speak. Come on in, Jim.
I was asking like Rouga what he likes to read. But...
What do I like to read? What do you call me, gay?
Rouga doesn't read.
What? he thinks reading is gay.
All right.
What's Rouga read? You read comics and shit, don't you?
That's like deep Rouga lore, man. That's deep Rouga lore.
All right,
That's
so
like, that was like episode 1, my guy.
let's do a mic check. Jim, Bruhelius, everyone say stuff so I know that y'all are clear and good. Jim, unmute yourself and speak. I'm gonna give you 10 seconds.
Hear ye, hear ye.
You sound like you're talking through a funnel. Try and get that fixed. Jim, speak.
Yeah,
Jim?
Jim is not speaking.
Jim is not saying words.
Jim, you gotta say some words. I gotta boot you.
Now.
If you don't say anything, if you get booted for mic not working, you don't get invited back up.
Jim Dark Magic.
I can imagine he's like just desperately scrambling around for a mic that works.
All right,
Like,
I'm gonna go back to Bruhelius, but if you're not ready by the time I come back, you gotta get booted, man. Bruhelius, you fixing your mic problem?
Hi.
Like say more than hi. Like have a conversation. Like talk.
Like.
You gonna say
What's
something?
up?
Do you hear me now?
1, 2, 3.
Kind of, not really. I mean, sort of.
Like barely.
If Jim fails, Crazy Nano's asking to rejoin.
Okay. Say it again. It's not so much that your volume's low. It sounds like you're talking from a funnel from the other side of the room.
Yeah.
So right now, am I gonna be 1v2 or is it gonna be 1v1?
Oh, we're gonna find out depending on who gets booted and who doesn't. It looks like everyone's about to get booted. Might go back to 1v1. Jim, you back? All right, give you plenty of time, man. You gotta go. Sorry.
Sorry, Jim.
That's like the most important rule that I always say. Like, make sure your shit works before you come up here.
Real quick, do people care about One Piece spoilers here?
It doesn't matter. It's a debate. It's a debate between.
Yeah, I mean that kind of comes with the territory.
Yeah, it's a debate between My Hero and One Piece.
I'm just making sure.
We can't pigeonhole you during the debate so that you can't say like debate to the full, extent.
Oh no, I'm just
Yeah.
saying because I don't need like egghead and shit, right? I can just use from one. I'm probably gonna pull from egghead. Makes my
fine.
job easier.
Do what you want
I'm
to do.
just saying.
You get the whole
I know.
whole thing, man. All right, Perhalis, is your shit better?
it's
He
not
muted
working at
himself
all.
right after I asked. Okay, gotta move you back down to audience, Perhelius. Unless you say something clear in the next 5 seconds, you're getting moved down to the audience. 5. What's up? Was that clear?
No.
No. Okay. You
I
get
can't
moved.
hear a damn word.
You get moved. Fix your stuff, Perhelius.
All
all right.
Crazy Nano has asked to rejoin twice now. He self-left for
Why
some
the
reason.
did you do that? It's stupid.
I don't know.
You were up. We had the fucking problems.
He got cold feet.
Okay, it's not letting me join him because my computer's being stupid. Call him up, Dan.
Also, to anybody who's in the audience here, like I see the messages going crazy, and I know for a fact one of you just asked if you can come up. Those messages have got to go in the live chat over on the live stream. We don't look at the chats here.
No, the only chat that we pay attention to is to the stream. If you're not watching the stream and you're just in the Discord, we're completely ignoring it. You got to go look there because we're not jumping back and forth between two chat rooms.
Yeah.
Okay, that I understand it now.
So wait, hold on, Crazy. Are you you're debating for MHA or?
Yeah, I'll debate for MHA.
Okay. Okay, good.
All right, we got a 2v1. Okay. Who was Zero? Was Zero Bruhelius? Or was Zero Jim? No, Zero was Bruhelius. Just look, yeah. I'll give you a second chance, Bruhelius, but not right now. Maybe a future debate. Like I said, it's a pretty big rule here. You have to have that shit done before you come up. Like it's
like go into the Discord settings.
Like you're supposed to fix that shit, check it, double check it before you come up here. Because when you come up here and your shit doesn't work, you stop the whole stream for everybody watching. So you don't come up if your shit doesn't work. All right.
We gotta spend like a full minute. Just
it was more than a minute
for them to get their shit.
Yeah, you eat into our time, so it is what it is. Oh, what's up, Omega Zerg? Thank you for joining the membership, man. All right, you guys take it away.
All right. Okay. So who wants to scale first? You guys want to do your scale first? Or you want me to do the scale first?
I'll do scaling.
MHA scaling first. So there is one thing I do know is the fact that at a first glance, One Piece is like way faster than MHA because like season 1 they were dodging light beams or whatever.
Well, when you don't really get into light speed One Piece until like either Thriller Bark or for sure post time skip, but that's neither here or there. We can get into that later. So what are you trying to prove? What are you trying to get at?
So in Wano, I don't know if for sure, but wasn't like Kaido like super surprised by the whole like lightning speed shit being thrown at him? Like,
what do you mean lightning speed shit?
So like when Luffy went Gear 5, he like chucked the lightning bolt at Kaido and he got super surprised. I don't know if that was from the speed or from the lightning bolt.
That wasn't from the speed. That was literally from Luffy grabbing the lightning bolt itself. You ever seen a nigga grab a lightning bolt?
Yeah, that's fair.
He was surprised from I don't even know what Gear 5 is. I mean, it's like some sort of matter manipulation, not full blown 2 force, but it derives from that. So he was more surprised that bro grabbed the lightning bolt, not at the speed of the lightning bolt. But yeah.
Yeah, I suppose that's fair. Anyways, so how is there like any specific speed for Luffy like at Wano or something, or is it just light speed in general?
Well, Luffy, I think he's like massively faster than light due to upscaling. Cause in post time skip, right? You see Luffy dodging pacifist light beams, and pacifist light beams, the light beams from the pacifistas or the robots or whatever. For people who don't know, they're made or they're replicated from Kizaru's like devil fruit. which is the light bite fruit. And besides, real quick, if you guys need any scales or any proof for this, I do have it. So you don't think I'm lying. But yeah.
Yeah.
So their light is replicated from Kizaru's devil fruit, right? So if Luffy can just tilt his head, right, and dodge 1-2 light beams. All right, keep that in mind. So obviously, that would make him what, relative to light. So you're aware of Luffy's like amps and shit, right? He has gear 2, gear 3, gear 4, gear 5, obviously, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It's stated that gear 2 is a 10 times amp. I can get that for you if you don't believe me. But if gear 2 is a 10 times amp, then that would by proxy amp up his speed by 10 times, right? Because how gear 2 works, he pumps blood through his entire body system to increase his speed and his strength, basically. Any contingents?
Yeah,
So
you're
there is
saying
one thing I did want to say. For the light speed, that would, him tilting his head to dodge the light would make him light speed. The thing is, I want to say to that is, if someone throws a football at me or like a baseball at like, I don't know, 60 miles an hour at me, I can tilt my head and dodge it, but that doesn't mean I'm as fast as that baseball.
That's
You
a
know,
baseball. That's not light, my nigga.
like I mean,
If you see
but you get what I
can you see
mean,
a beam
though.
of light? I'm asking, can you see me beam of light, right, coming at you, and can you tilt your head to dodge out beam of light? Yes or no?
I can't. But the thing
Okay then.
is,
Dead cut.
no, you're not getting what I'm saying here, though.
All right then. What are you trying to say?
So what I'm saying is, if you're saying that Luffy, because he's like tilting his head to dodge those light beams, that he is relativistic to the speed of light. Are you
He is
saying that's like
relativistic.
just
Not
pure
just that.
reaction time or just speed, raw
It can be
speed?
reaction time and it can be raw speed because he was boxing like in Egghead Island. He was boxing with Kizaru, which is yet again a man made out of light. He moves at light speed. All of his attacks are light.
Okay, yeah, that's fair, but I'm talking about like when we first see him do that shit.
Yeah, he's relativistic. He's probably not above light speed. Like when we get later into post time skip, and yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's like massively above light speed. But in like post time, like Fishman Island, he's like relativistic to light speed or at light speed.
Okay. All right. So
Everybody die?
So
The fuck just
in
happened?
terms of speed, I know that
that was an awkward time.
MHA is like way slower than I think the only if you highball MHA, you can get Deku to like a couple times the speed of light because of Aoyama's laser and the fact that Mino was able to dodge that. Which
is there
would
like
put
a
I think
quantification for that? Like, yeah,
I
I
think
can give you light speed, but it's still not touching
Uh,
Luffy's light speed.
honestly,
I
I'd
can tell you
say
that.
I'd say Deku is light speed because of his gear shift quirk.
Okay, I can give Deku light speed, but I'm not giving him massively faster than light.
Yeah,
yeah,
he's
I don't
probably
think
not
he's got
massively
massively
faster than light,
faster
but
than
he is
light.
about light speed.
Okay, so Luffy for massively faster than light and Deku light speed. Can we agree on that?
Yeah, I suppose that's fair. But
Yeah,
Oh,
I'm saying.
um here's what
okay.
I wanted to say though. I think they're at the very least equivalent in terms of strength, in terms of raw power. Because
I'd say
yeah,
yeah,
I know that sounds skeptical, but hear me out for a sec. So we saw wait, how so during the fight in Marineford, we saw what was his name? Whitebeard. He like
Yeah.
did that thing where like he like pulled on
Use
the
his flow
air
quick
and
fruit.
and friggin' did all that damage. How big is Marineford? Is there ever like any specific size given or no?
I think it's like a whole ass island. It might be an island size. It's either island sized or I don't remember off the top of my head. I'm pretty sure it's around that size.
Like, would it be like the size of like one of the main islands in Hawaii or something?
Well, that you can't really compare like Earth. Well, I mean, you can't compare our Earth to One Piece Earth, but the thing is, One Piece Earth is so big in general that's hard to actually scale them together. So
If I'm not wrong, the One Piece planet is about the size of Jupiter, right?
that's like the most consistent thing. Like it's a seven, like that One Piece Earth is 7 times bigger than our Earth. So we'll say, for argument's sake, Marineford is, since like it was a fat ass prison, right? We'll say for not prison, but like marine base. We'll say that it's like slightly big, like island level. We'll say it's island level. Say Marineford.
Okay. So by the movies, I'm pretty sure in MHA it was, I forgot which movie it was, but
Movies. Well,
during
are the
Deku,
movies even canon?
yeah,
Yeah, the movies are canon.
they are canon because multiple characters from the movies are mentioned in the manga and anime. So, and I'm pretty sure even events from the movies are also mentioned. So,
Yeah.
yeah, I think
Okay,
those
so we're
Even
clear on this
yeah,
canonicity.
yeah, yeah.
Okay,
we
that's
know
all.
that
I'll
they're,
agree with that.
we know they're all
during
canon.
what were you saying?
I was saying we know they're all canon, and one of them
Okay.
was in like the
But
first
anyways,
2 seasons.
so during one of the movies, Deku and Bakugo were fighting this guy named Nine, and they pretty much they were fighting on like an island. I don't know how big it specifically was, but it was big enough to where you could put like at least a pretty large city on it. I don't think it was like as big as like one of the main islands in Hawaii or whatever, but during their fight, they basically completely destroyed it. Like not even from attacking the island directly, just from
Like their
the
shockwaves and shit. I remember that movie.
yeah
What was
blowback
it?
from
World's Heroes? Or some
yeah
shit?
yeah, that's what it was. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. I know exactly what you're talking about then.
And Deku I think I don't remember exactly what he was using, but I don't think he was using 100%. He was using something like 45%, and he only went up to like 100% for like the, big final attack or whatever that actually put Nine down and stuff.
Okay.
So,
And you're
but
saying that would make him like around island level in that case?
yeah, in the movies, closer to the manga, he's gotten way fucking stronger than that. Not even including gear shift, I think he would be at the very least what was it? Like small country, even without
Okay.
because of just how much stronger he's gotten. I don't have any like multipliers or whatever to throw at you, but I think it
that's
is
cool.
and that's without gear. I don't crazy if you could do me a favor here. I don't know exactly how gear shift works by like changing speed, and that's really
Yeah.
it. So I don't
Yeah,
know.
it changes the speed. I think if I remember correctly, he changes his speed specifically 5 times, and that's how he like completely blitzes Shigaraki. I'm not sure what his extent for that power is, but I know he can do it at least.
Like use wait. So does the gear
Like
shift
in one
ability
use, like in one use of gear shift, he can change his speed 5 times in that one.
and
Wait,
then
change it. What do you mean, like change his speed? Like amp his speed, or like just change the direction
Yeah,
that he's
like amp
going?
his speed. Like
he
he
can
amps his speed.
Oh, okay.
so
Okay.
like and also not only that, but he can also decrease the speed of whatever he touches. So he can increase the speed of himself and decrease the speed of someone. I don't know if he can touch them or whatever, but I think it is.
Right
Pretty sure,
type.
yeah, he has to touch it.
So
If
where
it
y'all trying to scale Deku in terms of? I don't know why y'all brought Gear Shift up, but where y'all trying to scale him in terms of AP again, Island?
In terms of AP, I think with Gear Shift, he was at that point he was damn near breaking the laws of physics. That's what uh the it said in the manga. He was
Yeah,
breaking the
yeah.
law of inertia, basically. I
Okay.
don't know why I mentioned that, but I think he's probably large country by the very end of the series, like during his fight with Shigaraki, and that's also like after he was really tired out. And feat to back this up was during like when he did like his final attack on Shigaraki, he cleared the sky of clouds from Japan all the way to America.
Okay.
So
So
basically
that's that's
Also,
a
real quick,
multi-continental right there.
yeah.
also
Right,
real
that's a
quick, I just want to say, I'm not sure if it's relevant or not, but we do know he's massively stronger than All Might in his prime.
Uh
Oh that is relevant. Good point.
yeah.
So I'm gonna get to my AP scaling now. So
Yeah.
when it comes to Luffy, you can get him to either A, like very high. No, I'm about to lie. I was about to lie like crazy. Yeah, like either multi-continental or small planet level, either small or regular planet level, depending on how you interpret the Whitebeard scale. All right, y'all know what Whitebeard again I'm
Yeah,
talking
I
about?
Yeah, I
think
know about
yeah,
this.
they like he had a statement to where he could like destroy the world, but I don't think that's literal as in like he
No,
could
he
destroy
could.
the entire
No,
planet.
no, that
He,
technically is that is correct.
it's
I
true.
do. There
It
is one
is.
that is he has the quick record. In theory, he could pretty much just shatter the world.
He could,
Yeah.
but he
In
no,
the-
I'm about to help y'all. He wouldn't do it like all in one go, right? But he would do it in like I'd say, depending on how big the One Piece world is, I'd say he could do it in like a year or two, maybe. So that would either A give it in what Gear 5 Luffy. He's Yonko now, right? And we know that
yeah.
Yonkos like are they're equal to each other in strength,
Yeah,
stats,
yeah.
whatever. So this would either give Luffy multi-continental AP or small to mid-planet level AP. Any contentions? Are we good?
Yeah, I
Um
say we're moving.
yeah, no, nothing comes to mind on that one.
Okay,
So
cool. So my thing is if we have Luffy at either multi-continental too small planet level or in Deku at multi-continental base, right? And then we have
Yeah.
Luffy just out blitzing Deku. I think that Luffy has this in the bag.
all right.
Hmm.
Okay.
Maybe. I'm gonna bring up one
Um
more quirk. I'm gonna bring up one more quirk. It's his Fajin quirk. I'm not sure if this is really the debate winner, but I just feel like I should mention it.
Fajin. I mean, yeah, I don't think that would be a good idea for Deku to use Fajin mid battle, right? Because you have to stand in place and do the same exact motion to build up energy. And we just
yeah,
can't
I
see
don't
that.
think that would
Yeah, no.
I don't know. I suppose it depends. If Luffy is like fucking around or whatever, then maybe, but I don't
That's
know.
a big if though. But yeah, no.
Yeah,
It's a
So
big if.
it's highly unlikely to be a factor, but if he was able to do that, I think I don't know. I don't know where exactly that would scale him to because I haven't really seen how big of an amp Fajin is.
never really got a
It
chance to
does.
see it.
Yeah, like we
Honestly,
can't really.
we don't really. Really.
So
So do you
yeah.
guys concede?
There is one thing I wanted to bring up, not about Deku, but about one character in particular, Stars and Stripes.
Sure.
Uh, I
Hmm,
think
that one.
I think with her quirk, as long as she could figure out, or hell, she could. I don't know. why she never did. It was probably plot, but she could just like make herself pretty much invincible, really. Like
Honestly, yeah.
Stars and Stripes with her quirk. I don't know if there's anywhere that says she can't just do that. Like she can't take
Everywhere.
damage.
I mean, yeah. I mean, hey, here's one thing I feel like we could. Yeah, her quirk only allows her to do like 2 commands every
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just 2 commands.
2 commands. But like,
two
I
commands at
feel
any
like
given
in that
time.
case, she would probably be able to beat Luffy because I'm not sure if this would work necessarily, but she could make a command where Luffy could no longer stretch or use Gear 5, and that might like completely negate that ability.
Yeah,
Not
like
gonna
she
lie,
like
that
she could.
really wouldn't matter because she wouldn't know about hockey, right? She wouldn't know about like observation hockey. So let's say
Yeah,
Luffy looks 10 seconds in the future, observation hockey. She sees, what the fuck? You're not taking that away from me. Blitz.
yeah, that's
That
fair.
could be.
Yeah, I ain't got nothing for that. Crazy.
I guess, honestly, the way I see it, it's very what's the word? A dependable sort of victory for either character. Like you would probably be able to beat both Deku and Stars and Stripes in like a one-on-one battle, and only Stars and Stripes would probably only be able to win if it came down to knowing what command to use.
But she
Otherwise,
wouldn't, that's
I
the
can
thing.
yeah. Otherwise, I can see. I say we are done here.
Alright.
All right,
Heard it,
I
Ruga.
concede. You got it.
Ah, man, that was pitiful. Y'all weren't even trying. What the?
Can't wait
I
to
don't
see
know,
this one
man.
uploaded. Oh my.
I was really
Yeah,
going for the whole when I first saw Wano, I saw like the whole how Luffy made a fist like the size of like the whole island that they were Kaido and him were fighting on, and I was
You know what?
gonna use that as like a gotcha or whatever, but yeah,
So many
what he
arguments
said
could have
that
been
I changed
made.
my mind.
So many arguments
You
could
know
have
I
been
changed my
made
mind.
that
Hey,
was
it's
not made.
cool. Don't,
No,
don't
no.
go
You know
in
what? I
crazy,
changed my
Hannah.
mind. Deku
I actually
Blade.
have a debate server
He's
that
kind
y'all
of
could
slow.
join. I can help y'all out.
What's up,
I'm
C-Man?
so dead ass.
Wait, what's?
I have a debate server that these two can join. I could help them debate, and I can bring them back, and they'll slam these niggas. I'll make them better.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, C-Main
Nah.
came in here looking for like a really good debate, and Mend was ready for it, and everybody just got like super quiet and slow. Like,
The boy, y'all. Fuck. All right. Well, stick around. Maybe you'll get a chance to debate me, C-Man, and we'll see how that goes.
I love that. I love that.
I will
honestly,
return next week
people don't
with a
attempt
better
looking
debate.
to debate this man right now.
If we get a good topic, sure. I don't mind. Let's see what else. Version of small. I'm trying to see who else got any good topics going on. I think y'all could have debated a lot harder on the light speed aspect of One Piece. I think y'all could have debated quite a few things a lot harder than y'all did.
Yeah, they should have
yeah,
questioned me
no,
on
yeah,
the Gear 5 or the Gear 2 amp.
There's a
Not gonna lie.
lot
I
of
would have
stuff.
got the scan.
There's a lot of stuff they
So
should
I
have
feel
pushed.
like,
again
I feel like
though,
there's some fault on my part. I feel like I should have debated against some of his points a bit better. I really thought that there was a few points I should have argued against. I don't know why.
I'm not gonna lie, like it seems like you guys also do that a lot with Ruga, and I'm not talking about like you two in specific. I'm talking about like the entire chat. Whenever anybody gets up here to debate Ruga that isn't like super comfortable being up here or that is like a little more awkward, you guys always just end up conceding points to Ruga where you could fight
Where
them a
you
lot
should
harder.
absolutely fight more. Yeah. Oh no. Yeah. I'll fucking concede to that. like so many
You know what?
debates.
Study their character better and study what other people are scaling better.
I think honestly, I don't think it's necessarily they're awkward or nervous. I think a lot of it has to. Everyone seems to like trying to be super polite and not to be like the dick of the situation. You know what I mean? But I mean, you could be a little bit of a dick. Like, don't be.
okay, but there is
In
one
that
thing I
case,
did want to say though. But I don't know being taking that advice to heart, Ruga, though I don't know where you're getting the whole the fact that I don't think that when the Luffy tilting his head to dodge the light, I don't think that's even close to relativistic. I think that tops like 15% speed of light.
I think you could have absolutely argued that Luffy is not light speed, not even light speed. I think it's very easy to argue
You
that.
absolutely could have, and like there is proof that he gets to light speed, but he's not just base light speed.
But all of the proof of him becoming all of the proof of him getting up to light speed has contradictions within the story.
Yeah, that too.
There's always something that, I mean, the fact that he has observation hockey all the time is a massive contradiction. The fact that he knows that the attack's coming before it's fired means that he doesn't actually have to be light speed to dodge anything, even things that are faster than light.
If you know where an attack's coming from, or you can just predict the trajectory of an attack, I can move out of the way 10 minutes before a gun shoots me. Like
the fact that it's
that's what I was saying about the whole football or baseball analogy. Like,
but the only thing that people would have to
it's
prove
not
is that
freaking-
Luffy would be using observation hockey all the time, right? He'd have to prove that he would be using it.
Why would we have to prove that? Why would we have to prove that?
He doesn't always use it in said story. It wouldn't be in character.
How would that not be in character? It's shown to masters of hockey to be an innate thing. Anel uses it while he's sleeping. We see multiple characters throughout. It's just innate for most characters. Why would he not use it? I don't have to prove that it's not something that's visual. It's not a visual thing. It's not something that you would have to know. Like we don't have to. I mean, I know they kind of altered hockey after the time skip and turned it black so we could see it. And before that, we didn't know when. Like someone would have to say that it is. But why would you ever assume that two characters that both have observation, both have armament, are not using them for some reason? Why?
Yeah,
why would that be?
It really depends on the context of the scene. Honestly.
Not really.
Specifically, if you become a hockey master and have observation hockey, it is pretty much stated that you are living 10 seconds in the future now. You always have that active.
It depends on how good you are at it. Certain characters, like Katakuri, for instance. There's certain characters, but pretty much after the Luffy versus Katakuri fight, every single fight that he's had since then, you could just assume he's always using observation hockey. That's what that whole fight was about, was him mastering and getting better at observation hockey so they can match Katakuri, who had the best observation he had ever seen up to that point. That's what the whole fight's about. There's no reason, and it's even stated before the time skip. Rayleigh, who is top, 5-10 strongest in the entire series, directly states that it is not possible to fight against someone who's light speed without hockey. It is an absolute requirement to fight against a light speed character. So if that's the case, you could assume that anyone Luffy fights against, regardless of speed, if it's light speed or above, he would have to use hockey just to even compete with them, because that's what Rayleigh said prior to the time skip.
Oh, wait a minute.
Like, that's word for word what he said. He said the only way to fight light speed characters is to use hockey. That's like word for word what Rayleigh said.
And see, that's exactly what I mean. Like, you guys who were debating for MHA, I grant that you probably don't have as much knowledge as the person we pull up for One Piece, but there are certain ways that you can get around that. Like, ask questions about things. Don't just accept that because somebody said something, it is fact. Question those.
You do realize I was being nice too. I was being nice to him too. I could have said, if you guys have any contentions, I could have brought up the proof and scans for anything I said, but they didn't ask for none of that.
I get you.
Hold on. An honor system, we don't really use scans.
Well, no, you didn't. Look, C-Man, I'm not really worried about it. C-Man did what he was supposed to do. I mean, it's fine. I'm not expecting them to do anything. I know One Piece relatively well. I stopped watching it maybe about a third of the way through Wano. But
you got to get back into it. You got to read it.
I hated it. I did read it. I'm sorry. I stopped watching it at Dressrosa. I stopped reading it at Wano. But
wait, competition Rouga reads. Rouga is gay, chat.
No, I touch the cover and the information jumps into my brain. It's different.
Rouga is gay, confirmed.
Oh god.
Rouga, bro. If you actually do read, bro, read my novel, bro. I spent 2 years working on it, and it got a spinoff, bro. I would love if you to read it, bro. Awesome.
I would like to see
is
one.
it digital?
Yeah.
I mean, send it to me. I'll see if I can take a look at it. I generally everything that I do is for the channel nowadays. So the only things that I play and watch do is stuff that it's for specifically for videos. But I'll try.
Why don't you platinum Unicorn Overlord?
Huh? You think I'm not making a Unicorn Overlord video? You're out of your fucking mind.
No, I know you're making a
I'm
fucking Unicorn
squeezing
Overlord.
I'm squeezing some videos out of that one. But yeah, I was also a super easy platinum. By the time I beat the game, I only had 1 or 2 trophies left, and then I platinumed super easy. But anyway,
It's a fun game too. So
no, it's good. It's good. Let's not make this a Unicorn Overlord conversation. but no, yeah, there's all kinds. But then again, though, the thing is, I kind of I touched on this last week when I had the Invincible versus Jin conversation where
I saw that.
I thought
that was interesting.
Yeah, like I thought Invincible would win, but I debated for Jin and I still won. If I debated for Invincible, I would have won against Jin, like because you can slightly alter. Most things have multiple interpretations, and if you're willing to jump onto other sides of that interpretation to better your argument, you can win from both sides, regardless of who you think would actually win. Like, for instance, what I just told C-Man about Luffy, like the fact that Luffy, they straight up say that you need it in order to dodge deal with light speed characters. That's true. That is there, but we also know that Luffy dodges Foxy's fucking particle ray.
The photon beams?
The photon beam, which photon is light. And he does that very early in the series. Is that a contradiction?
Before he has hockey.
Yeah,
well,
before he even has hockey.
No, that could be a name fallacy. It could be.
It probably is. But I'm saying, like,
translation error.
It's certain things that you can look at from multiple sides to sort of be like, okay, so it's whatever you want to put more credence in. And then
honestly, you could do the same thing for MHA because
you do it for almost everything.
Yeah, like even season 1, there's characters dodging Aoyama's laser, and multiple times it's been stated that the Aoyama's little laser thing is light, but also there's at the same time.
It's been stated, but it's also been contradicted so many times.
Exactly.
It's stated that it can only go at certain speeds based on Aoyama's frame of mind and the condition of his body. It's stated that it actually does go as fast as light, but the strength is based on how long he does it. There are so many different ways to do that because it's been contradicted so many times, and I know enough about Aoyama and about MHA that I can tell you that is not a catch-all either. You can definitely lose with that one.
Mm-hmm. Cyborg is saying for the chat, Rayleigh has never said that about Lightspeed characters. He sure as shit did. He did during Sabbaty Archipelago. He absolutely did say that. Wait, no. I think it was implied in Sabbaty, and I think he said it during the training thing. I'll have to go back and look at it. But yes, I think it was Sabbaty.
What the fuck you say?
What Sabbaty? What Sabbaty?
It's Sabaody, bro. No, it's Sabaody.
This is America, sir.
It is Sabaody. It is Sabaody.
Sabbaty.
It's America.
Sabbaty.
Okay.
Sabbaty? What is
You convinced me it's Sabbaty.
What is a Sabaody? What is a Sabaody? Tell me. What is that?
The name of the island.
What? No, but what is it? Names come from places. What is
the name of
Sabaody?
the island.
Yes, but what is it?
Let's be real here. Names of One Piece don't have to make sense.
Okay, so it's Sabbaty, motherfucker. Okay. When you say Luffy, don't say Luffy. Say Drufi-kun, because that's what they say. They say Ruffy. It's like a R almost. It's like a soft D.
Yeah, they say it like.
Nah, don't say Zoro. Say Zolo.
See Zolo.
The 4-piece left.
That's right.
Zolo.
Like you're gonna fucking hold me accountable for a name of a fictional island, Sabody, but you're not gonna touch on all of the other weird Japanese shit that y'all don't care about. Give me that shit.
Hell nah.
It's Sabbaty. I'm calling it Sabbaty. I bet you they don't.
I like Sabaody more. I feel like, but you can say whatever you want.
Why would I put that much emphasis? That's so much effort towards words. Words are easy to say.
Sounds cooler. I don't know.
No, Sabbaty. What's wrong with Sabbaty? It's quick. It rolls off the tongue. I have the same number of syllables. I'm just not putting as much emphasis on them.
Bro, Word Girl is your #1 op, bro. I'm already knowing.
All right.
That American language says Omega Zerg.
Death to the American language. That's fucked
No,
up. man.
death by American language, not to the.
Oh, okay. All right. We need another debate. What's the next debate going on?
well,
I'm gonna
No,
send
I can
these
do
two back.
Luffy, or I can do my verse. I can do Karura.
Hold up. That dude that you kept saying that was your own fucking story?
Hell yeah.
wait,
That's rigged. That's a
Wait,
rigged match.
Okay, dude.
You could
Okay.
literally that's
You could make up whatever. Nobody's ever read that
yeah,
before.
because
You could make up whatever the fuck you want.
It's automatically a rigged match because the rules of debating that say word of God, you are the word of God. So you can literally say whatever you want and it would automatically become canon.
I won't argue from Arthur's point of view. I'll argue from a reader's point of view. Argue from a reader interpretation.
Okay, but C-Main, it's the same issue. Like, you could technically put him against fucking Davith from Doom and say, yeah, he solos the Doom corruption alone. Because
like actually.
Because you are you
Sonic.
can literally make up anything, and anything that you make up on the spot would automatically become canon to the thing that you created.
Exactly.
No, it wouldn't.
Yes.
I've already finished the story. The story's done. I can't add nothing back into the story.
No, that's next time I get into an argument with people about fucking God of War and how Norse Kratos is a bitch, I want you to be there. And I want you to support me on that, because everybody says, well, no, actually, all of this shit, because all the creators went on Twitter after the game came out and said all this bullshit. And it's like, no, bitch, it wasn't in the game. You don't get to change what we saw happen in the game.
Is that the one that you were so angry at during your video that I was watching this morning?
That's what I'm saying. I already wrote the story. Unless it's like a typo or some shit or a plot hole, I'm not gonna go back and edit it just to power scale. I'm not a loser, all right? I promise.
Okay, you don't have to be a loser. It's still a rigged debate. You know that character way more than we do, and you know all the interpretations that you meant.
You meant that.
Which nobody
with all the other debates.
Like none of us have ever read that, at least to my knowledge. I definitely haven't, so I have no idea what you're talking about.
I have some friends have read it. They might be in the server. I don't know.
Notes magnifier.
But yeah, once Rouga read it, then he'll know. He can say we're bro skills.
Even the original creator of God of War says Kratos is a bitch. That's funny.
The Norse Kratos is a bitch.
That's a good one. V against Master Chief. Is there anyone to debate V and Master Chief?
I'll go.
And Master Chief.
I'll go. Oh, Doug Pumper wants to do Master Chief, so we need someone for V.
Oh man, that poor bastard.
I can do Sonic. I know Sonic's character.
The poor bastard who has to help V.
Yikes.
Should I tell them, or do you want to tell them, Dan?
Tell them what?
Cortana.
Oh right.
Like that completely there's nothing that he could do. Right?
Yeah, no, Cortana fucking hacks into V, and V is just disabled.
She's a tech god, unless he's
she's gonna friggin' turn his own tech against him and I don't know, make him stab himself in the head or something.
She would basically be like
the off switch on him and just keep his vitals active.
Who's the bitch who's in the Black Wall in 2077? I'm forgetting her name. She used to date Johnny Silverhand. Cortana's basically her. Having limitless control over technology.
Because she can hack into Forerunner shit.
See, look at Doug. Look at Doug. Damn it, Rouga, you told my argument. See, he knew that shit going in. He knew exactly what that was.
I can scale some Marvel characters. I can do Iron Man or Sonic.
I mean, I feel like everybody both can and can't scale Marvel characters because it's too. You would have to take a Marvel character from a specific storyline because otherwise it's just all over the place.
Darkman says Master Chief without versus V.
What about comp? Can I do comp Iron Man?
Well, then you would have to accept all of the weaknesses as well as the strengths of Iron Man.
That's fine.
Yeah.
He's got some pretty harsh weaknesses. He's got some pretty bad ones.
I can do Archie Sonic.
Well, let's find. We gotta find other people. I would debate any version of Sung. Oh, Luke has been wanting to do Sung Jin Woo for a long time. Sir, you got somebody you want to put up against Sung Jin Woo? Sonic go good against Sung Jin Woo. Is that a fair fight? I don't know how powerful Sung.
No, That's not a fucking fair fight. Even if you take Archie Sonic, that's not a fucking fair fight.
You think Sun Jin Woo is better than Archie Sonic?
Yes.
Hold on.
Nah,
Whoa,
nah,
whoa,
Archie
whoa,
Sonic
whoa, whoa.
slams.
Who-
bro.
Okay,
Wait.
I'll debate for Sonic too. I may not know much, but even I know that this is at minimum this is a close fight, dude.
Okay, let's get Luke up here.
Oh.
What was Luke's name again? I keep forgetting everybody's names. What was Luke's name
Okay,
again?
who wants to debate Sonic with me?
I have Luke written
well,
down.
We're not
I'm
100% sure if we're
good.
doing Sonic if it's not a fair fight, but
Okay.
oh look, see, Sung Jin Woo is not stronger than Archie Sonic, so you're gonna have to pick somebody else, sir.
No.
Honestly, I don't even think.
Stronger than Archie Sonic. All these people always scale Archie Comics characters, but Archie comic characters are not that strong. And I say this having read Archie Sonic.
Oh
I
wait,
know
Dan,
how strong he is.
Dan, have you seen? Do you know both Sun Jin Woo and Archie Sonic?
Yes, I know both.
Okay, then you do Sun Jin
Hold on,
Woo
Dan.
against his Archie Sonic.
Okay, where the fuck is Luke though? Because Luke wanted to
Luke
be
gave
the one
up.
to do this.
Luke said Luke's just already admitted Sun Jin Woo is not stronger than Archie Sonic.
That was Anthony Leon who said that. That wasn't Luke.
Well, okay. Is Luke okay with that debate? Sorry,
Luke, you want to come up here and debate against Archie Sonic?
I didn't read the name.
So, do I have any partners?
Assumed it was
for
Luke.
I mean,
Anyone want to debate Archie Sonic with me?
I imagine there will be.
I mean,
Okay, yeah.
earlier,
Who wants to?
I don't.
Wait.
I don't know too much about Sonic, but
Do you know anything
I'll
about?
help
Do you know
them.
anything about Sonic or Sung Jin Woo?
I know a couple things about Sung Jin Woo. I know a moderate amount.
Okay,
about
I'm gonna say
Sonic.
this
Which
is
Sonic?
not
Are
the
we doing
debate
Archie
for.
Sonic. We gotta find someone who either
I'm-
Archie Sonic or Game Sonic.
I'm gonna say this is not the debate for you, D-boy. I'm gonna send you back down.
Yeah,
But we'll
that's
call you.
fair.
We'll call you
Okay.
back
Can you
up
hear
if there's something. All right. Darth Gator, that's Luke, you're Luke Young?
Yeah, that's Luke
Yeah.
Young.
People just
Do it.
use the same name for everything. I'm Ruga Rabbit here. I'm Ruga Rabbit on YouTube. Stop making different names for different. It's
Okay,
confusing.
The only reason that my YouTube
Oh.
changed is because I was trying to get a YouTube channel going, so that's your fault.
God damn it. 'Cause you had a boring name on Discord. That's not my fault. Okay.
Hey, I like my username. It works really well in all my games, so fuck off.
It's awful. Okay. Okay. So we got. Okay. So Darth Gator, are you good with Sun Jin Woo? Do you think Sun Jin Woo can beat Archie Sonic?
I do believe that he has a solid chance. Yeah.
Okay, cool. So we need somebody else to defend Archie Sonic to pair up with C-Man. Does anybody else want to debate Archie Sonic? I'll give a couple minutes to the, the fucking the place where the messages go. Give you
The
guys
chat.
a second to do the stuffing thing.
If nobody else comes up, I will let Gator take this one, and if he's really struggling, I'll jump in. See me.
Yeah, I'm not that well versed in Archie Sonic, but
You don't have to be.
You don't have to be. But this does go back to the whole make sure you're asking questions if they say something that just sounds.
We're gonna make
really-
this debate stream is gonna be a debate education course, crash course. It'll be great.
It is though. We
Um,
finally got somebody who isn't you that's debating people fairly well. I'll say. I even sent you a DM. C-Main's doing well.
yeah, it's don't jack him off too much. You might get a big head.
That's crazy. Well, come on, I'm not an egotist. Now.
Does
What are you doing?
Does anybody? So does
That's
any?
the who wants to debate his own fucking character.
That's true. That's a good point. That's a really good
That's
point.
for promotion's sake. That's not ego sake.
That's fair too. All right. Who wants to support Archie Sonic? We'll give another 20 seconds. If nobody comes up, it's gonna be a 2v1.
Again, bro.
Hey, you're the one who came up here all confident about your debating skills.
I wanted to do Luffy. I was gonna do Archie Sonic again, but alright.
Sun would win just based on my knowledge. That's another person for Sun. Well, okay, let's make this a 3v1. Bring a.
3v1.
I'm kidding. I'm fucking with you. I don't see anyone coming to support you for Archie Sonic. So.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Let me see if I have my scans for Archie Sonic anyways.
But it looks like a
I
lot of
do.
people do want this to be a 3v1. So.
Oh, they want me to get 3v1'd?
I wasn't saying. I want to debate.
Yeah, let him 3v1. Lee
Alright,
said
bet.
he
Alright.
doesn't.
If
he
they
doesn't
want to do a
have-
3v1, they have to agree to comp Sonic.
I don't care about or Sun. Archie Sonic wipes easy. Okay, Saint Dane. You've said that. I think you've said that more than once. Do you want to help him with Archie Sonic? That's right, fishy. Saying no, he doesn't want to help you. He says he should wipe, but you can go fuck yourself. He's not helping you.
Damn, what did I do?
That's
I can't specifically say how strong Enerjack is. It's
Okay,
been a while. I know more about Sonic than I do
Said I'll help a little.
Enerjack.
You can bring Britt out.
Wait, what's up?
Britt in the Britt said he can help me with Archie Sonic.
Who's Britt?
Look in the dojo. I'm looking in the dojo chat.
We don't look in the dojo.
Dojo chat, ignore it.
He knows the rules. If he wants me to see anything, he's got to go into the stream and chat with everybody else.
Okay. Is it okay?
Dark
A
Soccer.
request for him to come up?
Huh? No, not if he's
It's
not.
okay.
Nope, not if he's not in the stream. Get your ass in the stream. We ignore anybody who messages up there. I've said that in every stream so far. Darkstalker cast spelled up.
Okay.
Mortal. I'm sorry. I know you wanted. I know
the
you wanted that
person who said interject-
I know you wanted that assistance, but.
Who, me? You could. The person who said interject. You could bring interject too. We could do Sonic and interject versus
Where'd all your confidence go, man?
I'm not trying to get 3v1, bro. If I get
It's not 3, right? So far it's 2. Actually, there was 2 other people who said they would come in 4v1, but.
C-Main, I told you.
4v1.
I'm gonna set this out unless Gator's like really struggling, and I'll help with some of the feats for Jin Woo.
Archie Sonic versus who is he fighting? Ella, it's Archie Sonic versus Jin Woo. Is who it is. All right, so I don't see anybody coming up to say that they're gonna help you. I love how he's Sun Woo solo leveling. No, it's not Sun Woo solo leveling. It's
Jin Woo.
Jin Woo from God of High School. Has everybody here been thinking that we're talking about a totally different character?
Oh my god.
Okay, so everyone is saying that they really want to help you, sir, but they're not going to.
Jin Woo is solo leveling.
Why? They want to help me, but they're not going to help me. Why do you want to? So, what's the purpose?
I don't know. I want to. Oh, Mega Zerg wants to debate me. I mean, on what?
Omega Zerg, give us your topic and we can set that up for after.
I don't care for either character.
You want to debate 2v1 Luffy? Let him debate 2v1 Archie Sonic. All right, dickhead.
It could be interesting to watch, though. Does Archie have all of his iterations? Because there's 3 distinct Archie Sonics. That's a good question, sir.
Oh, well, okay. I was bad.
Wait, let's start answer.
I basically mix up my Archie Sonic skills. I was gonna use like all Archie Sonic, but I don't really have a concrete version of like if he wants me to use classic or pre-reboot or post-Genesis. I only have skills for like that. Not all of them meshed into one version.
We'll just use the comp version of Archie Sonic.
Wait, people are still saying it's solo leveling. Are you? This is solo leveling?
Yes, Jin Woo is solo leveling.
Who's the dude from?
Woo.
Okay, so I was wrong. So this is okay. Wait, Jin from solo leveling gets powerful enough to beat Archie Sonic?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh. You know, I thought you guys were talking about the fucking God of High School the whole time.
No,
okay, I was
Jin
wrong.
Mori? You thought we were talking about Jin Mori?
Sure. Probably. I thought his name was Sung. I'm not an anime person. You know what? Doesn't matter. Okay, you know what?
Okay,
I didn't know
that guy might actually be able to beat him. No
I didn't
doubt.
know solo leveling, the fucking dude with the fucking sword who hits people. Like, but I didn't know he was gonna become Archie Sonic levels. Come on.
Bro, he's past Archie Sonic level.
I haven't read the thing. Okay, I saw season 1. That's all I know. I know. I know his sister wants to have sex with him. That's all I know.
No, it's only the abridged. That's
That's canonical.
That's the abridged.
Solo leveling.
But again, I want.
No, it's not, bro. You're one of the people who think Dragon Ball Z abridged is canonical. Oh my god.
It's canonical. It is. It absolutely is.
No, it's not.
But if anything, Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged is 100% canonical, and I will hear nothing about it.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged is so fucking fun. I'm not gonna hold you.
Okay, so I was wrong.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Abridged is damn near better than.
Okay, so
Fucking
fair.
better than the original series. What are
All
you
right, so
talking about?
I still haven't seen a single person say they want to help you with Sonic. So we're just gonna get it started, and it's just gonna be a 2v1. Sorry, I gave it a lot of time. Just all we need is one dude to say that they would help you with Archie Sonic, but nobody, they don't like you. I don't know. I guess you didn't.
For what?
I don't know, man. They fucking hate that guy. Fuck that guy. I don't know.
I guess so. Fuck
All
you
right.
guys too.
Go ahead.
Who wants to scale first? You guys want to scale first?
No, you go ahead.
How about you go?
Wait, Dark. So, are you gonna? Is this gonna be like an actual 2v1 or a 1.5v1?
Danny is gonna come in if I'm struggling, but I suggest
Okay, so
that you go
1.5
first.
v1. All right, that's fine. You want who to go first?
Doesn't matter.
You.
Just talk.
Dr. Gator can go first. I went first last time, I believe.
Okay. So, at the current point in the series, Sung is currently battling an entire race of multi-dimensional gods who create multiverses for fun. Like,
Is that an awkward pause, or are you cutting off? Because if you're cutting off,
I think you're just cut out.
All right.
Sorry.
Okay. Did you cut off or?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Your mic's coming through now.
I am saying that Sung Jin Woo, at the current point in the series of Solo Leveling Ragnarok, the sequel, is fighting an entire race of multi-dimensional gods who make multiverses for fun. Literally for fun. They do it to see mortals fight each other.
Is that it?
Well,
that's his first point.
That's my first point, yeah.
Okay.
So what evidence do you have that Archie Sonic is multiversal?
Wait, this is honor system where I can't bring his stuff into question.
No, you can question it.
You can question
we
it.
Stands
Oh,
to...
okay, then yeah. How are these beings multidimensional, or how are they gods that can create like multiverses? Mind you, I never read Ragnarok, so I'm genuinely asking.
Okay, so
Wait, Ragnarok? I thought it was Solo Leveling. That's what we were talking about.
the sequel series is called Solo Leveling Ragnarok. It's about his son.
Ragnarok.
Oh fucking hell! Y'all confused the shit out of me. I'm just gonna fucking do your thing. Do your thing.
At the end of the day, it's all solo leveling. That's all you need to know.
Yeah. So the first member of the species, which is called Iterin, the first one that we meet is called the Absolute Being. He made at the very least 2, possibly 3 different worlds. The Chaos world and the Human world, which are 2 separate universes. They are connected by gates, and there's a space in between them where the monarchs like to hang out. So, pretty easily multiversal right there.
Okay, can I see? So the thing is, like I'm trying to put this into question. I'm trying to ask him I'm trying to figure out how to put this into question without asking him for proof or for scans of this happening. That's usually how I debate. Like we debate with scans and shit. If I serve it, so like it's confusing. How to put this into question?
Just ask your question, and I'll see if I can provide the information that you're looking for. Like, I don't have actual scans of it, but I can tell you what it is.
Did he just leave?
He just disconnected. The fuck?
I guess invite him back when he's ready.
Do I invite him back up, Rouga?
I am by man. He has been invited. I don't know what happened.
Did he chicken out? What was happening?
I don't know. We're gonna find out. What the hell happened?
What happened there?
Yeah, my shit crashed.
Oh
shit.
Good.
Right now. Yeah, I don't know what's going on.
So yeah, look, guys, about the whole honor system. Let's touch on this before we continue. So about the whole honor system, you're allowed to question. We don't require scans because it slows all the debates down to a fucking halt. That's the only reason why we don't do it. Because we don't want people having hold up, I'm looking for it. I'm like, it's because it's boring. It's boring to watch. We want the debate to keep going on. But if someone says something, he still has to convince you of that thing. Like you would still have to and honestly, people in the comments in the chat, they're gonna fucking correct you anyway. So it's not like people could just outright lie. Like they're always corrected. But like if you say, oh, dude's multiversal, fucking Sir is allowed to say, okay, well, like how? And then you would have to say, okay, well, this is the thing that happened that made him multiversal. Like you're allowed to ask as many questions, and he has to convince you that it's like an actual thing. And you can ask as many questions until you're convinced. But yeah, we're not gonna have anybody stop and go get scans because everybody's just gonna sit here waiting for 5 minutes while people keep looking for scans, and it's boring. That's basically how it works.
Makes sense to me.
All right, cool.
So I play skeptic until he convinces me.
Pretty much.
Basically, that's what I do.
want to play. I don't even feel like playing skeptic.
You don't have to play skeptic. It's however you think you could do. You debate however you want to debate. Like if you want to ask the questions and have to, like if you just take his word for it, you can.
It's cool. I can do it. It's cool. Okay, so what was you saying about the guy again, right? You're saying that that Sung Jin Woo fights a race of multiversal beings that can it's just multiversal beings, right? That would
Yes.
scale into multiversal.
Yes. And he's fighting an entire war with them.
Okay, dude. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna give you that. Okay. I'm just give you. Let me get my art. Let me read my Archie Sonic skit. I believe that yeah, Blitz's fucking what's his face? What's his name?
Sung Jin Woo.
Woo. No, like that's a no duh. Speed is.
While I
Just like
will
Sung Jin Woo's.
concede that he's faster, probably just because he's Sonic. I don't. What evidence do you have that he immediately blitzes?
I'm trying to ask you first. What I'm trying to scale like his speed. I know Sonic's speed, and I don't know Sung Jin Woo's speed.
Okay. So speed is kind of weird because Sung has an ability where he can move faster, but we immediately know that he's faster than light immediately because there is a character in the first 30 chapters, 20 chapters where a character he literally shoots light and Sung Jin Woo outpaces the light his attacks. And
Well, not even just that. The entirety of Sung Jin Woo's shadow army resides in his shadow. So his shadow has the weight of, I believe the manga stated, like, I don't remember exactly the number, but the manga or the manhwa stated that it has the weight of all of his army's souls in his shadow. And that army has been shown to be able to defend him at a moment's notice, even if they're not actively summoned, because they just reach out from the shadows and grab whatever the attack is, or they stop whatever the attack was about to hit Sung Jin Woo.
yeah, one of the best examples is one time a couple of demons were coming after him, and the shadows literally just thrust their spears into the demons before they could even attack him.
Oh, you're saying that would give him like a sort of light speed. I'm sorry, guys, my phone's acting slow. You're saying that would give him some sort of light speed, right?
No,
he's
more so reactionary.
Oh my god.
He's definitely faster than light. That is a definite thing. But we know that monarchs and rulers, which are the gods of the universe, are beyond space and time. So theoretically, they could have what is it? Infinite speed, immeasurable speed. I get lost up in the definitions, but I think.
Wait a minute, I forgot. Wait, are they? You said they're beyond mid.
They are beyond space and time
You
because
said they're beyond like.
They are incarnations of darkness and light. The words used to describe them are when the absolute beings split light and darkness, the monarchs and rulers were born. So they are conceptual beings who are incarnations of different facets of light and dark. Like the second strongest monarch is basically the concept of destruction. So I don't know how fast they would really be, but considering that they're beyond space and time, I guess you can get to immeasurable, whatever that means.
But even without scaling, like without doing all of those weird, immeasurable, infinite,
gosh.
why all the different words exist, but even without doing that, Jin Woo has pretty much immediate reaction time. So the minute something's about to hit him, a shadow stops it, and that's just a passive ability. It's shadow armor, so it is stopped by his shadows.
Yes, because the shadows are automatically looking out to protect him at all times. Did my mic cut out?
No, you're good, Gator. It's C-Main's not good, doing well.
Hey, C-Man. All right.
No, I think his Discord broke again.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
C-Man, get your stuff fixed, and maybe you can come back and debate some more. But it sounds like all your shit's crashing and it's slowing down the stream. So yeah, come on back when you get all your stuff fixed. Darth Gator, since you're already up here, did you have a debate that you wanted in mind? Maybe we could pull somebody else up to debate you.
Oh yeah, I had this debate earlier for not light novel Jin Woo, but the anime version, but that only has 2 seasons. That's barely like city level. I was wondering if we could debate him with the Cult of the Lamb verse, because that sounds like a really interesting conversation to have.
Okay. I mean, I don't know anything about Jin Woo. We might start talking, and I might be like, oh yeah, no, he fucking whoops. he whoops, but I don't know. I guess. Yeah, sure, I don't mind.
In both sides.
Wait, what's up? Damn.
I could help out in either side for this.
Have you played?
You
have
could
you
be
played
impartial.
Have you played Cult of the Lamb?
I 100% did Cult of the Lamb, and
Oh.
I've read all the comics.
Comics? I think I'm like
everything.
1 or 2 issues behind. How many comic issues are out right now?
I don't know. Let me check.
I think I've read like 4 or 5. I don't
TL.
remember. It's been a couple months since I read, so I'm probably a couple behind. But
No.
But
How many?
the reason I thought this would be a really good conversation is because of all the soul shenanigans that happen in the verse.
yeah, you talking
Because-
about in Cult of the Lamb or in Solo Leveling?
In Cult of the Lamb. Because one of the Lamb's main powers is his soul fuckery. But Jin Woo's whole thing is being a necromancer and manipulating creatures' souls to become his army.
Okay.
So let's say that he spawns into like say Darkwood. Say he spawns in like the second after the Lamb is done with the crusade. All of those bodies that are just lying there, what if he turns all of them onto soldiers immediately, which is a character trait that he does have. He would immediately do that. And let's say he thinks that all of this is like a dungeon that he needs to kill the bosses in order to escape, because that's a part of this story. And he thinks that all of the bishops and the Lamb and the Render, they're all bosses. Let's say that he spawns into Darkwood immediately. Because of all the fighting that goes on in the verse, just normally, he would have immediately an uncountable number of new soldiers.
Sure. But how's he gonna kill the Lamb?
Well,
sorry,
the
Gator,
thing
go
is-
ahead.
So he doesn't have a way of permanently taking down the Lamb unless immediately after he beats the Lamb physically, he turns him into a soldier. Immediately.
Why would that work?
But-
How would that work? For one, you can't kill the Lamb because the Lamb is a god of death. He controls whether or not he dies. But also, if he does die, his body immediately teleports to wherever he wants it to go. It's not like he becomes a corpse that you could take over. But the Lamb has thousands of ways, hundreds of thousands of ways that he could kill Jin Woo. As far as I'm aware, he's not immune to regular forms of damage. So, I mean, he could turn him into
Actually,
shit.
he is.
He's immune to damage. Like, he cannot be damaged by the end of season 2.
Okay, well, he's not immune to damage, but he's immune to pretty much every kind of status effect there is. Like, you
Okay,
can't.
well, you'd have to
poison
name
him.
the status effects, because status effects aren't the same in every universe. Is he immune from getting banished to a hell dimension? Is he immune of getting turned into a spider? Is he immune of having his life force sucked out? Is he immune of being sealed? Is he like you'd have to go through the gambit, because the thing about the Lamb isn't that he's super overpowered. The thing about the Lamb is that he has so many different ways that he can kill people, and you would have to essentially be able to survive all of them, including just being, like, killed normally, just like stabbed, beheaded, all the normal ways. And as far as I'm aware, again, haven't seen season 2, have seen season 1, he can die all the normal ways that anybody could die. He might have some resistances to some magical abilities, sure, but the entire laundry list that the Lamb has, I doubt it.
See, this is.
I want to say that he completely dominates through sheer physical ability, but he really has no resistances to just being transmogged.
You already admitted that he can't actually kill the Lamb, so his physical domination isn't relevant. Also, another thing, the Lamb can freeze time. There's another one. I mean, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff that Sun Jin Woo would have to be able to do in order to overcome the Lamb. And you've already kind of sort of given up when you say that he can't actually permanently put him down. If the Lamb can't be permanently put down and Sun Jin Woo can, even if it's incredibly unlikely, that means the winner has to be the Lamb. It doesn't matter if it takes 1,000,000 years. It is inevitable that if the fight goes on long enough, Sun Jin Woo will die. If he's not capable of killing the Lamb.
That's only the case for. Yeah, you have kind of failed, Gator. That's only the case for anime Sung Jin Woo. And that's
yeah, but that's the one he's talking about. He's talking about that version.
I just wanted a fair debate, but now I have completely failed my first lesson in Rouga Rapids' first debate 101.
Debate 101. Debating 101. We get to see Darth Gator. Okay, let's what's his face? Sir says that he's fixed his shit, so let's have him come back up.
Okay, finally. I'm tired of getting cooked.
Alright, but honestly, Rouga, I want to keep going about Cult of the Lamb and Sung Jin Woo, because if I use... I don't even have to use, the Ragnarok version of him. I can just take him from, last or second last arc.
Yeah, I don't doubt it. I don't think... He's not... The thing about the Lamb is not that the Lamb is an undefeatable character. There's a lot of characters that could defeat the Lamb. People keep wanting me to put the Doomslayer up against the Lamb. That's stupid. The Doomslayer would kill him. But the thing that makes the Lamb good is, one, a vast assortment of hacksy abilities that characters would have to be immune or highly resistant to all of them, which is very unlikely. But also, he's a super low tier for the amount of hacks he has. He's a god who could do basically anything in terms of dark magic, who is at the absolute most mountain level, maybe? Most characters that have the amount of hacks that he has are multiversal gods. There aren't a lot of characters at such a low tier. So yeah, if you choose Sun Jin Woo, who, according to the conversation they were having earlier, is fucking creating and erasing multiverses and shit, yeah, he'll probably kill the Lamb. I mean...
No, I said, I can take him from a point where he'd be at about the same power level as the Lamb, and he would still probably win.
Fine, whatever, but...
Just ignore those hacks.
All right, that's fine. I mean, that's the conversation, but we could talk about that later. But Sir,
before this conversation is stalled, but before this conversation is ended, I just wanted to bring something up.
What?
Have you looked at the item descriptions for the Godly Axe and the Godly Hammer? Because if those are to be believed, you can really get the verse a bit higher.
Yeah, I've read it. I can't remember off the top of my head what it says. Remind me.
It says that the Godly Axe severed the lands of the old faith from the rest of the world. I don't know if that means it severed in one swing.
No, I don't.
Severed it from the continent.
I did not remember that. No, I don't remember that
at all.
And
in the Godly Hammer, it says that it shaped the lands of the old faith. So if you really want to take those to heart and...
Well, shaping the lands of the old faith would be at most, I don't know. We don't know how big the lands of the old faith are. So, I mean, at most country or continent at absolute most. But But even then, I don't even think that's like physical damage. That would possibly be like some sort of environmental, some sort of power over the environment, some sort of molecular manipulation is shaping. I don't know, geomancy of some kind.
One of the old gods.
It's unclear. But yeah, but it's also but that's another thing. It's also possible that the Lamb does. Well, no, because there was a war in the lands of the Old Faith before the events of the game took place, where all of the gods went to war with one another, and the 5 survivors were the 4 bishops and Narinder. So they are the strongest of those original gods, and then the Lamb beats all of them. So the Lamb's stronger than all of them. So you could say
I
that.
just wanted to bring that to the table.
No, that's good. That would I would have to think about it to see like how much that would put him up, or if it would put him up at all. Because you would still have the idea like, okay, it shaped the lands of the Old Faith, but how fast did it shape the lands of the Old Faith? You know, it severed. What does severing the lands of the Old Faith mean? Does it mean he like, is it a different universe, or did he like split the land in half and it just sort of drifted away from a larger continent? Like I'd say as of right now, I'd say it's too unclear to give it a legitimate placement. That's just based on that description.
I will say, Rouga, you underpowered the lands of the Old Faith a decent bit, even in your videos.
We could talk about that too. But look, we had G, whatever. We had I keep saying G because my thing. Sir C-Man. He want to say G-Man. I think that's what it is. I'm looking at his name and I want to say G-Man. Sir.
Right, and now.
I say G-Man. You can say G-Man.
Whatever.
Say G-Man.
Whatever. So, C-Man's back. So Darth, y'all wanted to continue what y'all were talking about? What were y'all talking about? Archie Sonic and Jin Woo?
Yeah.
All right.
Okay.
Go.
First, I was gonna say, can he like resist chaos control, right? If y'all know what that is, and then I was gonna get to some other scaling after that.
Ugh.
Okay, so monarchs are pretty much unaffected by time fuckery. They're pretty much unaffected by that. Because
that's all I need to know.
They were revived
Wait, hold on. Actually, if
by
you got
time
proof,
fuckery, but they weren't like mentally affected.
Wait. So you're saying they weren't mentally affected by time fuckery? So how were they affected by time fuckery?
Okay, so Sung killed all of the monarchs, beat them all up, fucking slaughtered them. It was brutal. Then he told the rulers to rewind time 10 years, which took them back 10 years. But the monarchs, they were still aware of everything that happened. It's sort of like how Rouga describes the demons from Doom. They're sort of acausal beings.
Oh, I know what you mean.
They will exist at that point in time no matter what. They are fixed events.
Yes.
That's a bet. Cool. So, let me get into my scaling now. Did you guys know that Archie Sonic is also like a multiverse?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I knew that. It's like an infinite multiverse, isn't it?
Right, it is. So the thing is, if Archie Sonic was able, I think he scales above his universe because he was able to reset it. He was able to reset his own multiverse, right? So when it comes to AP and shit, I think that Jin Woo and Archie Sonic could probably equal, or Archie Sonic scales above if he can just basically reset the universe. I don't know if Jin Woo was at counter or hacks against that.
He actually does.
Okay. What's up?
So, Jin Woo rules over what's called the Land of Eternal Sleep. It has a lot of different names, but it's basically the afterlife for everything that dies in the soul leveling universe. He has absolute omnipotent control. It's literal. They use that word specifically, omnipotent. He has absolute, complete control over that. He is God in that space. And the thing is, he has the ability to bring part of that world into the real one. So
how can he do that?
It's a move called Monarch's Domain. It's typically used to make his shadows stronger because his shadows are connected to the world of eternal slumber. But he can use it to manipulate reality any way he wants within that space. So theoretically, if he were to touch Sonic and keep him in that space for long enough, he could theoretically just erase him from existence, and there would be pretty much nothing Sonic could do.
think he's touching
Single
Sonic
main
again. Like, so
specimen.
you could get Sonic to have immeasurable speed. I'm pretty sure in one instance, like him and Knuckles were boxing in like they were boxing the no zone. I remember, and the no zone is stated to be like a place in between the Archie Sonic universes and zones, and it has no time. So that would give them what either irrelevant or immeasurable speed off that.
Okay,
So
no. See, fighting in a place with no time and fighting in a place with stopped time are very, very different. Fighting in a place with no time just means that you aren't aging, your body isn't doing all its mechanical processes, you aren't actively going through the cell reproduction and cell death that happens on a molecular scale. In no time, anybody can move. If there was no time around me, I would still be able to move. I would just not get older. But that doesn't necessarily make me some speed god. That's just there's no time around me, so like I can't fucking age. Like stopped time means that you are going faster than somehow the speed of time, which you know what? That's a really hard one to quantify in my brain, but that's how that would go.
if he's fat, then that's irrelevant. If you're faster than time itself, then you would be irrelevant speed.
I don't want to butt into y'all's argument. I'm not going to, but I'll say this right now. If y'all want to do this as the next debate after this one's over, I believe that dimensional tiering is bullshit. I believe that infinite speed is bullshit. I believe that what he just said is bullshit. That you're moving faster than time. I think that all of these are made up by scalars and they're not quantifiable in any fictional universe. I think they just made that shit up. That's a scaling thing. That's not a storytelling thing. You would struggle to find stories where that is actually the way that it's written.
Wait,
Oh
so
my
you
God, I love Rouga, bro.
what T-Main responded to what I said is bullshit.
Yeah. No, well, no. I'm saying. I've seen people in the chat doing it all night, and I've seen a couple people in here, and I haven't said anything about dimensional tiering. I think dimensional tiering is absolute horseshit.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's crap. It doesn't. It's not an existing thing. They claim to say that it has something to do with like dimensionality, which is an actual scientific theory, but it has nothing to do with the actual scientific theory. They just changed all the fucking rules, and it doesn't work in any way near how the scientific theory works. But then they justify their ridiculous claims by saying, no, it is real because of dimensionality and actual science, but they're not linked in any way. Anyway, I've seen a lot of people in the comments talk about it, and I've seen some people up here. So if anyone wants to debate me on that, I will go 1v10 against as many people who think that shit's not bull, and I will. Yeah, no.
It'd be a 2v10 because I agree with Rouga.
But anyway, sorry, I didn't want to do it, but I just keep hearing it, and I haven't said anything, but I'm like, I gotta say something. This is.
Yeah.
I have actually
fucking
done
Rouga.
extensive research into scientific dimensionality, and I do agree that scaling definitions for dimensionality is bullshit.
It's bullshit.
I do agree with that.
It's all bullshit.
Anyway,
But then again, in terms of science, we don't really have raw definitions for any dimensions above 4 or higher. So it's acceptable, but it's also not. You get what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I get you. Anyway, go ahead.
Anyway,
Continue with
let's
y'all's
get back to
debate.
the
I didn't want to derail y'all's debate. I just.
yeah. So going back to what we were actually talking about, C-Main, let's just jump right into the meat of this. What's your win con? How does Archie get Jin Woo either into the ground, sealed away, which he can't really do, or just to not be a threat anymore? What's the win con?
To not be a threat anymore. Okay, let's see. So what are you saying? So can he not die? Can bro not die?
No, he's Master of Death by the point in Ragnarok. Actually, by the end of his own series, he's the Master of Death, and exists outside of time.
Okay, I think I can get an immortal Sonic. Yeah, I can. Do y'all know? Do y'all know when people get roboticized, like in Archie comics? That's basically a death.
Yeah, they're called badniks, aren't they?
Yeah, that when you get roboticized, you're done for. You're not yourself no more. It can't be reversed under normal circumstances. Under normal circumstances, it can't be reversed. Right. So you're dead. Sonic was able to come back from this because he was when he got roboticized, he basically was in another plane of existence. He was in like some sort of limbo. After I can get the scan for this too, right? After he collected like 1 billion or a million rings, I forgot which one, he was able to come back to the main reality. Y'all wanna? I have the picture for this right now.
No,
but
we
unless you
we,
want
we
to.
don't we don't need to see it.
Okay.
But Sonic being immortal still doesn't get you to your end con. Like, what is the end con here? Because it's
I'm saying
either
what would be his either if Sonic can't die and Bro can't die, Sun Jin Woo can't die, then it would be a stalemate.
okay, but Sonic loses those 1 million rings. He'd have to go and collect a million more, or a billion, whichever it is. He'd have to go collect those rings again to be able to do that again.
Okay, so let's see what else does Sonic have? You said what did you scale his speed again? Why'd y'all scale Sun Jin Woo's speed again?
He has immediate reaction time. So if anything gets close enough to harm him, it's blocked. Essentially,
And
he is untouchable.
and space
Okay.
and time beyond whatever that means. I don't know how to do that, but
Can he
whatever.
react to teleportation?
Yes, he has.
Yes. Okay. Can he react to himself being teleported?
Yes.
What do you mean? Can he like resist it, or like if he's teleported, like he like reacts?
He teleports, he can teleport back. Anywhere
Like
there's a
if you
shadow, he can go.
you said what?
Anywhere there's a shadow, he can go.
He
So
literally
he can,
is the concept of death and darkness. So he's basically like if Jackie Estacado was just more emo.
Okay, that's a bet. I
which is
think I have an
pretty
idea.
impressive.
I think I have a BFR idea. Do y'all know how rings work in the Archie Sonic comics? Like if you throw a ring, it goes into like a different world or a different portal.
Yeah, it's a portal, right?
Okay, yeah. So what if Sonic uses Chaos Control to teleport Sun Jin Woo into said portal, closes the ring, BFR?
Sung Jin Woo has dimensional travel.
He can just teleport back.
Well, that, but he also has dimensional travel. We've seen him hop between dimensions before.
Yeah, but doesn't that take a while? I forget.
Yeah. Yeah,
It's a
how would that
channeling thing, but he can do it on command. Like, it takes him X amount of time, but he can do it anytime he wants.
Oh no, wait, that was Bear. Sorry.
It's still a channeling thing. Like, he has dimensional travel. At the end of the day, if Sonic throws him into another dimension, he will come back. It might take him a couple days. It might take him 3 years, depending on the way time works between the dimensions.
He's
But
still immortal,
he
so
can
it won't
come
matter.
back.
Okay, I'm thinking. Oh, BFR. What are shadows? Not shadows. I'm thinking the act Shadow the Hedgehog. What are Sun Jin Woo's win cons? What are his other?
Well, he could use the Monarch's domain to warp Sonic's reality, to erase him from existence, do whatever he wants because he's God in that space, or more than God. He'd be God. Anyway, he could also just kill him. He's erased concepts before.
We both said that he was immortal. That how is because I explained Sonic's immortality. How is he immortal? You said he's the master of death.
Yeah, so basically, like Rouga was saying about the lamb being the god of death and can't actually die, by the end of Sung Jin Woo's main series, he has become the monarch of shadows, which has complete control over the domain of death. So if you kill him, he's just back to life. Essentially, he has infinite health. Like, you can kill him, but he's gonna come back in 5 seconds and come beat your ass again.
Fine. Let me get the fate manipulation scan for Sonic, bro.
Ooh, fate manipulation. This will
Do
be
you
fun.
you guys know who Monolith Mongol is?
Enlighten us.
Okay, so basically, Monolith Mongol was a villain in the Archie Sonic comics, right? He became a god twice, and both times he lost to guess who? Our pal Sonic. Mongol is immortal, by the way. Like I said, anything you question me on, I do have scans for it. So, Mongol.
Oh wait, I remember seeing this frame. Mongol. I remember Mongol saying that he will win against Sonic because Sonic will eventually die of old age. So technically, Sonic can die, can he?
Was that pre Genesis Wave or post Genesis Wave?
I do not know what you mean by that, but I just know that that was a thing that was said, and either that contradicts your argument or it doesn't.
I'm thinking. You're talking about. I'm talking. Yeah, he waits till. Okay, yeah, he would still be able to collect the rings. I'm pretty sure. I don't think that would stop him. I don't think that would stop bro from collecting rings. I
But
don't see yet if he waited for Sonic to die of old age. Sure, right? But that now we're getting to Mongol versus Sonic again. The reason I was gonna bring that scan up again is that Mongol literally can't beat Sonic due to Sonic being a force known as Chaos, right? Chaos is a force in the Archie Sonic comics in which it's Chaos itself. It is the concept of chaos that bends to Sonic's will.
Sung Jin Woo has beaten the concept of destruction, the concept of plagues, the concept of transmogrification, the concept of monsters, wasn't it? Concept of the beginning, concept of a bunch of other shit. But
not
he
to
beat up.
mention the fact Sung Jin Woo has essentially made himself a fixed event. So even when, and again, this is pulling from his first series, not even Ragnarok, even when the other monarchs tried to reset the world so Sung Jin Woo wouldn't gain the powers of the Shadow Monarch, Sung Jin Woo still had the powers of the Shadow Monarch. He became the new Shadow Monarch, and once the monarchs reset it, he was still the Shadow Monarch. So he still had all of the powers that he had accrued over his last life, and then was able to go and get even more powerful by doing his second life basically like a regressor, but instead of going back to 0, he started New Game Plus.
Yeah, like I said,
Okay,
monarchs are acausal beings. They are unaffected by time shenanigans.
Okay, so let's see. So time won't work against him. Both these niggas can't die. Essentially.
Well, no,
I'm
I
trying to.
I already said about the Sonic immortality. Like you said, Sonic only became immortal once he collected a fixed number of rings. Sonic loses those rings when he dies. Those rings act as an extra life, basically. So he would not be immortal for all time. He would just have to get his ass kicked. I don't know.
But the thing is, he's going to spawn back in that realm. He's going to spawn back into that warped reality that I was talking about earlier. Collect those
Okay,
rings.
describe
come
that
back.
alternate reality again. Describe
That
that
virtual
again.
reality, this is why I use scans. Let me here. I might as well get it since it's becoming relevant. Here, where's the resurrection shit? But yeah, it's basically like a digital realm. Like, have y'all played Sonic Frontiers?
Yeah, I've
So,
played it.
are you sure
Okay.
this isn't what just like a consciousness suppression thing? Are you sure that's not what it is? Are you sure?
No, I'm sure. I'm sure. Here, let me. Yeah, one rings brings him back to reality. Yeah, I'm about to put it in the VC shit, the debate night, the debate night shit.
Oh,
Did not save.
Y'all good?
But yeah, think of the
Working.
reality like null space. Think of it like y'all know what null space is from Frontiers, right? It states
Yeah,
it's like an infinite prison, or not infinite, or cyberspace.
okay.
That's based.
But if Sonic spawns in there, do the rings also respawn with him? Or would he have to keep venturing out farther and farther every time to get those
There
million
are
rings?
there are automatically rings in said space, right? So, say he dies, there's gonna be rings in the space. If he dies again, there's still gonna be more rings in said space. Like that cyberspace is never gonna run out of rings. It's good.
Okay, So far, what you've said is that this is an infinite fight where Sonic just has to keep coming back, and Jin Woo just can't die.
Well,
So
it's Sonic keeps coming back and Sung Jin Woo snaps his fingers every time and Sonic is dead again. Like literally it ends up being either Sung Jin Woo just attaches a shadow to Sonic and then as soon as that guy comes back, the shadow would inform him and he'd teleport to it. And then Sonic would be gone because he would have been killed in that null space without all the rings. Or
Rebellion just spawns in, snaps his neck immediately.
exactly. Like it would just end up being Sung Jin Woo is not an idiot character. He's actually shown to be extremely cold and calculating. So if Sonic were to keep coming back, eventually Sung Jin Woo would go, all right, let's figure out where the hell this guy's coming from. And he has the means to figure that out and to get there. So what's stopping him from just outright killing Sonic in that null space?
To get to the null space, like what how would be able to get to the null space? How would Sun Jin Woo even know where that null space is?
Because he can automatically track wherever his shadows are. Sung has the ability to implant one of his shadow soldiers in another person's shadow. He automatically knows where that shadow soldier is at any given time, and he can immediately use teleportation to get where that shadow is.
Including across dimensions.
Yes, so he would immediately teleport back to null space or whatever, and just snap Sonic's neck. Boom, the fight's over. Do you have a counter to that?
Yes, I do actually. The Chaos Emeralds have reality warping. Right, I'm gonna show that now. Finally, I found that shit. Like it's not like how Sun Jin Woo's reality warping works, where he has to pull a space outside of himself, outside of his shadows, to control that space. Sonic has legit, he can warp his reality, like without like pulling. He needs the Chaos Emerald or a Chaos Emerald, but he can still warp reality in general. I put in the dojo. I put the picture of the Chaos Emeralds in the dojo.
Mm-hmm. Again, we don't need to see those. Like, but again, that's a matter of like, how is Sonic going to go find that Chaos Emerald? Those Chaos Emeralds are scattered all across Sonic's multiverse, are they not?
He can find. He's fast enough to scatter them to get them across the multiverse.
He is, but like,
but fast enough to get there before Sung Jin Woo finds him and beats him up again.
Yeah.
Or even if he comes after Sung Jin Woo with the reality warping, this basically just becomes an argument of domain expansion from JJK, whose reality warping is more powerful at that point. But
Then probably
even
Sonic's.
so, but even so, even if Sonic were to change the entire reality around Sung Jin Woo, he's an acausal being. He himself cannot be changed. So you can't just erase him. Sonic isn't even shown to have any form of erasure existence. But
Yes,
even if
he
he
can
did,
reset the universe.
okay, but he resets his own universe. Sung Jin Woo, like we've already stated, is acausal. You reset the universe, he's still there. It's like if you reset the universe on the Doomslayer. You just turn off a switch and turn it back on. Doomslayer's still there. Like, these are fixed events in their own canonicities. So these things cannot be changed. Sung Jin Woo is there whether you reset it or not because he is the Shadow Monarch, like it or not. He is death now. He has become the destroyer of worlds. That's actually
Unless you
a quote to use in the English dub.
unless you somehow use some sort of reality warping relic or whatever in Sonic's universe, unless you somehow find a way to take away the powers of the Shadow Monarch from Sung Jin Woo, he will always come back. This is
I'd have to use Game Sonic for that, but nah.
so
You can
based
use
on how far
Sonic,
this
but he still loses.
based on how
Comp
this
Sonic?
conversation is going,
You're saying Comp Sonic's you're saying Comp Sonic like against Sun Jin Woo. You're letting me use everything for Sonic.
He still loses, so sure, go the fuck ahead.
Sure.
aside
Okay.
from that one thing which I think you're going to use, and I know what that one thing is.
What one thing do you think I'm about to use?
How he became the author of his own story for one issue, which is
I wasn't even gonna pull that, but thank you for reminding me though.
I mean, Popeye's punched his
I
own
made a
creator in the face and just turned the creation back on. It doesn't necessarily mean he can win in an infinite fight, but Toon Force, I mean, it's strong. I'll give you that. Toon Force wins against most things.
Well, y'all
But
arguing for? I wasn't even gonna use that.
Okay.
becoming the
Sorry I
author of
brought
his
it
own
up.
story,
Sorry.
Sonic doesn't give himself super busted abilities, and he's only the author for a set amount of time. So he doesn't just become the author whenever he wants.
He's only an author until the authors come back.
Exactly.
Okay.
You know
Do
what?
you
How about we
think
get to what he was actually going to use?
that Sun Jin Woo would survive against like any more immortality negation?
Say what?
You think Sun Jin Woo would like survive against immortality negation?
Yes.
Considering that there are characters who have immortality negation in the series, and he's capable of taking attacks from them, which are clearly designed to disrupt his immortality. Yes, I'd say he has an immunity to that.
Okay. All right, let's see what else does a comp Sonic have? Conceptual. If you want to say that the Chaos Force is a conceptual concept, sure.
He is the
Which it-
concept of death and darkness. So yeah.
Okay, so does Sonic have subjective reality? Can I argue subjective reality for Sonic? Do y'all know what that is?
What is subjective reality? What is that?
He can pick his reality. Like it's basically like stronger, like crazier reality warping. Like on a sub. I don't know how to explain it. Subjective reality.
A causal being. You can pick as many realities as you want. Sung Jin Woo is a fixed constant.
It wouldn't matter. He would like subjective reality is exactly that. Sonic could just if Sonic has subjective reality, I don't think he does. But if Sonic has subjective reality, he just pick a reality, whereas
That's
Sunjin wasn't a causal.
That's just an argument of which is more powerful, subjective reality or being inevitable. Like it's
I'm
unstoppable
not arguing
force,
for subjective
immovable
reality though.
object.
You don't gotta worry about that.
Ruga, I want you in on this one. Would Doomslayer be overcome by subjective reality?
He would have to explain what the subjective reality is and how it works in his story.
Let's say some guy comes in and says, "Hey, I choose a
Let
reality."
me
in
look
which
up the actual
Doomslayer
Google
doesn't
definition
exist."
real quick because I don't want to sound like a dumbass. So I'm about to look up
Well, the Google definition doesn't entirely matter. You would have to say like what exactly that character does, how does he use it, because anybody could say anything and give anything any kind of bullshit definition they want to.
Say y'all walk from
like what
y'all
did
walk
Sonic
from
do?
Bleach.
Subjective reality is a person's perspective, which they're based on their beliefs, emotion, which subjective reality is based on facts. Okay, so yeah, subjective reality, basically you pick what reality you want.
Okay.
So that would count as a form of reality warping, which we've already said Sung as a monarch is immune to.
Like you can pick what reality you want to live in. I could technically give myself a subjective reality right now where I think I'm being blown by every member of Playboy. It doesn't make it true.
There's dudes in there too, by the way.
I said what I said, Ruga. I fucking said what I said.
Danny is gay, confirmed.
Oh no, he's not gay. He's just bi.
Fair enough. Anyway,
Dan is poly and proud. Fuck you all.
Okay, but we're running into the same argument. So far,
Okay, how about
what we've
this?
come to is an
I know
eternal
what you mean.
flux.
We're going circular. I know what you mean.
What
if I argue? What if I argue logical impossibility?
What do you mean by logical impossibility?
If basically what you said, I can kill a character that's immortal. That a logical impossibility is my character can cause something that logically cannot happen to happen.
So can Sung. He can kill immortal characters, which, by that definition, would be logic defying.
Ooh, damn. If you interpret a lot of shit in some ways, you can really get a lot of stuff. Hold up. Let me see something.
I'm learning, people. I'm learning.
You are. Okay, yeah, I have something from the author from Archie Sonic shit that gives him like this is here. Let me see. So to go into super forms in rows of colored version 7. 51. Pretty much dropped to 51 the cast numbers, however. One more powerful than but prefer. They each have infinite power, and infinite plus infinity is infinity. There's nothing gained. We already have everything. Yes, big deal to make out of the. It's a big deal. Dimitri Energetic having power of 11 Chaos Emeralds, and Master Mongol having power later. The numbers stretch lose their meaning after. Mongol is first to use the Chaos Emerald. That triple threat. Huh. Okay, yes. So basically, yeah. So basically, Sonic has the power to add infinity plus infinity. Oh, this is crazy. Her. I'm also about to put this in the dojo for more arguments of like Sonic, like being logic defining, right? Because not only was he able to what was I argue? What was I argue? The Chaos Emeralds themselves are a logical impossibility by him combining an infinity plus infinity and surpassing that infinity. I'm about to get this shit for that.
You combine two infinities, it's still infinity. You add it +1 to infinity, it's still infinity.
No, I'm saying it's a logical impossibility because Sonic scales above that.
That's like adding a universe on top to a universe. Like it, considering that we're dealing with multiversal characters, I don't think that really means much.
All right, guys. Everybody's begging that we move on. So
Yeah,
Okay.
I see that. That's why I told you to start.
yeah. I figured.
So far we've come to infinite stalemate where unstoppable force removal.
Doesn't matter what
Can
you
we
came
agree
to.
on
We're
that?
moving on.
That's a bit. I have fun, guys.
Later.
All right. See you, man. See you, Darth.
See you, man.
Hope to see you all around again. All right, let's see. Look, Archie Sonic is broken, but he cannot fight fate nor things. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. Yeah. Let's get some other people in here.
I mean, that was fun for a while.
No, it kills the conversation whenever somebody's like, "Well, hold up, let me go on Google," and everyone sit around. That's why I was saying, like, know the character, you know.
Yeah.
It's yeah. If you don't have anything, take your fucking loss like a man. If you don't know the character good enough, don't go looking, Googling shit and trying to.
I wasn't looking for anything for Sung Jin Woo. I was just bringing up feats, and there was
no
no answer.
Well, no, I wasn't
to
talking about. I wasn't talking about you. I think C-Man was like stopped and was like looking for different things because I think he was in a corner. He couldn't win. I don't think he could dig himself out of it. So he was trying, like he said, is like, oh, subjective reality. Oh, I'm not even sure if Sonic has subjective reality, but let me try and like see if I can find like. It's like really like if you don't know, then you can't argue it. Sorry, it just is what it is. Okay, so there were some arguments in the chat. Some people wanted to do. Rouga, you've been challenged by Omega Zerg. I have. It was. I'll be honest. I've been avoiding this because I really. I'm just sick of talking about Helldivers. Like it's been like all 3 streams I've talked about Helldivers, so I'm trying to not.
Didn't we manage to skip it last week? I'm pretty
No,
sure we did.
No, the first conversation was a Helldivers conversation.
One, and then we didn't do it at all.
Yeah, and then people kept saying it after that, and I'm like, no, we'll come back to it later, and then we just never came back to it. But yeah, three weeks in a row we've done the debate streams, and 3 weeks in a row I've had at least one Helldivers debate. And I'm just getting tired of talking about Helldivers.
Ruga's been sick of Helldivers for a while, leader. Like, why do you think we haven't gotten many Helldivers videos? And the ones we do get, Rouga even comments on them in a meta way to say, "Hey guys, my bills are due. It's time for Helldivers."
Yeah, well, okay. It's not that I'm necessarily sick of Hell. Well, you'll notice the Helldivers videos are getting shorter too. Like I think the last Helldivers video I did was like 26 minutes. My videos are almost never less than 30 minutes. If they're less than 30 minutes, you could basically guarantee I didn't have a whole lot to say and I didn't really care that much about it. Not always. Actually, some of my favorite videos are the short ones, like the presidential election one and the Office Space video. I love those videos, and those I don't think those are even 20 minutes. But
no, but they also didn't do great on your channel. But
no.
I mean, they were fun. They were fun.
No,
for sure.
Short videos don't do well on my channel. Anyway, it doesn't matter. All right. So I feel Omega Zerg's been asked for a while, but I really don't feel like it. I don't want to force myself to do it.
Omega Zerg says StarCraft 2 versus Star Wars.
Yeah, if somebody else wants to come up and debate Star Wars or StarCraft 2, because I don't know Star Wars like that. I know certain parts of Star Wars. I don't. If anyone knows really knows Star Wars, wants to come up and do a StarCraft versus Star Wars, yeah, that'd be cool.
Okay, so we have Omega Zerg and D-Boy who are saying for StarCraft.
Okay, that's 2 for StarCraft.
I can do Star Wars. I know the expanded Legends.
Anybody else? So I'm Oryx. The Taken. Oryx the Taken. Make sure your mic and shit works, by the way, guys. And then D-Boy was the other one?
Yeah.
Okay, and anybody want to support Star Wars? We need a Star Wars guy here.
Am I just doing a 1v2?
Star Wars. I mean, hey,
I mean,
possibly.
it can be a 1v1 if you want. I don't
No,
mind.
I'm fine with it being a 1v2. I'll take you both on.
We'll give it a couple seconds, see if anybody else comes in and says that they want to debate.
I mean,
Star Wars.
Seems like Brit.
Saint
says
Dane.
he can do
You
Star
don't have to know StarCraft. You just have to know one side. Who are you? We'll bring you up.
Yeah,
Just-
if you know
it's
Star
really
Wars,
easy. He's Dane.
yeah.
Who is he? Who's Saint Dane?
Saint Dane is Saint Dane. It's the same name in the Discord.
Oh, it's just there's no
just no space.
no
Oh,
space.
fuck. I hate StarCraft.
God damn it! It's not letting me. It's so annoying.
I
like-
got him, Rouga.
The fucking button doesn't work for some reason sometimes.
I got
It's
him.
aggravating.
All right, mic check for Oryx and Saint Dane.
Yippee!
Mic
Saint
check.
Dane, mic
Hello.
check.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Alright.
my speakers fucked up a little bit. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, no,
Yep.
you sound fine.
Yeah, good.
Oh, cool.
All right, you guys go ahead.
Oryx, you only
Alright.
made like a little.
So are we doing
Reaver, you know,
what is it? Verse versus verse, or is it like Empire versus humans or Zerg, or what
Oh.
would you play?
So
I mean,
See,
he's
the-
the one who brought it up, so.
yeah, no. So I would say probably for Star Wars, see the thing is that with StarCraft, I'd have to do it faction by faction, just because each faction works much more differently, and I don't want to do like the big ol' alliance thing they did at the very end, since I think that'd be a little unfair. Since I don't think, unless you want to say that just all the factions from Star Wars come together and do a big old battle royale against all the factions of StarCraft.
I mean, that wouldn't happen.
yeah, that's the
Yeah,
point.
that'd be unlikely.
Yeah,
No,
that's
Yeah,
kind
no.
of the point.
It's impossible.
Yeah, no, unless you are literally bridging all of the Star Wars factions together from across time, I don't think
I
it'd be
think-
possible, and that's just more of
think
the reason
only-
why.
I'm thinking
I think
who
the
would
only
be a
way-
good who'd be a good folly to the Terran Republic? Not the would it be CIS? I don't know.
I mean, the CIS would be an interesting one.
Yeah.
Just
So
switch
we
things
could-
off the
CIS
Empire.
versus
I think
Terran?
I see three. I could see three matchups. You could do the Empire versus the Terran Dominion, and just the Terran Dominion, by the way. Because when I'm talking about StarCraft, I'm not going to include any of the what's it called, sub factions that they have, like the Mobius Corps or anything like that.
Oh yeah, stuff like that. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
so-
Mobius Corps is basically just Amon's
It's a-
slave state
Yeah,
anyway.
it's its
so.
own thing, but I
Yeah.
don't want to bring it up because the Dominion did work with Mobius Corp for a very long time.
Yeah, but like Mobius
Okay.
Corps is basically just Terran,
Yeah.
but
It,
more
it's Terran,
sciencey,
but a
I
little
guess.
bit
I
more,
don't know.
yeah, it's Terran, but a little bit more advanced. But in any case, I could see the Terran Dominion versus the Empire.
Alright.
You could
Maybe
do-
the Zerg versus the Yuzhong Vong.
yeah,
Wow.
Zerg versus Yuzong Vong.
That's the-
and
That's the thing. I don't know a whole lot of Legends. I'm great with canon shit. Put me with canon any day. Legends, I know, is batshit crazy.
yeah,
I unfortunately have not gotten as much into that. Like that whole. I
Oh.
remember earlier someone mentioned like, oh, Luke could hold a black hole. He fought a Force Death God or something. I'm like, yeah, that's Legends. I don't know any of that.
Also,
yeah, no.
so those things are bullcrap and did not happen the way that person was saying if they said it that way.
I was about to say,
Luke-
yeah, no, they took it out of context as well. Exactly.
Yeah, Luke did not fight a Force Death God and win. Luke did not hold a black hole open. No, just no. But
Exactly. Exactly.
Wait,
yeah.
didn't he like throw a black hole at somebody
Legends.
though?
Somebody
I-
mentioned
I'm
that
going
they
from my
moved something
Legends.
along that level, but yeah, again, that's Legend
There's
stuff. I don't.
there's a feat I believe where someone moved a black hole, but that's just it. They moved it. But even then,
Yeah.
I don't know where the feat exactly is, so it's not if it's like they moved like a tiny singularity a little
I
bit or
would
something.
say that sounds something that like Nihilus would be capable of doing, but again, that's like ancient Sith,
Yeah, it's ancient
nearly a
Sith.
demigod. So like that's not
Honestly,
I don't know
Nihilus,
how that would happen.
Nihilus isn't even that powerful when you compare him to the Sith Lords.
Some of the other ones, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
But
I think a
anyways, do we have
final
any like
matchup would be. I don't want to include the Protoss for the very specific reason of I don't really think anything in the Star Wars universe besides the Jedi could really compete to them, but the Jedi are one organization that aren't really that
Yeah.
big.
Well, if we're talking like pre-Republic, like old Republic stuff.
Old Republic, they stand a much better chance, I do agree, because Old Republic does the Jedi were very powerful in Old Republic, but I
honestly, I
just
don't
don't think
think
they
it's
have the
gonna come
numbers
down
for
to
it.
a I don't think it's gonna come down to like a fight between like the Jedi and the Protoss, really.
Yeah.
If because so wait, were you talking as in like the Jedi as a faction versus the Protoss? Because if that's the case, then
Yeah,
the Jedi get absolutely
they get
stomped
stomped.
through
That's the
sheer
Well, at
weight
that
of
point.
point,
numbers.
Jedi are like
'Cause
the singular, little sect.
the
in
Jedi
that.
are the only people who could realistically in the StarCraft universe be able to stand up to the Protoss because while the Terran Dominion have been shown to beat the Protoss, it's usually whenever they are in small expedition fleets or whenever they just have simply overwhelming numbers against the Protoss.
Yeah, overwhelming numbers
Yeah.
and firepower,
Y-
catching them off guard,
You
stuff
know,
like that.
because
Yeah,
a
like
single
if
Protoss carrier in the lore, like in the game itself, it's displayed as being like a very slow, shoots out, fighter craft to fight its foes. But in the
So,
lore,
guys,
carriers have like
sorry for interrupting, but I was curious, so I looked up that black hole feat. So that's actually not
Yeah.
what happened. He did not move a black hole. He didn't even grab a black hole. What he did was he moved a device called the Delvin Basal, which was in a ship, and it creates tiny black holes to propel the ships forward. He grabs that device and he moves it, and he passes out from it. He does not actually move or in any way
How
affect
big is
the
the
black hole
device?
itself.
I told you it was fucking bullshit.
It fits
Yeah,
inside.
no,
It
it's
fits
all
inside of a.
kinda
Sh-
bullshit.
it fits inside of a Star Cruiser. So.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
And the black hole and the black hole
like,
and the black hole itself that it generates is like so small that it's inside the ship to help propel the ship forward. Like it's not. It doesn't.
One brought up an interesting point was the Nova Corps
radio.
or the special forces that the Dominion have. I'm actually going to say that we're not going to include that mainly because the special forces don't really have that much lore on them, and
What do you
that's
mean, like the
particularly.
ghosts?
No.
Or
Like
like
Nova
Nova?
has her. Yeah, Nova
Oh,
has her
Nova.
own little special
Yeah.
forces. Yeah, no. The issue with that
Well,
is
I
there's
mean,
not that much
honestly,
lore on her. Well, there's a bunch of lore on her specifically, just not her actual organization because it's only in one campaign, which
yeah, like the only thing we know about her forces is just they're like better versions, but more expensive.
they're just better. Literally, that's basically it. That's all we know about them. They have some
Yeah.
unique upgrades, but that's it.
That's about it.
But
So
with that being said, let's actually probably get into the actual debate itself, since we
Okay,
mostly
so
just
we're
been
thinking
debating.
like Empire versus the Federation or whatever. What was it called again? Sorry.
or Terran Dominion.
Yeah, Terran
Terran.
Dominion.
Sorry, Terran. Jesus.
Yeah,
So
you're
wait,
good.
Honestly, I'm so
or-
bored of the Empire. We do the Empire every time.
We do use the
we could
Empire
do
every
the
time.
Repu-
What would be
we
a
could do
good
the-
one for that?
We
That
could
is
do
an
the
Empire.
Republic.
earlier
We
you
could do
said
the
like
Republic
CIS, right?
or yeah, CIS or
Yeah.
Republic.
Let's do the CIS just because droids are fun.
Droids are
Yeah.
fun. I like the CIS a lot
I
personally.
love the CIS. They
And
are
also,
personally my
Legend
favorite
CIS
faction.
Legend CIS is a lot stronger than what we see in the movies.
Oh
So
yeah, no.
I do know a little bit about CIS Legends only because I dabbled in it because again, droids, I love them.
yeah, droids are
I
great.
love droids. They're great.
I
So,
know. So, like, let's say again, Star Wars. So let's just first assume first things first, space battles. How are we thinking that's gonna go? I think they may like dogfighter level. I'm pretty sure CIS may have them beat because vulture droids, based on what they've told us, They were faster than the average pilot, able to withstand more G-force, which I know makes no sense in space, but whatever. Able to pull off more complex maneuvers. They were able to communicate telepathically, or well, not telepathically, but together with other droids and coordinate perfectly to pull off maneuvers and such that most other human pilots wouldn't be able to do. And again, also they were cheaper, so there was always more of them in the airspace than there were of more than regular human man pilots.
Yeah, well, it's not like the Terrans aren't used to being outnumbered like
That's fair.
100 to 1.
That
I
is
would
true.
say
Fighting
that,
Zergs and such.
Yeah, no. The Vulture droids would actually probably prove to be a bit of an issue for the Terran Dominion in terms of, or at least the fighter droids that they usually tend to,
So yeah,
use.
no, the tri-droids and stuff, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like
no, because
interceptors.
specifically because the Terran Dominion does use tech that is what some would quote is a little bit lesser when it comes to their fighter craft. But ironically enough, the Vikings in particular. So Vikings in particular, because they are spacecraft, or at least they can be used as spacecraft. They usually tend to use other stuff for it, though. They tend to use a lot of missiles, which in Star Wars we don't actually. At least in my opinion, for canon, I don't know about Legends. I don't really know what they state about it in Legends, but they tend to use a lot of anti-fighter craft missiles, especially Vikings, because that's their main role is
That
to fight
would
other fighters.
be, yeah.
And another thing
proximity-
is what
I was just gonna say the closest thing to missiles that like you see in the Star Wars universe is probably the photon torpedoes.
Photon
Right.
torpedoes and concussion missiles, yeah.
Yeah,
Yes, concussion rockets, proton torpedoes.
those do cause a lot of damage to Vulture droids if they hit. Thing is, Vulture droid shielding technology is some of the most advanced. They basically took a Droideka shield and amped it up to 11.
Did
and put
Vulture
that on
droids have shields?
Vulture droid. Yeah.
I think in Legends they do, but in canon they
Right,
don't.
yeah, no, canon they don't. Oh, they added them shields in Legends. Okay, yeah.
Expanded, so the Vulture droids were expanded upon because like they are built of extremely sturdy material, and they didn't go down to the classic like laser bolts that most ships fired, but they realized, okay, this thing needs a shield if it's going to take on a missile. And also they wanted the Vulture droids to be able to deploy more popper droids, so they kind of had to get closer.
So, but there is one thing I did want to say about the Viking missiles is that I don't know how much this is going to change anything, but I did read somewhere that they were like tipped with like antimatter warheads. I think that was like a specific kind. It was like the rip wave versions.
I
But
believe in particular
Sound
those
like
are
those would
used
be
by.
very expensive.
I believe those were specifically developed by the Emojins, but they aren't
yeah, but
really all that
Rainer
widely
uses
used.
them.
Rainer does use them, but again, he aligned himself with Emojin. That's particularly why we're talking about the Dominion, though. Which
I was
Oh
about to
wait,
say,
hold
that
on,
sounds
hold
like
on. There is one thing I did want to say though. Which version of the Dominion are we taking? Are we taking before Manx
we are
or like
taking
during
Manx.
Manx?
We are taking Manx because that is when they were at the height of their power. Because after Manx
Okay.
dies, they have to do a lot of rebuilding, and even after Manx, specifically, they are allied with the Zerg, which yeah, that's its own issue. But in any case. Speaking of which, once we get to the ground battles, there's actually going to be a very funny thing for specifically the reason why we're using Manx. But
okay. I
but
do
yeah,
know
no,
fightercraft wise for that. I feel like antimatter. So are they
that's
antimatter
mostly
missile things or no?
that's mostly for Rainer's Raiders, so that's their own little rebel faction, which we're
Okay,
not
so
really
like a
talking about
smaller
them.
quad, not fleet wide, right?
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I
So
don't
for
know.
Vikings in particular, across the Dominion, they tend to use just kind of your standard variety missiles. But here's the big thing: the reason why they were actually able to fight the Phoenixes of the Protoss, even though Phoenixes are holy shit levels of overpowered in the lore, but it's because they fired a ton of missiles. Like
Okay.
So
for
they were
instance,
like just missile boats, just didn't
yeah, they were
no
basically
machine guns or blasters or
they do
nothing.
well.
Just
They do
full
have
missile.
machine guns, but they have to transform to use them because
Yeah.
Vikings are
Oh wait, is it
multi-purpose.
that transforming ship that like
Yeah.
transforms into that walker they had in the trailer? Oh, those things! I
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
love those. Yeah,
Oh
those
yeah,
are
no, they're
badass.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're great as hell. I
Right.
love them. They're very great in the lore. But yeah, no, while they're in fighter mode, they can only fire missiles.
Oh.
All right, so Oryx, I have a
Yeah.
question about the ships.
Yeah.
Um, we've seen in Star Wars that vulture droids can be deployed with what I call popper droids. I don't think that's the official name,
They're
but
buzz droids.
buzz
Buzz
droids. Thank
droids.
you. So
Yeah.
vultures deploy with buzz droids, and once the buzz droids get on the ship, they start tearing at like the hull and
Oh
getting into
yeah.
like the wires and everything.
Yeah.
So how would a Viking fighter ship like that deal with, let's say, 50 buzz droids? Because I'm pretty sure a vulture
I
can
was about
carry
to
more
say,
than
there's
So
not about
unless
depending on the ship. That's the thing. So the way the way the buzz droids work specifically, say a vulture's behind one of your guys' ships, right? They'll fire the
Mhm.
missile. The missile will go either it will explode right onto them and act as a missile does, or it will fly in front of the ship,
The
explode
Discord
into
missiles, yeah.
shrapnel, and spread buzz droids all over that fighter. Buzz droids are little spider-like droids. They have buzz saws, plasma cutters, all kinds of stuff to
Yeah, they're
basically
very
dig
good
into
at
the ship
dismantling
and
shit. Yeah.
yeah, they'll tear it apart as it's there. So do they have like any countermeasures for that or anything?
So if the buzz droids get on the Viking, it's over.
Yeah.
It's done
over.
for. They don't have any way to actually prevent that. Like
Right.
across all, like even if we're just taking in like all the other sub faction Vikings and all that, they have no defense against it. They don't have anything to defend against it. But if it's still like the missile itself flying towards it, they can either fire flares because they do have them, which
That
I
would
don't.
that would work, yeah.
Yeah, they either can fire flares, or if it's coming at them from in front of them, they can just fire missiles at.
So that works to a specific distance. The fuck
Yeah.
did you do there, Ruka? Um,
My bad. I
What's up?
I was on my phone and I went onto Discord and not really realized, not paying attention. I clicked on the chat on my phone, so it like altered me from the computer to the phone, and then like it changed all my settings and shit. I was like, the fuck is happening? I didn't realize. Anyway, my bad.
Oh.
yeah, no, I look over at the stream. I'm like, wait a minute, I need to do tech things. What the fuck did Ruga do?
No. I wasn't paying attention. My bad. Go ahead. Keep doing
So
do.
we're thinking. I was about to say. So the Vikings are pretty. Vikings and vultures. I'd say number-wise, 1-to-1. That's not going to go very well in our favor, but they're always outnumbered. So I'd say
Yeah.
pretty even. I would think on that front for those two,
Well,
right?
yeah, because
Okay.
there are so many vulture droids produced for the CIS. Like,
There are.
you
That is the
remember-
thing. That's like
Now,
100-to-1, but
I do
that's,
wanna
they're always used
say-
to being outnumbered. That
They
is another
have
thing I
to
remember.
the Terran do have a vessel that would kind of nullify at least the CIS's number advantage, and that is specifically the Valkyries. So in gameplay, now these are specifically from Brood War because they didn't get transferred over into StarCraft 2, even though they still exist in lore.
Okay.
How they work is that they're basically just Vikings, but then scale them up to like a frigate, essentially. So they're like an
so
actual, they're an actual ship, and they just they themselves are what Vikings are, just way better at killing swarms of fighter craft. So they're
Isn't
not
that
really good at
Isn't that like the Oh wait, no, I'm thinking about the Liberator. Never mind.
Yeah, no, Liberators are their own thing. They're also pretty good, but they're more better for like in atmosphere operations, really.
Yeah, and ground combat and stuff like that.
Yeah, whereas
Well, ground combat will be a fun
Valkyries.
one to talk about, but
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
So-
when we get there.
Thing.
So you say that the Valkyries are good against numbers, but how would they fare against? I don't know. Let's take a CIS. Let's take a CIS transport ship that the vultures would be taking off and landing on, right? Those
Like
can
a
hold.
dreadnought or something, yeah.
Yeah, let's take a dreadnought. Those can hold a lot of vultures. Now, I'm not entirely sure on the exact number.
The number one. Well, that's
sure.
the thing. I remember that the one of them described it as being so numerous. They had an entire hangar full of tri-droids, vulture droids, and their gunships, and then they also had the entire like outer hull of the ship was quite literally swarming with vultures that were crawling over it as well. So they can have an entire hangar's worth of capacity, and then some, because vulture droids they're able to hang out on top of ship hulls.
Well, yeah, they're droids, so they literally have the magnetic capability to attach to the outside of their own hull, and now you've tripled or quadrupled the amount of space that your fleet can stay on.
Number difference is crazy on it, but their whole thing is fighting against numbers as well.
Yeah, like it's not like they're not used to.
But if you put a Valkyrie against, say, a Dreadnought, or even a fleet of Valkyries against a Dreadnought,
a full thing of Dreadnought, that is still, yeah.
Yeah, no. If it's like an actual, like, let's say the capital ship is there, right, and it's actually supporting the vulture droids itself. Yeah, no, the Valkyries are going to get absolutely trashed, and it's not even really going to be due to the fighter craft. It's more so going to be that the actual capital ship is there firing at them.
That's another thing, actually. All of their what are the defensive capabilities on the Terran side? Like deflector shields, or is it just like thick hulls?
Ironically, up until you get to battle cruisers, they don't use any sort of shields. So any laser bolts, anything that hits them is going to do damage. And that's to balance out the fact that they generally tend to use very long range combat. Like, there's a reason why when you look at the Terrans and specifically when they do space combat, they use a lot of missiles. They use some lasers, like for instance, the battle cruisers. They don't really have any missile launchers. They tend to use a lot of what do they call it? ATX laser batteries, which they're very good at tearing apart other capital ships, but really with battle cruisers, they specifically have something that's really good against capital ships. But up until you reach battle cruisers, they don't actually have any shields. And with battle cruisers in particular, they have normal shields, and then they have a defense barrier, which think of it as like them overcharging their shields, like in Star Wars, right? Where like, or at least in the was it the Empire of War game, where it's like for a little bit you could just overcharge your shields.
Right, and I remember they have to cycle through their shields and their batteries. I remember that one thing for some of the Dreadnoughts.
Don't they also have defensive matrix?
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. The defensive matrix. Sorry, I forgot the name.
So, about like the battleship's capabilities against like a capital ship, how would they take a capital ship down?
Okay. I want to take this one because.
Okay, if you want to, yeah, sure.
Yeah, their main gun for, as you said before, the ATX laser batteries are pretty good at taking out ships of similar size, but their main gun for taking out big scary things is the Yamato cannon, which, from what I've heard, can level entire cities in one go.
Is it like are we talking like a rail cannon, or is it nuclear?
Yamato cannons are, in particular, how they work, and I actually just watched a video about it a while back. How they work is essentially they detonate a nuclear bomb in a chamber. They then compress the explosion, and then they fire it out of the spinal cannon that it's attached to. So they basically fire a compressed nuke at someone. That's why they're able to level cities, because they're literally just nuclear bombs, but compressed, so they do even more damage.
Down into a barrel. Oh, that's fucking nuts.
Yeah, no, a single shot from a Yamato cannon can absolutely fuck up a Protoss carrier, because even though the Protoss carriers are very tanky, a Yamato cannon just absolutely rips through their shields and hull in a single shot.
Yeah,
so it'll break their shields.
That would probably rip through a shield, though. I mean, it's a fucking nuke.
No, so Saint Dane, you're forgetting the fact that explosives in Star Wars have more punch than they do in like our world, or I guess in this case it would technically be the equivalency of our world for the Yamato cannon. So there are things in Star Wars that can cause that much damage with a single blast. The shields in Star Wars are designed to deflect and send it back into space.
That is true for deflector shields. It focuses on blasters and such for ship. Yeah, no, ship size stuff like that.
So unless the Yamato cannon is firing just a straight up slug that then explodes, but even then, only the slug would really do damage. And at that point, the slug would be dealing with an interception fleet of like 200 fucking vultures.
I was about to
for
say it
hitting
had
the
to go
ship.
through that.
Now,
Mm.
to be
What's
fair,
the so? Hang on, is the Yamato cannon? So wait, is it like a close range thing, or is it like a
it's
plume
very
of?
long range. It's a very long range thing, and it's not like it's like a multiple shot thing. It's a single shot thing where it basically just
Yeah.
fires a compressed nuclear explosion at someone.
Okay.
Well, that actually begs the question. For space travel, how
Yeah.
fast can your ships travel from like
It
We
is.
don't
Oh yeah,
in
from
really,
planet to planet,
really
stuff like
Last
that.
time I
know
checked.
that.
Last
At
time I
least from
checked.
what I remember that.
Okay, last time I checked, by the I think it was like 60,000 times the speed of light.
I don't
Or
know if there's any official numbers for it. There
there
might be
isn't.
on the vehicle. Then there might be in the wiki. I'm not sure, but I don't want to
There
go
isn't
saying.
any official numbers, but it took,
Yeah.
from what I heard,
Now,
it took the UED about like at least a couple months to get to the Kaprulu sector from Earth, and
which is a
it
different
was
galaxy altogether. Yeah.
yeah. So it well, no, it's not a different
Is
galaxy.
it a
It's just
different
like
galaxy, or if it's just a different arm of the galaxy? I can't remember.
it's like on the opposite end of the galaxy.
Okay. Yeah.
But
So
yeah, it took
I
them like
know
a couple
that.
months
I
I
know
know
to.
that
hyperdrives let
for
them go
Star
pretty
Wars.
quickly. Yeah.
So at least from what I remember, at least for Star Wars, you could correct me on this, but generally speaking, for Star Wars, if I remember correctly, for their hyperdrives and stuff, they're based off classes, and generally, Star Wars, unless it's like a very top of the line ship, their hyperdrives aren't the fastest.
It depends on the
it
bigger the
depends on the
ship,
ship. So capital ships usually have extreme hyperdrive capabilities, whereas like the smaller, like let's take the Y-wing that you see Obi-Wan in the first three movies.
Mhm.
Let's taking that as an example, that Y-wing needs a hyperdrive ring, which is something they
Yeah.
created specifically for those smaller ships to be able to do long space journeys, right?
Right.
So
Yeah.
hyperdrive is built into that ring and not into the ship itself, because a Y-wing is more meant to be a combat ship than anything else.
Yeah.
So
It
so
still takes relatively only, depending on the hyperdrive, it can take somewhere between a few days to a few hours to travel from one side of the galaxy to the next.
and that's using the mapped out
Okay.
hyperspace routes, because hyperspace in Star Wars is apparently filled with eldritch abominations.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's a fun one to explain
But
to
yeah.
people who've never heard of the lore of Star Wars. It's like, hey, did you know Star
Yeah,
Wars actually has like eldritch gods?
But
Hey,
yeah, I
did you
did.
know that
I crunched.
the reason why they have to use hyperspace routes is because there's literally just a giant fucking entity hanging out between these two planets?
Yeah, did you know that like you have to go to point C to get to point A? Because if you go from point A to B, you're gonna get eaten.
Now,
All right. Anyways,
That's sort of why when there issues happen like that.
now the only thing I will say is that specifically something that the battle, or at least the Terran Dominion's gonna have actually over the um what's it called?
The CIS.
CIS,
CIS,
or
yeah.
at least in Star Wars in general, is interdiction fields aren't going to matter because they don't really rely off of the gravity of planets to do all their calculations and shit. Now, obviously, it can affect them if they, like, say, jump straight into the planet itself, but generally speaking, they don't have to do that because their scanners are very good.
Interdiction. Hold on. What's an interdiction
What's an
field? I don't know.
interdiction field, real quick? Yeah.
So interdiction fields, if you remember, at least if you I remember watching Star Wars Rebels, and this is where I mainly get this from. I don't know if they exist in Legends, but essentially, some ships in Star Wars. I don't know if the CIS has any, but because how Star Wars hyperdrives work, they basically jump to a planet, but if it gets too close to the planet, it automatically puts them out of hyperspace, so they don't ram into the planet.
Yes. No,
Oh,
there are safety features like that built into most hyperdrive computers. Yep.
Yeah. And interdiction fields are basically giant gravity wells that go like so. You know
That
how
just
you have
fuck
that
with all that.
computer? Yeah, it fucks with the computers. Basically, the Terran Dominion doesn't have to. So if like the CIS goes like, oh, they're using faster than light travel. What if we use these? It's not going to work because it'll just fuck off because they don't rely off of those same computers and whatnot.
Yeah.
Now, I
Okay.
don't think that's going to be a big factor because again, I don't remember if the CIS has any of those interdiction
The
characters.
CIS doesn't use that kind of thing anyway. Besides,
Yeah.
I feel like this inevitably comes down to ground troops instead of
Oh yeah.
just constant space fights. But in the space fights, I do think CIS takes the edge just based on
I
sheer
was about to
numbers
say,
and the
yeah, no, for that
Dreadnoughts
cannon, how many
can't survive.
cannons are in how many cannons are in like the average battle company? Like how many of those one-shot weapons are there that you guys have per
So
fleet?
it depends on how many battle cruisers there are, or yeah, every battle cruiser can do it multiple times. Now it does take a little bit of time to be able to use it again because again, it is essentially just a nuclear bomb being compressed.
Yeah,
That is
I think
still
it's like
very dangerous.
it's
But
got like a 1 minute cooldown or something. I don't know. I
yeah,
don't
if
know.
it's like a
Hmm.
dedicated if it's like a dedicated fleet, you might end up seeing like 12 battle cruisers in a single fleet. So if say they go like, hey, what if we just want to target that one ship and blow it out of existence? That's 12 Yamato cannons on a single ship.
For the one ship though.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And the
And they
yeah.
could be
CIS, as
doing it
we've
multiple
discussed, is
times.
always going to have the numbers advantage, even on bigger ship sizes like that.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
I understand that in a big ship to ship combat fight, the CIS are gonna have the numbers advantage.
Mm.
And the Terran Dominion. Now, if we're just talking about the standard battle cruisers, yeah, standard Terran battle cruisers are probably going to end up losing once they start fighting the bigger versions of the CIS, like dreadnoughts and stuff,
Yeah, I
because
mean,
they just
that's not even the biggest class of ships. That's just like their
That's just
smallest
what they
flagship.
call it. Yeah, that's it. They just
yeah,
call it a
no.
dreadnought.
Well, no, I mean like for instance, if they say take on like a what's it called a what the fuck are they called? Not the bulwarks. I mean those would be a problem, but that's mainly because of their shielding. What are they?
Again, I don't think the shielding does much against buzz droids, does it?
No,
So wait,
Honestly,
hold on.
no,
How much?
not really.
I
Wait, wait,
don't.
wait, wait,
I'm
wait.
not talking about the buzz droids. I'm mostly talking about what's it called?
Bigger ship carrier stuff.
What are their carriers called again? The ones that you generally see.
Is it kind of like the Malevolence?
Not the Malevolent. I mean, the Malevolence would absolutely tear havoc on the Terran Dominion because they don't have anything against that. But at least not without deploying any of their more major capital ships, because again, capital ship v capital ship. But what's it fucking called? What are they fucking Lucre Hulks? That's what I'm. A battle cruiser
Oh
against
yeah, those.
like if it's a Lucre Hulk carrier, the battle cruiser is probably gonna win just because it's not really designed to fight. Now it does have a lot of cannons still, and it's still going to put up a fight. But I think
It
even
has a lot of point defense cannons and shields. The main thing that the Luger Hulks are known for is the fact that they have like they're literally
tons of-
giant floating droid factories. They just
yeah,
like, constantly
wait,
pump out
it
vulture
was-
droids nonstop.
Oh,
yeah.
Luker
But
Hulks
I
literally have a foundry inside them to make more droids. But
Yep.
yeah.
like I said, this comes down to ground war. Does the Terran
Yeah.
Dominion ever win in a ground war?
Oh,
they
yeah,
win.
this
They,
is my
so
favorite part.
so
I was
the
about to say
Terran
I've seen some
Dominion-
of their tech for ground war stuff, so we might be in trouble ground wise.
So
We'll find out.
here's
We'll
the
see.
thing. I know that with particularly armor in Star Wars, it's a little bit finicky because
Yeah.
It doesn't matter.
I-
It doesn't matter. Even if we
I mean
take
it
their
doesn't.
highest
It does
estimate.
not. But with Star
I'll tell
Wars,
you this right now, no droids are being cast out of Beskar.
yeah,
I was
no,
about to-
it's
yeah, no,
not
I was
being
about to
cast
say.
out of Beskar.
even Beskar,
I'm very
would get
sorry,
shredded.
but a Marine is going to tear droid ass apart.
I was about to say
Oh,
we
yeah.
start from the bottom and work our way up like we did space
Okay,
flies ground
here's
troops.
let me say something to put this into perspective. The C-14 Impaler rifle, which is standard issue for Marines, every single one of them has it. I did some maths. It is basically a 30 millimeter autocannon that shoots 1,800 rounds per minute.
All right. Well, first off, are these kinetic rounds or are these
Kinetic. They
And
do not
energy
have
round.
energy in it.
I don't think
Yeah,
they
they're-
have. Does the Terran Republic have any laser weaponry for like
They
ground?
do. They do actually have a few laser weapons. Generally
but that's
speaking,
like
they have a few plasma weapons. They have a few energy laser weapons, but they generally tend to be more experimental stuff, and they tend to be
Right.
used for not very militaristic purposes. Even though James Raynor proved that a giant laser can be used as a military application,
Right.
but in any case,
But in any case, the droids are mostly cast out of what I believe is a titanium alloy. So it would take a few kinetic rounds, and like yes, I understand
it's
you said it was an
Durasteel.
autocannon. It's Durasteel, thank you.
I would probably
Which-
say that it would probably be the same thing for Marines. So yeah, a few rounds would probably take a battle
yeah,
droid out.
titanium. Yeah,
Absolutely.
marine
But
armor
Thing
is
is-
basically
thing
made
is,
of the same
a
stuff.
battle droid battalion is deployed. That battalion is all commanded by like a supercomputer back on the flagship. So if you blow up the flagship, you can win. But
well, okay,
that is
that was
older lore. That is
an
lore.
older model. Yes,
Yeah, older
they
model.
did
models.
eventually get their own individual brains, which some might say is an oversight, but that's
they
whatever.
do also have individual commander units which help direct the droids. So yes, the droids have some level of autonomy, but they do still have the overarching commander units and kind of operate like a hive mind. So if you can
Yeah.
take out those commander units, it's a lot easier to take out the smaller droids. The thing is,
But-
how many Marines can Terran put out compared to the numerous battalions that can be dropped on a planet at a moment's notice?
So
Okay.
I
think
was
of it
about
like
to say,
this, with Marines in particular. Here's the thing: Marines are basically just your average Joe, essentially. They basically they will take basically anyone and everyone for Marine. You just happen to be a hardworking civilian and you just want to prove your worth or something. They're gonna buff you up, put some implants in you, stick you in a suit of armor, give you a rifle, go fight the enemy. You
Here's
could
the
be
thing
a
I would like
criminal.
to know. Here's a good way to kind of settle this easily. Between so B1 battle droids, like just standard issue Durasteel, regular, what is it, an E11 or not an E11? It's like
E5.
a E5. Yeah, no, predecessor of it. B1 battle droid. How many B1 battle droids would you say? Just rough estimate. How many do you think a singular Marine would be able to take out before he was either A, overrun, or he ran out of ammo and was just, shot dead?
So if we are just saying that a singular Marine, no ammo supply, no medics,
Just
because
what he
they do
has
have
on
medics.
his person. Yep.
Yes, what he has on his person. And if each battle droid, if he doesn't exclusively go for headshots and is just going for whatever he can hit, it's probably let's say he's just fighting an entire battalion of droids. So
Well, no, you give us the number. How many would he go through, like individually?
So we're taking into account that the Space Marine does have his armor. We're gonna say that they do have their standard issue combat shields and stim packs because that's generally what they that's what they come with. Their combat shields give them more armor, and it's basically just a shield.
And this is just purely B1s, just B1 units.
Purely B1s.
What's the high end of B1s he takes out?
Exclusively, not counting headshots that just go through the glass, because it is just essentially a visor with glass.
That's
he would probably go through maybe say 100 or 200 battle droids on his own.
Okay.
Because
about equivalent to a clone.
No, we can handle that.
About equivalent to a clone before a clone dies.
Yes, essentially. They're basically a clone, but the
How
reason
many
why
clones you take out?
Yeah,
A
no,
clone
clones are
takes
insane.
about that much. Well,
Yeah,
B1s
no,
you also have to remember
more accurate clones were
fucking weak.
crazy.
Yeah,
You
more
also have to
accurate
remember
clones were
B1s
absolutely
Wait, is this like
super weak too. They're
is this like
clones are crazy, but B1s are super weak. So the thing is,
this is
a B2 battle droid is the equivalent of about 100 B1 battle droids.
Yeah.
So
So
wait, the
scale is
B1s are like the basic bits ones, right?
B1s are basic.
B1s are the
he would
are
rip
like
B1s
the
are the
dorks.
basic bitches.
Yeah.
Now, here's the
he
thing
could
with
rip through
that.
thousands. He could rip through
Well,
thousands of
he
those guys
could,
because
he could. Here's the thing. He definitely could. And the
Yeah,
reason
but they're
why I'm
firing
saying
gas,
it's
I
going to
don't
be
think.
Before being overrun.
Yeah, if it's just a singular Marine with just whatever he has on its person, he's probably going to take out 200 and maybe like 30 through a fist fight or something, because a Marine armor could tear a battle droid in half with its bare hands.
So 3
But
B2s could give him a decent fight. Because
I would
Yes,
say
I'm
3 could probably handle a
Dude,
good.
if he gets
stuff,
yes,
if he has if he gets a constant supply of ammo, he could tear through thousands of B1s.
yeah, no.
Thousands.
with the right
But
ammo. Yes.
no, to be fair, the reason why he would be able to do so much is not realistically due to ammo. It'd be more so because he would just be able to take shots. Think of it as like them being like a B. What was it called? Not the Cortosis B3s, but like the B3, the Super B3s or whatever.
yeah,
Where
yeah.
it's like they could just take punishment because again, with the laser bolts, yes, they are technically more advanced, but marine armor is substantially very thick.
It's a lot better than clone armor. I will
Yes,
absolutely
it
better
is.
than clone
It is
armor.
much better than clone armor, where it's like a
Honestly,
single
I
bullet,
think
you're dead.
But again, it's thick because it needs to deal with kinetic rounds. How does it deal with energy transfer? Like, is it shown to have
Honestly,
heat
Actually
resistant
does
properties?
okay,
decent.
they
It does decent mainly because they've had to fight the Protoss. It's
yeah.
not perfect, so but they've had to fight the Protoss, which allows them to at least deal with it. It's not like say with what's it called? The Space Marines where it's like they have like a thing in their armor which reduces whatever energy hits them by a little
Yes,
bit or something.
specifically designed to do and
It's
deal with
yeah.
that. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's just that the marine armor has been updated to try and deal with the fact that the Protoss technology is so fucking advanced.
Alright,
And
Yeah.
even then, it's
so
not
he
perfect.
probably does go down to less shots than you're thinking because Star Wars guns are probably around the same level as Protoss, if not more advanced.
No,
I would
Whoa.
say a little. They're
Protoss.
because I've seen some Protoss shit. Protoss are pretty fucking tough. I'll say our blaster bolts, like an average blaster bolt, would be around, not close
So
to
you're
it, but they'd be around that same level of like plasma burn
so
and damage and stuff
let's
to it. Absolutely,
okay. I
not close, but
all right,
like again,
so
around that same level.
I wouldn't say the stalker is like the same is like on would count as plasma, but you're saying that okay. Sorry, I'm just so bewildered by that. It
Well, no, no,
caught me
no, not
off
like that.
guard.
So, like, okay, for example, because from what I've seen
I
of
don't know enough
Protoss, they
about
have like
Starcraft.
those like gauntlet blades and stuff, right?
So the
Yeah.
gauntlet blades
Those are of
are
in my mind, those are of similar is it psi blades? Is that what they're called?
they're called
Yeah,
psi blades, and it's
Yeah.
basically think of it like this: psi blades are essentially just what's it called? It's a combination of the zealot going, so what if I just pour my psychic energy into a blade? So it's like a mixture of plasma and psychic energy, essentially.
yeah.
Oh.
That's why they're
Okay,
It's
because
so.
I was
That's
thinking
actually
they'd be
why they're
similar to
so
like
effective.
lightsabers.
it's
N- uh,
kind of like a
they'd be able to
lightsaber.
fight lightsabers, but it's not
Yeah.
like with yeah, no, it's not like with like it's not just plasma itself. This is why zealots in lore don't their psi blades don't actually care that much for armor because it's a combination of both plasma and psychic energy.
Psychic
So
energy
Wait,
and plasma.
okay, so now I need to ask a question here.
mhm.
Are we taking the CIS when they were allied with the Sith, or are we just taking them at the height of their power? Because at the height of their power, they still had Grievous.
um, at, so
Mm,
if
Grievous
you take them at the
Grievous is
height,
only
so
like
do we
one
just want to
dude, ain't he?
say? So, do we want to say that the CIS has access to everything in their arsenal? So, even if
let's
we're
just
saying at the true height of their power, so like let's say they had all their, all the droids at the height of their power, and then they also had access to Dooku. I don't want to
well,
say
like
Palpatine
like
because
Dooku, Ventress,
Palpatine
No,
was
Grievous,
you,
all those guys.
you don't need to give them Dooku or Ventress because like they technically weren't CIS. They were Sith allied, and you guys aren't
Mhm.
using any of the Terran allies. So even
Yeah.
just taking,
That would,
well,
yeah, no. I think
they're
Grievous
not
would be
using
like,
sub
eh.
factions, but
but
if you
Grievous,
want to count the Sith as being a sub faction of the CIS, then that's fine.
no, no,
Right.
But
it's Grievous was a droid or Grievous was a cybernetically enhanced life form and is a Jedi hunter. He
yeah,
overcame enough Jedis to have 6 lightsabers on him. So
Yeah.
he
Well, that was
killed
just on his
6
person, not
Jedis.
even his personal
Yeah, that was
collection.
just his person. Yeah.
That means he killed at least 6 Jedis, and like in his stories, we see he's killed far more. So
Hundreds.
he is
Yeah,
able
no.
to react to space magic wielding wizards. Um,
Yeah, no.
That's
thing is,
Grievous himself is going to be a very powerful component in the battlefield, especially.
100%. But the thing is, he's
Yeah.
also a strategic mastermind, and
Oh,
that's
yeah.
something that Grievous never really gets a chance to shine in, like the movies, because they cut out a whole
Yeah.
part where like the CIS have this huge war, and Grievous is helping like plot against Palpatine. Like Ruga even
Well,
brings
even
it
then,
in one
like
of
the
his videos.
malevolence was one of the malevolence was one of his ideas, wasn't it? Like he was the captain of the ship for that.
He was. So like Grievous is a strategic mastermind and also
yeah.
able to control the droids himself due to his cybernetic enhancements. So if
Right.
like the hive mind got taken out in the early battle droids, Grievous was able to command the field like a real-time strategy game.
Oh,
Oh,
right,
yeah.
and this is Legends Grievous as well, right?
Yeah. So
Yeah, exactly.
even
I
more
mean, even
feat.
canon Grievous was really good. It's just the fact that once what's his name, George Lucas went like, I want Darth Vader, and then
That's
basically hit Grievous with the mustache villain of the week guy in the third movie, and that
I
really
will admit,
impressed
so
me.
he
It
does
was
fight
so
Jedi
disappointing.
on equal footing very often.
Yeah, no, but
He fights Jedi who use the Force to either enhance their own abilities or who use the Force to help them in the fight, but he fights against them with no Force augmentation at all. Technically, he wouldn't be able to wield. He shouldn't be able to wield those lightsabers due to the nature of the Kyber crystals, but he just said, "Nah, fuck it, I'm built different."
yeah, no, Grievous himself
Constructed
again.
alternatively.
See, the big thing actually, especially in this fight, so even if we were including the Sith, the Dominion actually has a lack of like, because again, you're trying to you don't really play from the Dominion side of thing in the story.
I was
You're
about
mainly,
to say, like, Grievous is kind of fair game for that, but aside from like Due to
yeah,
Adventures and stuff, that's a little out.
you know,
That's a little left field.
yeah, no.
Well,
I'm
that's
just saying,
why I
even
said
if we were just
he's
including them,
Grievous.
it's that you even if we don't include them, or if we do include them, there's going to be a very glaring lack of the fact that the Dominion is going to have a central character. They have Mengsk, but Mengsk isn't really a mastermind. He doesn't even really participate in the battles himself. He kind of just says, "Go fuck them up," and that will
It
See,
happen.
usually works.
these
He,
central characters are actually key to battles like this because
oh
having
yeah,
someone like Grievous who can command a battlefield like an RTS and plays at a level that like we can't even imagine. Like, dude's got a supercomputer for a brain and is still more powerful than
It'd
the
be like one of
droids that
those.
are
now
supercomputers.
there
Like,
It'd be
is
like
one
one of
thing.
those
There is
AI
one thing.
versus AI in StarCraft matches.
So there is
Yeah,
one
it
thing.
would be
There is
crazy
one
bullshit
thing.
that he'd pull.
They do have. So if we're just taking a character that can actually be used as a general, and we're just going to say these generals fight each other, there is
Right.
Warfield. Now,
Yeah.
the only thing with Warfield is that Warfield doesn't really specialize in Terran conflicts. He mainly specializes in against the Zerg, where you are fighting more than what you have. So ironically, he would actually be a very good general against the CIS.
Considering,
yes, he
yeah, the
would.
number advantage, yeah.
And, like
Yes.
this is what I mean by like those key central figures are super important to a war like this, which is why I'm giving the CIS Grievous. They don't need the other. They don't need
Yeah.
the others because they are a droid army, and in effect, they never should have needed to ally with the Sith in the first place. They only
Yeah.
did that because the trade ambassadors were weak. But
Yeah.
Yeah, but
whole thing with
anyways,
CIS is like Grievous could go down there and take out scores upon scores of Marines before
Oh,
ever
that would
going
be
down.
glorious. Yes.
Yeah, no. A Grievous would tear Marine ass apart, no doubt about it.
yeah,
And in fact,
but
even if he came across Warfield, Warfield would get his ass handed to him very significantly. It wouldn't even be close because
The thing is, Grievous can also
Warfield.
survive in the vacuum of space. We've seen him launch himself out of a ship at another ship just to board it,
The
and then
sad,
raise
the
the hull
funny
off
thing
it.
is, he's done that repeatedly. You like when
Yeah,
you mentioned that, I'm like,
Yeah,
you're gonna
no,
have
he
to be
does
more
that.
specific what time he does this.
Now,
yeah. He shoots himself out of his own ship to another ship and then tears the hull off it to get inside. Like,
now,
what the fuck?
if we are
okay.
Now, if we are going to talk about troops in particular, outside of just the general and the basic bitch infantry,
Right.
I will say that
to say that.
So if we're going to talk about the infantry, the CIS I know has the B2, the Droideka, and what is it?
B1.
Brings up a good question. What would be your answer to the Droidekas or the Droideka Mark IIIs, which are
I was about
giant
to say,
tripod
The
droids?
Marauder.
I know
That's what I
the
would say.
Droideka, the Scorpionek or where are they? Not Scorpionex.
No,
what
that
are they
was
called
one of them,
again?
wasn't it?
What?
Is it? No, I'm thinking Necron shit. I think with that name.
Oh yeah, no, wait, Scripted. It's the
What are they
What were those
called?
ones that showed
I
up
know that.
in the Mandalorian?
Yeah, I know those ones. What are they fucking called? But in
Doesn't
any
matter.
case,
We know
yeah.
the droid.
So
Alright, yeah,
in
it
terms
doesn't
of the
matter, dude.
Droideka, Marauders. Marauders are going to be your answer to literally anything that is armored or shielded.
So
They
what do the
like
Marauders do specifically, though?
Okay, let me take this one. I haven't said anything in
you're
Jesus.
good. You're
Oh yeah,
good.
In a
sorry,
bit.
man. Sorry.
Okay.
The boy.
Okay. The Marauders are basically just even more bulky StarCraft Marines that shoot 40 millimeter. They call them grenades, but they're basically rockets that I forgot exactly how they word it, but it like compresses space around it to slow down the enemy. So not only is it good against armor, but it's also good at like slowing down enemy units, even if they're like swarms.
So they're kind of
Um,
like, is it like a bolter,
That
sort of?
that doesn't
It's not like a
really
bolter. No. It's like a RPG.
Yeah, they're basically RPG cannons.
that,
They're
that
Oh,
won't really affect a Droideka though, because like it's still a rocket propelled thing,
I
and
was about to
anything above
say.
a certain speed can't bypass a Droideka
maybe.
shield.
Well,
It's not. It doesn't
don't they
have
use
to. It'll
rocket?
break it
Well,
eventually.
well,
No,
don't
it
they
doesn't.
use rocket
The
launchers
shields are
against Droidekas
impenetrable.
though? Wait, don't
No,
they use rocket? I thought they used
no.
rocket launchers against Droidekas.
So
Well,
the
no,
Their
they
own
did.
burst.
only
Yeah.
way the way that a rocket launcher was used against Droidekas was specifically shooting cliffs around Droidekas to get rocks to fall on them, because the rocks would eventually land on the shield and then they wouldn't have the momentum, so they'd pass through the shield and crush the Droideka. If you shoot a rocket directly at a Droideka when it has its shield deployed, you cannot win, because a Droideka shield is impenetrable to anything going above a certain speed.
That's why they
True.
have
Okay, so in
specifically.
that
They had that
case,
episode where they had droid poppers. They were training Saw Gerrera, wasn't it?
Yeah.
yeah, the rebels.
Yeah,
They
no, they were
were
training them to
training
roll
them
poppers.
to roll poppers in, or like just go up next to a droideka and stick your hand in the shield. That's why lightsabers can be used against droidekas, but something like a blaster can't. As soon as a droideka is deployed, yes, it moves a lot slower. It's a lot bulkier once it's deployed, but that shield is impenetrable, and that's why it has so much less maneuverability, because it's also a huge drain on their battery. The thing is,
Okay. So
droidekas
at that,
also have a near limitless power supply.
Now, to be
It's just
honestly,
fair,
at that
I
do
do
point,
all the
you
things
could
at the same
put
time.
at that point you could put like a fire bat in there. Like they could just run up to it because like those guys are pretty bulky. They can take a lot of damage. Put their flamethrower inside the Droideka's shield and just cook it. Or you could do the same with a Marauder or a
I was about
Marine
to
or
say,
anything
if they
really.
have thick enough armor, they may be able to blitz it, or like you mentioned, they could sneak up behind it if they had a certain
Well, the
unit
sneaking
that
up
you're done.
part, they could definitely do a sneaking thing with a certain unit. But if we're talking about firebats or marauders, if the droidekas are spotted fast enough, the marauders would be able to take care of them before they even pop their shields up because they have to unfoil their
They do
shield
have to
generators.
deploy. Yes.
They do actually have to deploy, with the only exception to that one being the bigger ones, but they could just, as long as they walk up behind it, they could just
I
use
was
the
about to
grenades
say,
to.
I don't think
they
those
could just
roll
funnel
around really.
that.
No, the
The
bigger
thing is,
ones
and
cannot. They basically are just giant mechs that are AI. But with droidekas in particular, marauders can take them out if they see them fast enough. And the funny thing is too is that if the explosion doesn't kill them, it would just slow them. It would slow even their ability to actually, transform, which
move,
would
yeah.
then just
unfold.
yeah, and it would open them up for another shot from a marauder. But with firebats in particular, now here's my only caveat with that. Droidekas are fucking insane when it comes to their firepower.
Oh,
And it
yeah.
would probably take a few
Many
fire
tanks.
bats just to take down a single Droideka if we want to blitz it. Because they do have a lot of armor, but unfortunately a single fire bat cannot take out a Droideka.
Yeah, 2 dual
No,
Unless,
blaster cannons for
unless
arms.
it is
Droidekas-
a Prometheus company. If it's a
Droidekas
Prometheus
are
company,
also
then yes, it could. But Prometheus companies are one specifically either mercenaries or they are elite guard of the Dominion. And with the Dominion ones in particular, they have the ability to actually like propel themselves at enemies with
yeah.
AC.
So Droidekas are also shown to be flame resistant, which means you'd probably need even more fire beds. But chat is
Well,
starting to say that the debate has overstayed its welcome, so I'm thinking
True.
we should probably move on.
Yeah,
Okay.
because you spent most of the time glazing Grievous or whatever. But
No, I
Well, we
didn't.
whatever.
We spent most of the time on space combat. The fuck you on
we
about?
we mostly talked about space combat for a long bit.
Yeah.
For a decent amount, yeah. Then we went to ground.
I would say though, probably for the most part, if we're talking vehicles, siege tanks would be the answer to everything.
That's what,
Yeah.
I know the CIS. They have the AAT, that hover tank. They have the troop deployment carriers. They have that tread walker, and then they have the gunships and like I don't know 2 or 3 different variants of the spider tanks.
Yeah,
And then they have
there
that
would
Yeah,
tripod
be-
Siege
droid.
tank is the
That's
answer
about
to
it.
all
There's not
that.
a whole lot of there's not a whole lot of heavy vehicles that CIS
Also,
has.
they
That are
don't
very
they don't have AT-ATs. That's an
Yeah,
Empire
as
thing.
well.
that's Empire.
Even
no,
if
but
they
with
did have
siege
AT-ATs,
tanks,
Siege tank is still the
siege
answer.
tanks. Well, no, with AT-ATs, they'd probably have to do a little bit of workaround.
Did you
for
guys
it,
say
but
that chat was getting tired and then just kept going anyway?
I
well,
told
Yeah.
them
No, we thought we were
try and
moving
wrap-
on to
we
a
wanted
different.
try
Yeah.
and wrap it up. Yeah, we wanted to try
Yeah,
and
no.
wrap it up.
I got
Yeah,
you.
we got to speed it up a little.
Wait,
yeah,
wait.
but siege tanks would be their definitive answer to anything the CIS could throw at them. Unfortunately, the only answer the CIS would have to it would be what's it called? Those Droideka Mark IIIs or whatever, since they have the shields. But
I mean, hover tanks can also do a lot of damage.
true,
Yeah,
if
but
They
you
don't
come
have
across
any
a siege
shielding
tank,
is the
but
problem. I think. I feel like
but-
aerial superiority will be our best bet.
yeah, you'd need aerial superiority to
The
beat
thing
the
is,
siege
like,
tanks.
we also have the aerial support because vulture droids are both planetary and space combat. So
Yes.
But
Or
same with
hyena
Vikings,
bombers,
though,
or the
that's
gunship.
issue.
yeah,
So
I mean,
it's
any
more
droid that can
the
fly
CIS
can
versus
fly in
things,
space
but-
or in the planet. So
yeah.
Yeah, no. If we
I
can
mean,
control
any-
the skies, I think we would win. We would lose a whole lot of droids out of it, but it would
thing is-
definitely be a hell of a fight.
it's
Yeah,
it's
it'd be
basically limitless
yeah. The
resources for the
CIS
CIS.
would lose at least trillions of droids
Absolutely.
with
Oh yes, absolutely.
pretty much each fight.
Yeah,
But
no.
they have, I think it said like sextillions or septillions, like
If we-
trillions
no,
is
that
drop
It
in
was
the bucket.
quintillions.
To be
It was
fair,
If they had the
quintillions, wasn't it?
resources,
No.
yeah.
I think in Legends they kind of rounded out to quintillions of battle droids, considering there was a bit of propaganda with the whole they have this many or something.
Alright,
like
guys.
Yeah,
that,
that was also propaganda too.
All right, guys. Yep. Everyone said.
yeah.
Everyone's saying move on. So.
yeah, but we'll move
Alright,
on.
well,
All right.
Yeah, no, I liked this
Yeah, that was
debate.
really
I think
good,
it was
though,
pretty
yeah.
nice.
Glad
yeah,
y'all
it
enjoyed
was
it.
nice talking
Even,
with y'all.
even if we did overstay our welcome, this is definitely more of a longer debate, I'd say probably.
Well,
than
it's Star
something-
Wars. Star Wars or Helldivers drags on.
That agreed, absolutely.
Just moving them while they're talking.
Yes.
That you're not sitting me down.
It's just all right. Okay. No. Yeah. No. It's time to move on.
I'm surprised you're not just sending me down to the audience. Like,
I mean,
learn your lesson.
I can. No. Let's
I can
see.
send you to the audience from the audience. Try me.
No, I'm really upset because I'm playing Pac-Man Legends right, or I'm sorry, not Pac-Man Legends. But I was playing and I was trying to like get the conversation going, and as I was looking at the screen, I didn't realize that I unlocked a bonus level, but the bonus levels are timed. So the whole time I was fucking with you guys, I looked up and it's like, oh, bonus level over. I'm like, wait, what? So I missed the fucking bonus level. So now I gotta fucking redo this level so I can unlock the bonus level again, so I can beat it and get the high score. So, fuck you guys. Get out.
Fuck you, Skuruga.
You made me miss my fucking bonus level.
I don't give a shit about your bonus level.
I know, which is why you booted. You booted, sir. All right.
The thing is, you haven't booted me yet, so I'm pretty sure I'm safe.
I can't. No, you're good. You're good, Omega. It's not your fault that I have to replay that level and redo the fucking bonus level. That's
No, it's my fault. It's my fault. Rouga will blame me. It's my fault.
It's fine. It's fine. No, I shouldn't have took my eyes off the screen. All right, let's see. All right. So who's anyone got another next debate? Y'all. I'm sure you've all gotten the hang of this, and you've all set up a debate that y'all could just jump right on in, and
You're
I don't
too
have
much
to.
credit.
I don't have to fight for trying to find a good debate, right? You guys you got all this prepared.
You give your chat way too much credit.
They've clearly learned their lesson after several weeks, almost 20 hours worth of streaming. They've got the hand on it. I know they do.
Man.
Let's see.
Dude, I'm pretty sure we're over 20 hours at this point. We gotta be.
I don't know. I'm not sure, to be honest. Was about to say we long enough. It should have been a good debate, right? Clearly, we chatted long enough. What lesson? Sure. I see Nemesis versus Jack Ryan. That's probably gonna be a quick one.
Right, that's 12. Yeah, dude, this is over 20 hours. We were 20 hours before we started this stream.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Okay.
Guys, we've had over a total day's worth of time of debate streams.
You're wanting to debate Nemesis. Is Nemesis from Resident Evil versus Jack Ryan?
Yes.
That's a terrible debate.
Nemesis murders.
Jack Ryan's just a dude. Like, when they said
Also,
Nemesis,
Nemesis is a BOW. Like, he's literally only designed to fight stars.
Like, Nemesis, I mean, y'all played Resident Evil 3, right? By the end of Resident Evil...
a fucking nuke.
By the end of Resident Evil 3, like, she has to use a fucking rail cannon. And she has to hit him with a rail cannon several times. What?
You cut out for me. I'm not sure if that's for everybody.
Oh, I don't know. According to my thing, I'm still going. I don't know. They'll tell me, I'm sure. But yeah, it's like, I don't think that's gonna be a debate, guys. Unless Jack Ryan is some superhuman dude that I've missed, but I'm pretty sure he's just a dude.
Bye, Omega Zerg. He's just a Marine. He's a highly trained Marine. It's a Tom Clancy guy.
Giorno Giovanna from JoJo versus He-Man. I guess it would depend on the version of He-Man you're using. Because if you're just using like a full-powered He-Man, I don't think anyone in JoJo is going to be able to do anything about that to He-Man. Yeah, I think He-Man
there's
probably...
Jack Ryan from Bioshock, but even so, it's still a stomp.
His name's Jack Ryan? His name was just Jack.
I don't know. I
didn't think he had a last name. Okay. No, I mean, it's better. It's better. We could do Jack Ryan versus Nemesis if you... I still think it's probably a stomp, but
I still think it's a wash.
It's better. Y'all want to come up? What's y'all's names? Like I said, I think this is probably gonna be a pretty quick one, to be honest with you. Jack versus Andrew Ryan's.
Yeah, Jack.
Oh, you're calling him Ryan. Oh, Jack Ryan because Andrew Ryan. Okay. Well, that's fucking confusing. Come on, you guys knew that shit was confusing. Everyone knows Jack Ryan is the fucking
Clancy guy.
Tom Clancy guy. Yeah. Jack doesn't even Jack's actual name is not Ryan because Andrew didn't name Jack, and Jack never got the last name Ryan because he didn't even know Andrew was his father. So his name, I mean, I guess technically his name would have been Jack Ryan, but I wonder if that's a reference.
Oh, because if Andrew named him, it wouldn't have been Jack.
Well, yeah, but it's like I get what he's saying. He's saying his name was Jack, and then his actual birth last name should have been Ryan. The problem is that Jack never met Andrew Ryan. He didn't know that was his father, so whatever his last name is, it wasn't Ryan. He didn't take his dad's last name. So I mean, the only canon name that we know is that his name's Jack. But no, I get it. It is funny that his name would technically kind of be Jack Ryan. It's the only last name we have for him. Well, don't forget they got weird sea slug superpowers. Sea slug super.
We were
Okay.
told we were told Jack is Andrew's son during the story. The scientist stole Jack from the hooker's womb. Andrew banged. That is a
Yeah.
sentence and a half.
I mean, that's the plot. Yeah, that's exactly what happened, basically. Okay, so who
versus John Wick.
Doug and Rambo. Come on. Doug and, well, it depends on the fight. If they're in a room with 4 walls, ceiling, ground, nowhere to go, and it's just a fist fight, then Jack Ryan wins.
And a pencil.
If you put
Wait,
them
how does Jack
literally
Ryan
anywhere
win?
else, if you put them literally,
Jack Ryan wins in a debate between Rambo and John Wick.
wait, what?
You said Jack Ryan wins.
Is that what I said? Okay.
Yes.
Well, if they're in a room, just up with 4 walls, a ceiling, and a floor, and all that, John Wick would win, like in just a straight up. But if you put them in literally any other type of environment, whether it be a desert or a forest or a city or anything like that, where Rambo can go places and do things and use his stealth and actual, like, the things that make him good, he wins. Because he'll be able to kill John Wick before John Wick even realizes it's there. John Wick has some stealth abilities, but it doesn't come anywhere near Rambo's. And Rambo's ability to create traps and take out...
Did we watch the same John Wick movie? Do you not understand that the guy can disappear if you look away from him?
Sure. Yeah, Rambo's better. Yeah.
Hey,
Anybody
I'm not
anybody
having
can
this debate
do
with you 'cause you're gonna
anybody
wank Rambo.
I don't wank Rambo. He's better.
You fucking do.
He's better.
You wank Rambo.
Where do I
You
wank
wank
Rambo?
there
What have
too.
I said about Rambo where I've wanked him that wasn't a joke? Because obviously I've made
You
jokes.
wank Nightmare too from Soul Calibur.
How?
So, like,
How do I wank Nightmare?
Nightmare should not get the chance to copy all abilities from every person he ever encounters, just because he can do that to the Soul Calibur roster that he has been fighting on repeat in his own timeline.
False. He does not fought every single member of the Soul Calibur roster, and yet he still has all of their powers canonically.
He has canonically fought them all.
No, he hasn't.
Yes, he fucking has.
Go
I went
look-
and read all the Soul Calibur lore.
He has
has
fought
fought them
every
all
single
across
character.
multiverses.
He has fought every single character on the entire roster canonically. Every single one of the entire one.
Except for the crossover, yeah.
No. No, he
Yes.
hasn't. Most of the games, he'll usually only go through it and fight 1 or 2 people.
In the
What game does he fight the
specifically.
entire roster? That never happens.
It's not, it doesn't happen in the game. It's stated
No.
in his lore. He has fought them all across multiple timelines, which is why he remembers everything.
Okay, so you're saying that he can copy powers not... Well, you just made him even stronger. You didn't make him weaker. Because you're saying now
No,
he copies the powers on other timelines, even if he hasn't met them in this timeline?
No, he only
That means it
copies
doesn't
them
matter
because
what
he's-
universe he goes into, he's going to automatically have the powers of literally everyone alive.
No, because he would need to have fought these people on repeat for the last several thousand years.
No, because what do you mean?
Yes.
He's the only character who's thousands of years old, other than Cervantes, and I think Ivy's older than normal. But most of them are not. Some of the characters are like in their 20s. Some are teenagers. He has not fought them
Ruga,
all.
I get that. He has fought them all, though.
No, you keep saying that, but he hasn't. He has not. Go play through the games, look through the story. He has not fought every single character on the roster. Very few people have actually fought against Nightmare, and the ones who do generally die. The only person who's actually been able to stand against him and actually win, like do decently well, is Siegfried. And then well, that's not true. Siegfried beat him. I think Sophia beat him. There's not a lot. There's like a couple of them who have been able to beat him. It's almost always because of some broken ass shit that they got.
You tell me to go read the story and go play the games again when I literally read through the story yesterday.
Wiki?
Like,
how'd you read through the story?
I went and looked up all of the official story and cutscenes, and I watched them
Okay,
all, and then
so
I also went and found the rest of
you watched the non-canon arcade endings. Is that what you're saying?
No.
Because if you watched all the cutscenes, that's exactly what you're saying.
Yes, I watched all of those too, but that was for entertainment purposes, not for
Okay,
the story.
in the actual story of the game, the actual plot line of all the Soul Caliburs, no, he does not fight every single character on the roster. It's only in the arcade endings, which aren't canon, most of them. He has not fought the whole roster. You haven't played the games. You watched a bunch of cutscenes that you don't even have a proper
Played the game.
context
It's
of.
just been a few years.
Yeah, but you're saying that you went on YouTube and you watched all the cutscenes and you saw that in all the cutscenes he fought against the people. Of course,
No,
because he does
that's
that
not
in the
what I'm
arcade.
saying, because I know that the arcade mode in fighting games isn't canon.
Then
If
why
I
are
went
you
by the
saying
arcade mode,
what
every
game does he
single
fight
fucking-
the whole roster? What game does he fight the entire roster?
He
Please
doesn't
explain
do it
that.
in the games. He does it in the story of the universe.
That's in the games. That's the games. The games are the story of the universe. I don't know what you're talking about.
Games are the story of the universe, yes, but you still get more lore in the game manuals and the expanded universe material.
And
in that material, you learn that Nightmare has been fighting these people on an endless
these people,
repeated cycle.
where does it say? What are you talking about? Where does it say that Nightmare has fought all of the characters on the roster? We know that he's thousands of years old, and we know that he's fought probably hundreds of thousands of people. We don't have an exact number. But where, anywhere, across anywhere on the lore, does it say that he has fought every single character on the roster? It's not stated anywhere. It's not shown anywhere. There's no cinematic that shows that. That's not true. He has not. Most of the people on the roster haven't even met Nightmare.
Chad is asking us to end this.
Okay. All right, let's see. Okay, what was where are we? The Zerglings, like the okay, wait. All right, so what's the next debate then? We gotta have something, because you guys can't tell us that we're gonna stop this debate but not have one set up. Dan versus Rouga. Dan versus Rouga actually happens often in these streams.
It really does.
Happens like once
It really
a
fucking does.
Once a stream, it happens at least for a little bit.
And we'll also just start like gushing over Unicorn Overlord because it's a great game.
I'm really. You still haven't beaten it. You gotta get beat it. No,
No, I got farther though. Like
Pierre,
I gotta say, I'm loving the fucking story. It's great.
It's good. I like it. So we either need the, okay. I'm seeing a lot of Fallout and Bioshock, but no one is saying that they will debate for one side or the other. If we can get someone with Fallout versus Bioshock or Nemesis versus Jack, we'll do either one. But we need those people to show up and be like, okay, yeah, I'll support that or whatever. Because right now you guys are just saying matchups. I'll defend Nemesis.
If we get someone for someone for Jack, won't they know most of Bioshock anyway?
What do you mean?
Well, since it's Jack Ryan from Bioshock, technically they'd be able to do Bioshock or Jack for Nemesis.
What are you talking about? Jack is in Bioshock. There's only one Jack. What do we?
Jack Ryan is the one from Bioshock. That's what they were saying
in
the chat.
Yeah.
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 And so if we got someone for Bioshock, then they would be able to defend either Jack against Nemesis or defend Bioshock against Fallout.
Yeah.
That's all I was saying.
Oh, yeah, sure. But we need whatever. We need one or the other. We have someone for Nemesis. Okay, and we have someone for Fallout. But we don't have anyone for Bioshock. So who's the one for Bioshock? Unless you guys want to do Fallout against Nemesis. That's also an option, I suppose.
Wait, if we throw Nemesis in Fallout, I'm pretty sure Nemesis loses because they would just treat him like some sort of super mutant.
Doug says they'll defend Nemesis. I'll do okay, so Pierre will do Bioshock. Okay, Pierre, I need your name. Doug, I need your name.
Wade, that is not even a fucking fight. Aragorn wins.
Wasn't Pierre like Fritz something?
Fritz 7281.
I could just read F's on my own. I can't tell which one's Fritz.
Fritz is the Metal Gear icon.
Get him in there.
I got him.
And then Doug. Doug says that he's just Doug. I see Doug.
Doug is Doug Pumper.
Look, I know Doug has the exact same picture and everything. See how simple that is? Everybody needs to do that.
Well, it's not the exact same because Doug Pumper's name on YouTube is Doug Pumper.
I don't care.
It's Doug Pumper
I don't care.
189.
Same picture, same color. It's close enough. It's fine. It's okay. Ella, I thought you couldn't debate. You were telling me that like your mic or something was fucked up because of puppies or something. I still don't know how those correlate, but something about puppies and your mic is broken.
Apparently the puppy wrecked his mic. That's what he said earlier.
I mean, if you guys want, since y'all already had the Bioshock and Fallout and Bioshock and Nemesis, we could get a Fallout guy in here and it could be a 1v1v1 Fallout versus Bioshock versus Nemesis. I mean,
you know what?
We want shit to get crazy. Oh yeah, right. Let's test voices.
Hello? Hi. How am I sounding?
I sound a little echoey, but not terrible. Doug?
How do I sound?
You sound fine.
Yay.
You sound sexy as fuck. Dude.
Do I pull? Oh, Ellie said he found an old mic. I can pull him up.
Well, someone before him said Fallout. Anthony Leon. Which one was Anthony Leon? That's Gaben, right?
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, he said it first. Bring Gaben up if you want.
Or is that Luke Young? I'm not sure. Anthony, which are
You're
you
Gaben, right? I thought you were.
You were Gaben.
I think it was Gaben. I'm like 5% sure he was Gaben.
Okay, Anthony Leon is Gaben.
I said it first.
So are we just gonna
I wasn't
drop
sure
Jack
if
Ryan?
it was Luke Young or not.
You know, I probably should have asked you guys if y'all are okay with a 1v1v1. I didn't even ask you guys. I'm like, no, it sounds cool. You're doing it.
All right.
Yeah.
Do it.
No, are y'all all cool? Are y'all all cool with that?
Yeah, I like this.
Yeah, cool.
All right. Okay. Let me.
Someone might walk in here now that I hear the garage door opening, but that'll be brief.
I got
Just
you.
a heads up in case.
Just
hold
mute
on.
your headset in case.
Yeah.
You got it.
When it happens. Okay. So we're gonna do. Let's see. What is it? What is it actually? We know it's Nemesis. Okay. So what characters are you guys using, in Fallout and Bioshock? I guess it's Jack. And then who's the Fallout character you want to use?
I'll use Courier 6, the main protagonist of New Vegas.
Courier 6. Okay. All right. This is gonna be chaotic. It's gonna be great. All right.
It's a new format. We haven't done this one.
We're doing it right now. All right.
Start. Yeah.
So yeah, just get started.
Yeah, I'll start with the fact that Nemesis, is a genetically designed monster who has regeneration, and whenever that starts to get taxed, he will undergo a mutation where he'll become a lot bigger and a lot more dangerous. And on top of that, he is made out of the T virus in Resident Evil, which means that anyone he comes across is going to get infected by that. Like, he uses that as an ability to infect others around him and even mutate those infections to create obstacles for the players. So I know for Jack Ryan, to my understanding, best he's got is against the big daddies. Nemesis definitely scales to them much tough, is much quicker, tougher, has actual ranged weaponry that he equips, and when he mutates, he just gets much bigger and stronger. Especially when he gets so big that he is like bigger than buildings, or at least is bigger than like very small buildings, and it requires the main character to use a damn railgun to actually put him down. So yeah, that's my take for Nemesis.
Alright, so my take is that Jack Ryan, he has plasmids like Electrobolt that can stun his enemies. Winter Blast, that he can freeze him, he can even apply that to his wrench. Towards the end of the game, he does get some armor, so it does give him some durability along with some gene tunics as well. It also makes him a lot faster. So what he could do is, he could use some of his plasmids, his weapons like a crossbow, lay traps for Nemesis, and even use one of his plasmids, which he can use to distract him, so he can use that as well. And he can damage him, wear him down, and then he'll eventually get the kill.
How will you distract him exactly?
Well, there's one plasmid in the game where you basically create a decoy of yourself.
Okay. That makes sense. Well, I don't
Yeah,
see how any of his equipment will be enough to just put him down, because like he has comparable durability and to Big Daddies as well as regeneration. Also, we gotta be Gaben's warrior has to be thrown in the ring.
Yes. So there is a good way for Nemesis. So since he is susceptible to being destroyed, though it takes like molecular amounts of destruction, anything that affects his cells would like be more likely to destroy his affect his regeneration. So the weapon of choice for the courier would be a Gauss rifle or one of the plasma Gatling lasers as well, which would do enough DPS to likely disintegrate him.
I mean, has there ever been a time where those guns have gone up against constantly mutating foe. Like, it's gone up against mutated foes, but Nemesis mutates as the fight goes on and adds mass to his body. Like, has the guns ever overcame an opponent similar to that at all?
So I mean, he had the courier during the Lonesome Road DLC when you nuke the NCR or the what was it, the Legion bases, they turn into ghouls, and the subsequent radiation in the areas basically makes them into like have super regeneration, like a lot. And the courier is able to fight these super regenerative ghouls with just his weapons alone. That's the closest I could think of.
One thing I could think of for Jack is that he does have a chemical thrower. What he could do is he can either use fire, he could use ice, or he could use electric to stun him. So he could probably just use that to freeze Nemesis in place. And then he could use some of his high damage weapons like his grenade launcher, his shotgun, which are all upgraded fully, and they could do a ton of damage. Regular weapons have been shown to do a lot of damage to Nemesis that Jill has used, and the weapons that Jack uses in Bioshock are they're gonna cause a lot more damage compared to what Jill has.
I'll give you that BioShock does have better weapons, but what Nemesis has shown when in regards to taking damage is he will get temporarily stunned after while on a chase, and he'll get back on his feet shortly. None of the weapons and equipment, specifically explosives, which actually do stop him and stun him, never really do the trick. He eventually gets to a point where he gets stuck in a gigantic vat, or not a vat. I don't know how to explain it. It's a giant container, and it gets filled up with a bunch of acid, and that's ultimately what really puts him down. Which I skipped a step. He does eventually take an explosion that does really mess him up, but there's the caveat: if the explosion is enough to mess him up and his body gets disfigured, he mutates into a bigger beast, becomes much faster, more feral, and dangerous. And that's another thing, is that while we could sit here and discuss whether or not they could go toe to toe in speed and strength, he still has the T virus. Like, just getting splattered and all over him or near him would get him risk of infection. He doesn't have any experience being around infectious diseases like the T virus, nor does he have access to a cure or knowledge for that, like what the characters Resident Evil do. So yeah.
Okay. I have a couple of things for the Courier 6 to bypass that. One, Esther, the mini nuke launcher that you gain from the Gunrunner's Arsenal DLC, has a mini nuke explosion that is 75% larger than the normal mini nuke launcher explosion. And the Euclid C finder, where Courier 6 goes to Helios 1 and he acquires the Euclid C finder via activating the satellite, which shoots down a giant mega laser.
Another thing I would say that Jack could also use is he does have an ability to get other enemies. One is for Big Daddy specifically, another one is just for regular enemies as well. So what he could do is he could get backup if he wanted to. He could stun Nemesis for a bit, maybe retreat for a bit, get some backup, and then he could have them team up on him. They could do some damage. And what he could do is he could build his resources and just attack Nemesis when okay. Yeah, he can attack Nemesis while he's distracted by everybody and everything.
Well, he would need the help to do it, to make it happen. If we were going to go off of Jack being able to run and get help and resources, Nemesis is a machine deployed by an agency which has more what they're referred to as tyrants is what Nemesis is. They got more of those and other different mutations and diseases that they can throw at their given target to help Nemesis out. Plus, Nemesis also, like I said before, does infect people with the T virus, or at very least deployed in areas where T virus is spreading, and makes those infected individuals more stronger and a valuable asset himself if given the time. So if Jack runs off and goes and buys himself time, well, now Nemesis is going to be building up just some strong zombie forces. So it could bite him in the ass in the long run trying to do that. But and also with the courier's weapons, they are powerful, like the mini nuke. I don't know how well he'll be able to deploy it without affecting himself. And Nemesis was ultimately taken down when his heart was blasted with a railgun, or his core, or whatever you call it in the boss fight.
It was
after
his
he made
head.
that- His head. Well, either way, he had like a weak. He had like a particular weak point that he had to protect with his hand, and that's ultimately what had to be destroyed. I don't know if the mini nuke will be able to annihilate him enough to get it. At least it'll give him an opening, but the destructive force still leaves it possible for Nemesis to undergo another mutation and become a big freak again, which would just make the problem worse.
Well, here's the thing. Since the Courier 6 both has the Euclid C Finder and the Esther, the mini nuke launcher, the unique variant of the mini nuke launcher, he could use both in tandem to at least get a finishing blow before he could actually like regenerate back or mutate.
That's a
enough
good
to get.
point.
Yeah.
I would say though you still run into an issue is just that at any point in which the courier does get the Nemesis down to like a damaged state to where his core is exposed for the mini nuke, he's got to get distance before he deploys the mini nuke, which just gives
Yeah.
Nemesis time to get back
Implant
up and respond.
GRX. Implant GRX allows him to move and like slow down time and increases movement speed as well.
Okay. All right, well that's a maybe. Well, even if he pulls that off, it still comes down to a draw basically, because the T virus would get to him. He's got no way to really counteract that. Like getting in a fight with Nemesis is going to get him infected with it, whether he likes it or not.
I mean, unless he has P51 or Enclave power armor, which you do gain in the end game. So, and we've seen, yeah.
I was gonna say I also would make the argument that for Jack Ryan, because he was genetically modified and his body's resistant to things like plasmids, who's to say that it wouldn't affect his ability to be affected by a T virus?
Well,
oh yeah. He also the courier also in the Old World Blues DLC becomes a actual cyborg, so that could also like affect him if he's like tries to get infected.
That
And
might
by the
help.
time in Fallout, they probably could find a cure within a short amount of time.
Well, that's the thing
Because
is
even
that
though like the world is destroyed, their technology is still really advanced. So I wouldn't put it past if they could find something in time. They did find like a cure for the super mutants back in Fallout 4.
Yes, but that was with the Institute. This I don't know if old Big Mountain is more advanced than the Institute, so I'm not gonna go into that.
yeah, like the viruses like for what Fallout has going on, they have to deal with a lot of radiation problems. What the T virus itself does is different. It's a virus, which would be like a miniature microscopic living organism that attacks the body. That's much different than radiation, which splits apart DNA and causes it to reconstruct improperly. It would be a whole nother battle to actually research and develop cures against. The thing that I'm seeing here is that for Jack, he can't really. I don't see Jack really going toe to toe very well with Nemesis. He has shown going through buildings like in his like smaller state, like in his just like casual state, walking through buildings and being able to eat explosions. And when he gets mutated, he gets to a point where he can move much faster, leap across walls, and start scaling walls and across buildings and moving at incredible speeds. And if you damage that enough, he will become a massive like larger than a house monster, and it just gets progressively worse as it goes on. And so for the courier, I think he has ways to damage him and put him down, but even if he somehow successfully does, he's gonna get himself wounded in the process and get infected, and I just don't see him surviving the encounter if he somehow manages to take him down. Like, I just don't. I'm not convinced that his equipment is enough to annihilate Nemesis fast enough to overcome his mutation and regeneration advantage, because we've seen nothing like that in Fallout before. No regeneration to his extent, nor any mutation the way he does it.
I mean, you could make an argument that Big Mountain has super stim packs and auto inject stim packs that he gains from Lonesome Road, which basically allows him to heal any injury in a short amount of time.
I would say that from Jack's equipment, like I said, his equipment, his plasmids can cause continual damage. I think he could eventually take Nemesis down. His regenerative factor is really good, but it does have its limits. Him just going down, like, and you not being able to damage him any further, which is gameplay. And I would also argue that maybe Jill doesn't have enough ammo. But in Bioshock, you can do a lot more with just ammo. You can use your plasmids or anything else like that, and the environment to cause damage to Nemesis enough to kill him.
Pimp Demon, he did a super chat. He said technically the courier can become a cyborg before Old Wars DLC via that one certain doctor girl near the city of Vegas.
Yeah, you could. But he still has a bit of like a few organic parts that could get infected. So he's not technically a full. Well, he is a cyborg. That's what I meant.
But he's not
He's just
immune to
not like a
viruses.
robot. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's not necessarily immune to viruses.
Like, best case scenario for the courier is if he like were to like be walking along and Nemesis is just so happen to be there, which is unlikely. Nemesis gets deployed after someone, and in this scenario I would say him, but he comes across Nemesis and he's like, holy shit, and he gets away from it and hits him with that orbital laser maybe a couple times and just puts him down before he realizes he's there. But if any confrontation goes down, because he has no way to cure that, even if he does manage to win, he'll die. Like, it's either they both die or Nemesis walks away mutated and injured as fuck. And I just don't see Jack also like just even coming close to what the firepower the courier carries, nor to the physical extent to what the Nemesis gets to.
You could also bring in since the courier does have access to stealth boys, so he could at least like avoid any like, or he could just run away to gain enough distance for him to be able to fire off his weapons at a safe distance.
That could help. The only thing that you might run into, I don't know if this is a thing or not. He is genetically engineered. It's possible for Nemesis to still sense him. He becomes like an animal after a certain point, but I agree with you that he still has that to work around, because Nemesis has never shown coming up against invisibility ever. I don't know if that'll
Jack,
be. You go ahead.
I was gonna say Jack has the same thing. I mean, you have to stand still, of course, but I'm sure he could create enough distance where he could get out of Nemesis' sight for a couple seconds and then turn invisible.
Yeah, if I'm not mistaken, Nemesis, like, this could just be the movie. Nemesis has like a digital like thing in his head where it like scans his surroundings.
Oh yeah,
and
yeah, a
targets.
visor basically.
Yeah.
It basically allows him to detect enemies and even their threat levels as well. So
Yeah, I don't think that's enough to just completely counteract it, but they will allow him to easier detect movement and things going around. Be like, hey, what was that? Maybe blow up a location. But yeah, it's an option. But
Yeah,
it's
but the ability is activated when you're completely still. So if it does sense movement, it's not gonna work.
Yeah, I was mostly referring to the courier having the advantage over Jack, because having to sit still is just way too much of a detriment.
Yeah.
Nemesis is not a robot. I'm sorry, I looked at the
He's a
comments.
he's a genetically. I wouldn't. No, he's a infected patient, a
Yeah,
mutant.
he's a dude that they just genetically engineered to be a killing machine. One of few. They're called tyrants.
He's a he's a T-002 tyrant with the NE parasite inside of him.
Another
Yeah.
point I want to bring up too was I did mention in the beginning that towards the end of the game you actually dress up as a Big Daddy. And what happens is it gives you 25 defense. So with him going in with that, he could probably like get tagged once or twice before the infection even becomes an issue likely.
Oh yeah, that I could definitely see that helping buying him time. Still don't think he has the firepower to get to Nemesis. He does have that grenade launcher, which can be upgraded, but it doesn't get upgraded to. It doesn't get upgraded, to my understanding. It doesn't get upgraded to as big of a boom as the type of weapons that get used against Nemesis. Like he gets hit with RPGs, missiles, and C4 packets, and he gets lit on fire and just walks it off like it's nothing. And like the most it ever does is like tear up his clothing and some tentacles pop out. The C4, I should clarify, did like collapse a whole train on him, and that's when he mutated into the four-legged beast. So I would say something along that line would be enough to maybe Resident Evil doesn't know what they're saying, because I don't think C4 is that much more powerful than a rocket launcher. But still, it's just he was taking damage throughout the entire night, prolonged. Eventually, it caved in on him.
But at the
But he
same
gets plenty
time,
of
there were breaks in between then, so he would have had time to recover in between those fights.
That is true.
So if like you're constantly like, the point you brought up earlier about running away, you do have a point that was bad. You would need to constantly inflict massive amounts of damage to him all at once. I think Jack could do that. Like his firepower is pretty good. I don't think in and of itself he would probably have to trick Nemesis into a place, into surroundings that are to his advantage, where there's water around so he can electrocute him. Maybe use his crossbow, proximity bombs, cyclone. You would have to create a bunch of different traps that would do a ton of damage and it would just wear down Nemesis.
It would I could definitely see that being feasible. It would have to be over an quite an extended period of time, and I don't think that he has that time for Nemesis to avoid being infected, and nor do I think that he has that time to really win the fight, because Nemesis is comparable to Big Daddy's just in the beginning, and as he gets torn up, he will get bigger, stronger, faster, and that'll just be more of a problem as it gets going. But of course, Jack's like I don't know what the name of his abilities are. All of his special like hand motion abilities. That's really gonna give him quite the advantage at like playing at a distance against Nemesis. But he's not just a beast that rushes down. He's got a couple different guns and melee weapons that he can use, from like a knife to a hammer with like an explosive electrical radius, and a rocket launcher and a minigun, as well as a grenade launcher and a couple other things I can't remember off the top of my head. So he has a couple ways to work around that, though I wouldn't give it all to him at once.
Yeah, he definitely has really good equipment. That's why if he was to fight him or even the courier, you just have to play really smart against Nemesis. He's probably smarter than a normal zombie, but you can outsmart him, you could trick him. And then that's how you're gonna have to fight him if you're gonna beat him.
True.
Which I think
That's
Jack could do. Because he fights against, overwhelming amount of enemies, big daddies, all of that. Including Atlas. No, not Atlas, Frank Fontaine, excuse me.
I will concede to that idea. Like for both the courier and Jack, if they were to put themselves in a prolonged chase, like what they did in Resident Evil, they'll handle that much, much better than what the people in Resident Evil are, because they were just like peak CIA agents or whatever, keeping their distance. Both these two are far more powerful and capable than they are, and if they were to go on a prolonged chase, they would probably lead Nemesis into a worse position. the only thing is I don't. They will not have anywhere near as much information about T viruses and whatnot, and how to just work around that to really
Actually,
capitalize.
no, Jack Ryan, he has a camera, and in the game, like you get it around like the third or fourth level. I forgot the level it's called. And what
Yeah.
it could do is it could get you information on your enemies, it could give you bonuses, it could even give you some passive abilities as well. So he can actually get that information on Nemesis and use that against them.
Well, how does that information get collected? Because I get that he uses it to look at enemies. Is that a technology deciphering the people who are there then? Because there's two ways this could be done. Like he could be looking at the enemies he understands, and just by looking at them, he deciphers qualities, or it gets studied and researched by an AI in the device. Do you know which one it is? Because the gameplay could be portraying two different ways he's collecting that information.
Nah, he does have an AI. I don't believe they have AI at all in Bioshock. So it would have to be the former.
Okay. So he might not he might be able to at least figure out it's a zombie or mutation maybe, but I don't know how much. I don't think he'll be able to fully figure out the severity of the virus in time for the fight to somehow, I don't know, to even work around it. Maybe even if he did, I don't know what he would do to even work around being infected by the T virus. It's just it's just one of those things. Sickness is a bitch. Really hard to work around that. Yeah, that's why
Yeah.
COVID fucked us. Can't believe I made that joke.
Right.
I'm ashamed
But
of myself.
I would say though he doesn't really need to figure out the virus. What he needs to just do is more or less figure out the physical weaknesses of his enemy and how to counter that appropriately.
True, and that's the thing. Like Nemesis does have a core that you have to like destroy. I don't. To my understanding, Jack has less of a chance of exploiting that weakness than the Courier because he doesn't have anywhere near as many precision, high caliber firearms like what he does. But he's got a lot of abilities to stun and slow him down, but not really to capitalize on Nemesis' main weakness. And that's a lot of concentrated firepower on his weakness, like with that railgun. And also that railgun, I just don't know how powerful that thing is. I mean, it's a fucking railgun. Those
That
things.
was calced at around large building level plus. That's what I've heard about.
That's true, but another thing you gotta understand is with the railgun, it's not just hitting you with concussive force. It's kind of also like annihilating the projectile with the magnets at the same time. It's complicated. It uses electromagnetism to throw it, and it turns into a molten thing. Hey, wait a minute. I think Roku's doing a little search. Nope.
Repels them at using electromagnets via electromagnetic yeah.
Well, the way the projectile gets ripped apart, the way the projectile gets ripped apart as it exits the barrel, it also tends to rip apart its target as well with extreme heat and like volatile explosiveness. So it gets hit with that concussive force and then just depletes it. I think I can see on the stream that Rogu is actually looking at it.
Are you saying that it would like heat up on the person that's using it, or you're talking about it overheats and needs to recharge?
I'm saying that when it hits his target, all that heat goes into it and like disintegrates. Like I don't want to just say disintegrate because
Friction.
it's not.
Basically, it boils it boils the insides of whatever it's targeting.
Yeah.
It doesn't disintegrate, it boils it like to a melting point.
Exactly. And I want to clarify that even if it was comparable to like the lasers, it has a lot of concussive force added on to its ability to eviscerate its target. So it's not just the laser, not just the energy, but the actual force itself being applied to him in the correct spot as well. I mean, maybe they could easily figure out like the boss weakness if it would even look like that in real life on his chest, but to my understanding, as he mutates, it moves and it changes positions. But that's after he gets really big, so I wouldn't count on that so much. But yeah, you guys got any other points? Gaben, you haven't really spoken too much. You got any other points you want to add on this?
I mean, for the courier's defense, he does have power armor at his disposal, like T-51, T-45, and I believe Enclave Remnants power armor. So it should be able to like help defend against some of the more, just in case he gets infected or the Nemesis tries to like damage him in some way. The power armor would allow him to protect, defend against these attacks. And you could also add in the stealth boy, so he could basically be invisible while being well defended in it.
Is there a point where the stealth boys can be damaged like in game, right? And I don't even know why I asked that. I swear the stealth boy can be damaged. So that is a good point. So the armor definitely will help prolong the fight. It's been taken down by death claws, and I don't know how comparable they are to Big Daddies.
Death claws
Or-
are able to throw cars around and take out a squadron of Brotherhood of Steel Knights.
Okay.
This was during the Fallout 4, I believe. It
Well,
was stated in Fallout 4.
Okay, strength is pretty considerable, pretty comparable. I'd say I don't know if their strength is too comparable. So it's a little bit better than what Nemesis starts off at it. So I definitely see the courier just having an absolute advantage whenever Nemesis is not mutated at all and has his guns. And I would say Kodiak, sorry, and I would say that even the next two mutations, Nemesis would still even struggle. But I still believe that it would still get damaged, and there's still a chance that while he's ripping apart Nemesis, the blood's gonna get all over him, and as Nemesis is tearing into him, something's gonna get in somewhere along the lines. I just don't think that the courier could end it quick enough to avoid the T-virus like infection problem. He would have to somehow have to cure it because it would have to require any blood or any fluids getting on him or in him, in his eyes, his mouth, or him just getting any injuries at all by Nemesis. Because if Nemesis physically injures him, boom, the T virus is just in him. It transferred directly from Nemesis to whatever he's touching right to him. That's just basic germ theory. And they did have to have a cure to avoid this problem in the game. Like I'm pretty sure there was a point where Jill or what's her nuts had to go and smoke some
Jill,
flower.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, she got
Inject some
she got
flower.
scratched, and yeah, they needed to cure. But I could see like the courier, because he does usually have armor and equipment that even if the blood was to splatter on him, I don't think that would be a problem at all.
Well, it's not
He
so
is a
much.
cyborg. He
That is
too is
true.
like partly cyborg, so at least that'll give him some time.
It's just I don't
And I
see
think
it.
in the world of Fallout, they'd be able to find the cure to the virus. Like if they have to take the corpse of Nemesis and study it after he kills him, I'm sure they'd be able to find something with how advanced their technology is.
He could just amputate it. Amputate the wound.
That's true. He could do that too.
Maybe, but the thing is he doesn't. He can't. He won't know right off the bat that this is a zombie. Like from right off the bat, he could just straight up look at this and think, "Oh, radiation mutant." And even if there's too many assumptions and to whether or not they could figure this out, because to my knowledge, there's nothing that has happened in Fallout just like similar to curing the T virus at all. And the thing about the armor, like yes, it's definitely going to keep blood and stuff getting on him. The thing is the fight will still get prolonged, and Nemesis will still tear it up, and make openings. Like even the Death Claws and Raiders will break apart your armor over time, and you'll have to get that repaired. Well, I'm not too familiar with the. No, armor still breaks in Fallout New Vegas, and
Yeah,
remember,
it's Fallout 4 where they stopped that mechanic, but like it's a gameplay mechanic. I'm sure like in canon it still breaks. I don't know why
Yeah.
they did that ever since Skyrim.
In the show, I believe the Fallout TV show also depicts armor being like substantially durable because it was able to tank Yaogwai shots, hits from Yaogwais, and this giant salamander from the West Coast.
Another thing too worth mentioning in the show is that they actually make it so that you do get infected. Ghouls can infect you now if they scratch you. So I guess like with that change, yes, they do have something where they are aware that if they get scratched by something, that they may have to amputate it or get to that right away.
And the Pit Boys will help detect that as well.
Well,
So
the thing about what the ghouls got going on is that it's specifically radiation is what caused it, and it's radiation sickness deteriorating their body. The T virus is a virus, and I tried to preference this at the beginning of the debate is that a virus itself is a miniature living organism that goes out of its way to destroy its host for its own benefit. Radiation is just energy flying from a source and destroying particles in its way. Curing radiation sickness of any kind is a lot much is a much different ball game than a virus. So while they do have the same effect of deteriorating someone to a zombie-like state, how they go about it is just way too different drastics of science method and even science fiction. Um, and yeah, and the armors, yeah, the armors have taken some pretty impressive hits, but none of those creatures in Fallout have shown like tearing through buildings like how Nemesis has. And when Nemesis gets to his bigger states, like he gets like tentacles and stuff that he can wrap around and start throwing things and his opponent around, which will be just a much worse obstacle to work around than before. So yeah, his armor will only just buy him time. Like that unless there are unless Liberty Prime, like something that stood up to Liberty Prime is what he had showed up, then I don't think there's anything the courier has that allow him to fully defeat Nemesis with no risk or any problems. Unless he showed up with Liberty Prime, but you know.
the Euclid Sea Finder,
What's
I
the
would say.
Euclid Viewfinder?
That's the orbital laser I just said earlier.
Well, that would require him to still be at a distance, to still risk killing the courier in the process, doesn't it? Like
Yes, but again, with the methods he has at his disposal, like say stealth boys and whatnot, he's able to at least have some amount of time to gain distance from Nemesis. So I wouldn't say it's out of the conclusion.
I wouldn't say that's out of the conclusion, but I think that's too circumstantial. The Pit Boys don't offer radiation, invisibility, but it's cloaking that can be seen with the naked eye if you pay attention enough. And with the visors on Nemesis, maybe. No, I don't want to bring that up because it makes it sound like that counteracts it. I just want to say that the visor will help him like see minute details like as they're happening, and then he would just be able to think, okay, well that looks like someone's moving there. He's probably right there type situation. But again, that can be worked around. I think that's like a 50-50 type shot for Nemesis. For Courier gets away, gets the distance, hit him with the laser, or Nemesis realizes there's a visible guy nearby. I'm gonna start like shooting my rocket launcher in that direction. Like he does that in game eventually. Like when he's chasing down someone, he just starts firing his rocket launcher at them because he can't catch up. He's also very quick. Like he usually walks slow around, but especially in the older games that he's in, and like just occasionally, he'll just sprint really fast. He can move pretty damn quick.
I would say that
He could do that, yeah.
I was gonna say I think Courier is still faster, and I also think Jack Ryan's faster because Jack has
Oh,
a
yeah.
gene tunic. You could equip two of them, and makes you faster than even like an athlete, a professional athlete. At the same time, what you said with muscles, there's telekinesis, so Jack could just use telekinesis and throw it back at him. So he can even save up on ammo and use that to his advantage. And then the ammo he saved up, he could use it to finish off Nemesis.
And for the Courier, he does have implant GRX, which allows him to at least slow down his time, like visually, move like faster than his normal speed allows.
Yeah,
Courier
so
definitely
there's no
has.
doubt that Nemesis is really quick, but I would say they're still like both Courier and Jack are still a good bit faster.
That is true. I don't know if that will be enough though, because not only does not only is that not only they not only do they have other like just more factors in speed to overcome, but Nemesis is not as slow, doesn't stay as slow as he is as the fight stays. Once he gets to, like his feral state, I don't know if you guys are familiar with all of his mutations, he eventually ends up on all fours. And whenever Jill is running from him, she runs from him first on a bridge that has to fall and slow him down because he's capable of running her down with ease. He is significantly quicker, and his tentacles can burrow into grounds, into buildings, and be used to like snake around and grab people. I think that's actually based off of a mechanic he is as a guest in a game, but he does use his tentacles still to grab people at pretty quick speeds and even climb things. Like he climbed things pretty all right. But yeah,
But no, I was gonna say Jack also like fights against enemies like spider splicers, Houdini's who teleports, so he should be able to catch. He should be able to catch on to that pretty well. And
it,
also, like he does have homing missiles, so homing missiles could also help out with that a lot.
his homing missiles would definitely be helpful. I don't know if they'll like hit hard enough, but another thing about like his enemies, I know that Jack does come across enemies with durability and agility like comparable to what Nemesis shows. He doesn't come across really anyone who has all of that in one. Maybe Frank at the ending of that like the ending fight, maybe he's that powerful, but to my knowledge, got Frank's powers were limited. He had to get recharged, and Jack like stuck him with a syringe and like injected him with some stuff or absorbed some stuff from him. So it's
Yeah, that's another thing too, is that Jack got a lot stronger in that fight. Also, if you want to use bad ending Jack, where he just like takes all the little sisters, he's even more powerful. So that it will even give him a better chance against Nemesis if you wanted to go down that route. But I'm
better
using
chance.
yeah, but I'm using. I was gonna use the canonical one where he saves everybody, so he's a little bit weaker.
That's fair. This is my conclusion. I think this is where it's at. Is that no matter for both combatants against Nemesis, they both have a chance of winning. But even if they do, they'll get infected and they'll die later on. So this is either a win for Nemesis or a death in both parties, and that is my conclusion. So does anyone else want to offer like a different conclusion, or should we leave it here? Because I think we're starting to enter some circles in this discussion.
Yeah, no, I would say I was gonna say my ending conclusion is it would take everything he's got, all tricks he has. He has to be a bit smart. Well, really smart actually, and he'll empty out all his reserves, but he should be able to beat Nemesis. He'll be exhausted, and at the same time, I do think he does have resistance. He would have a resistance to the virus thanks to his genetic modification. So I think he
Okay.
would win just barely.
Okay, so that's that's fair, I guess, and give him that chance. But with the courier, I should also say that the courier does have a chance to win without being infected, because he could have a chance of getting away. But again, I don't think his stealth technology is reliable enough to guarantee that. But it gives him that chance regardless. So I'll reiterate that again. My conclusion: both enemies, most like if they win, they are going to get infected and die later on, but there's a good small chance for the courier to not be detected and avoid that chance. And yeah, and even for Nemesis to win, like and not die, it'd be pretty hard fought both ways, because both combatants are more than anything he's ever faced. So I just want to make sure like everyone knows, like this is not an easy fight for Nemesis. These are both the hardest fights he's ever had before, and most likely he's gonna die. But still are they? Maybe not the courier. All right, that's my conclusion.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
I said
yeah, that's
mine.
good.
You could go on ahead.
Yeah, I think this is fair. Yeah, the conclusion I'm makes sense. Given even if the courier has like a slight chance of surviving, he's more than likely still going to get hit as long as he's prepared for it.
Yeah. So okay, I think we've reached a conclusion then. Okay,
Well, it's
Dan.
been fun
Awesome.
talking with you guys. I really
Good to
enjoyed
see
this.
a natural conclusion. All right, cool. Okay.
Yeah, that's
So,
very enjoyable.
what was the conclusion that what's his
Nemesis.
Nemesis
Yeah,
would win?
Nemesis. Yeah, Nemesis would either Nemesis would win the fight or Nemesis would die, and it would result in the other two dying from the T-virus afterwards, with the exception of the courier possibly being able to stealth his way and avoid the confrontation and kill Nemesis all around.
Can the
under the
T-virus
most
survive large amounts of nuclear radiation?
I don't know if that's a thing that ever
How
comes
would
up.
how would the
It
T
has-
virus interact with the forced evolutionary virus? Because that is also embedded in the genetic code of every single Fallout resident that wasn't a vault dweller when the bombs went off.
Does that protect their host? Like, what's
The forced
Anyone
evolutionary virus gives essentially accelerated regeneration. So you know how super mutants in
Yeah.
Fallout are like the big hulking and like
Right.
they have a passive health regen? The forced evolutionary virus is what caused that. So higher amounts of forced evolutionary virus and you result into a super mutant. That's how you end up with beings like Swan in Fallout 4. The thing is, every creature that has been outside after the bombs were dropped has inhaled the air or the radiation air, which has bonded with smaller amounts of the forced evolutionary virus. Hence why the scientists needed the Soul Survivor's kid, because he was pure and not affected by the forced evolutionary virus. So they used him as like a template to build their new humans.
Okay, so the idea. All right, so are you saying the idea is that that would give them the scientific possibility to cure the T-virus? Is that what you're saying?
No,
I think they're saying it will only
the
infect them at all,
FEV
right?
would, the FEV is already infecting them and and does essentially attack any other viruses that come onto its host, because the FEV at that point is trying to basically just take over, reproduce as much as it can. But it's such a powerful virus and it's bonded with nuclear radiation that like those people are essentially a new evolution in the human genome.
I don't even think you have to go that far. I mean, all of the characters in Fallout are so irradiated. Like the irradiation actually makes them stronger. It's how a lot of their leveling up is capable of being like, oh, you're stronger when you have this. What's up?
You can walk out into the glowing sea and be fine as long as you get out of there
So,
fast enough.
I don't think that there's any evidence in Resident Evil that the T-virus can survive being inside the body of the courier or any character in Fallout because of the radiation. It would kill
Problem
anything.
is, they still get infected via diseases. So I mean, it's not.
Well, that doesn't mean that the T-virus is just because the viruses in Fallout are immune to that. In real life, we know they're not. Radiation will kill a virus inside your body. That's why we use it to kill. That's why we irradiate the fuck out of people to kill things. Now we don't.
It kills a whole lot of cells, but also the reason that some of those viruses survive in Fallout is again because the forced evolutionary virus saw them and went, "All right, I'm gonna upgrade you, and now you're gonna be my bitch."
Yeah, I didn't want to like stonewall your fucking your debate because y'all already came to a conclusion. But I don't know why. I was waiting for it, been like that when you were talking about the T-virus. I'm like, is no one gonna bring up the fact that it shouldn't be able to survive the radiation inside Courier's body?
I mean,
it was that the courier probably would survive even if he did get hit with it. I just didn't know how resilient he was, but I figured it probably wouldn't be like a severe factor.
The Courier is one of the most resilient Fallout protags, probably only surpassed by either Fallout 2 or Fallout 3.
Chosen One. The Chosen One and the Lone Wanderer.
Yeah, the Lone Wanderer's not, like, he's up there, but I'm pretty sure the Chosen One's probably better.
I think the Chosen One's a bit proper.
The Chosen One is the Chosen One. He has plot armor on his side. He fought Frank Horrigan and won.
Ella in chat is saying Ella in chat is saying that there's rad guns in the clave that just straight up eliminate regeneration from anyone who isn't rad resistant.
The gamma guns from Fallout 4 and 76.
Yeah.
Well, that gets rid of generation. Nemesis specifically has parasites that are doing the work, like a whole other set of bodies, like doing things. And I'm not talking like cell bodies, like
Yeah, but how do those
multicellular
parasites survive in post-apocalyptic nuclear radiation? Like,
the reason why the rad guns stop you from healing is because the cells can't put themselves back together. The radiation won't allow it because radiation kills cells. So even the parasites, they're still made of cells. Like, it should kill when radiation comes in contact with things, it generally kills it. Like, that's usually how it works. So
in the case of Fallout, some of them became ghouls and can survive in extreme amounts of radiation, or became super mutants and can absorb said radiation.
Yeah, but that's a power that they have. That's not a power that all these other fictional characters would have.
Exactly.
It would. I don't think that. Again, kind of taking over your debate. I didn't mean to, but yeah, I don't think that anything in Resident Evil has shown that it can resist the amounts of radiation that Courier just lives with at all times. That is inside his body. Even if you removed Courier from Fallout and threw him into the real world, him just being around people would kill them, because of the amount of radiation that's in his body at all times.
Yeah, you could probably stick a Geiger counter on him and it would go insane.
Yeah. Well, not probably. We know that that's exactly the case. Like, he's all the entire world is insanely radiated.
Wait. So if I throw a Geiger counter in the glowing sea, would it just blow up?
But Fallout New Vegas was relatively fine when it came to like not much radiation because House was there to defend most of the bombs that dropped during the.
No, the radiation was still extremely prevalent. There wasn't much destruction in Vegas itself.
Well, here's another
because
thing.
House defended the buildings from falling.
Here's another thing. We haven't shown that the radiation in Fallout has had to gun up against not only regeneration to what the name is slipping for me. It's too late at night. Nemesis has shown. Forgive me. This does not have shown going against the kind of regeneration Nemesis has shown, as well as the rapid mutations that he takes on as the fight progresses.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how good his regeneration is if he hasn't shown any sort of. Yeah, but it doesn't matter. If he hasn't shown mutating to overcome large amounts of nuclear radiation, there's no reason why we would assume that he would.
But even so,
radiation kills biology and kills cells. So his ability to regenerate is not relevant because it's literally because that's what radiation does is it kills regeneration. It stops. I mean, we actually use knives that are radiated when we want a wound to not when we want certain things to not heal properly. We use it in very, very rare surgeries.
But we also have proof that there is mutation on the level, maybe not quite as fast as Nemesis, but on the level of Nemesis's mutations in some of the creatures that we find in and around the Fallout world.
Did you guys
come to
we went over about how the mutations were determined by the radiation breaking apart DNA structure and causing mutations that way, just natural mutations.
Fallout 76 does go into that, yeah, because you were able to gain abilities just by going near taking up a lot of radiation in that game, and gaining mutations from it.
Yeah,
which really is just cancer.
Yeah. But like I said, just because that's how Fallout works and that's how that world works doesn't necessarily mean that that's how Nemesis would react. I mean, generally speaking, the way a mutation works is it's cells altering their structure, and the whole thing that radiation does is kill cells. So in theory, the radiation should be just an automatic end of any sort of mutations that would be helpful. Because it would literally be stopping the cells. It would be stopping the cells from replicating. It would be stopping the cells from evolving.
And it would essentially be Nemesis would either have to adapt and overcome or just succumb. It would end up being, does he manage to survive this amount of radiation that he was never actually built for? Because yeah, he was built to take damage. He was built as a bullet sponge. But he was never built to take that amount of radiation because, I mean, let's be honest, STARS was never going to drop 70 nukes on Nemesis.
Well, he's not actually built to take in all that much damage. I mean, against a bunch of different guns and stuff, sure, because he's never really fired at with guns that can blow him into pieces, with the exception of the railgun. When he gets hit with the railgun, it does kill him. It blows him into fucking pieces, which means that there's a very hard limitation to his regenerative abilities. So I don't see why shooting him with a nuke gun that Courier 6 does have wouldn't blow him to pieces to an extent that he wouldn't be able to heal from.
Oh, well, the issue with that is that
one at a time. One at a time, guys. Let Doug defend himself.
Yeah, the issue with that is that for the lasting damage, Courier would first have to get away. There's too much for a fight for him to realize he has regeneration he has to overcome. If he doesn't just choose to already lob that at him from a far distance before the fight starts, he's putting himself at risk for that damage. And whenever Nemesis has gotten blown apart, within a train, to where, well, it was in peace. He didn't quite get to see him. He was just absolutely engulfed in flames, gone for a moment, and he became a new state. The third mutation, though, he was in a massive vat of acid, and it annihilated most of his body, and then that's when he became that giant creature.
So why'd the railgun kill him?
Why'd the railgun kill?
It was never stated whether it killed him.
Well, he never shows up again, so he's probably dead.
Because Raccoon City got nuked.
Then
he's dead.
So he could be killed by a nuke. Either way, he never showed up after the end of that game. He's dead.
Either he died to a railgun or he got nuked.
Either way, blowing up or
takes
getting
him out.
fried killed him. He was destroyed enough that he never came back.
Well, the destruction itself was focused onto his weakness that put him down. For the idea of an explosion in his mutating bodies, he'd be able to somehow protect it enough to survive and mutate into another monstrosity.
But he wouldn't be mutating because you're being hit with with this particular attack coming from a nuke, which, as we've already gone over, is radiation that stops cells from behaving the way they should, means that he wouldn't be able to mutate just because he was so radiated. And I think the argument that he wouldn't be able to use a nuke on him without also hitting himself is a really bad argument. I don't understand why.
I mean,
you see the Courier use the mini nukes all the time.
Yeah, they shoot him all kinds of
blowing
people.
himself up.
And
when he
he's
blows himself up,
considerably he's considerably faster than Nemesis is. He's there. I don't see why there would be. And honestly, if they both got hit by a nuke, I would say that Courier has a better chance of surviving as long as he's not at the epicenter of the explosion, because he actually has resistance to the radiation.
I mean, we've also watched him get shot by a mini nuke and survive, so
Or was that where he did not get shot by a mini nuke and survive? I don't know where you got that from.
Yeah, I wouldn't. I don't think he ever got shot.
That's gameplay. He can be shot
No,
by a mini
well,
nuke and
I
survive.
mean,
but take that.
I don't think you would take that into account.
Yeah.
But
He'd get shot twice in the head, though.
I think you can argue. I think you can argue that if he was at the outside of a nuclear explosion and he was hit by the nuclear radiation but not the blast, he would survive it. I think you can argue that much. But I don't think you can argue that if he was in the epicenter of a nuclear explosion, he would survive. I don't think there's any
I believe the Lone
evidence.
Wanderer has better feats of radiation resistance because of pure Project Purity.
Sure, but the whole universe as a whole, doesn't really matter who you're talking about, has extremely high levels of nuclear radiation. It's kind of one of the best things they have in terms of resistances. It's radiation does not kill characters in that series.
It's also the main line of defense if you ever want to trust anyone in that series.
What's up?
It's also the first line of defense. Oh, go ahead, Fritz.
I was gonna say, at the very worst, he would probably just turn into a ghoul.
Yeah, but yeah, I don't see an argument against the Courier just firing a mini nuke at Nemesis and him dying. I don't see any evidence in the game in Resident Evil 3 that he would survive something like that, or that Courier would have any real issues of doing it. And you can't even say oh, he would blitz him or something before he shot or whatever, because you have VATS, which basically stops time and allows you to aim and shoot. I mean, he's definitely faster than Nemesis by a large margin. Nemesis is outrun throughout that whole game by a regular woman. So I don't really. He doesn't even really have superhuman levels of speed like Courier does.
But I mean,
For the stop time thing, wasn't that not necessarily just gameplay?
No, it's not. It's not actual stop time, but it's. But
Yeah,
I,
it's
but I
just
think you
like
could
really
very
accurate.
clearly. Yeah, but you could definitely argue that it's perception.
It's enhanced cognition due to the implanted chip that
It's perception. Yeah, it's a heightened perception of time.
So it's basically like forcing time in his mind to slow down.
It gives it
it's not actively
perception.
slowed down.
It gives him heightened reaction speeds.
Yeah.
But wouldn't this be one circumstance then, like with the mini nuke out of his arsenal, like that's what he has to toss at him. Like Nemesis can overpower like the rest of what he's got to offer.
So if your argument is that Nemesis can only win if we don't give Courier his full arsenal, I don't think that's the best argument for you to go down.
But also, even if we don't give him the mini nukes, he has stuff like plasma guns, he has energy-based weapons, he has power armor. Like, all of these things, and like there's power armor that chat's been saying you can upgrade that and it'll filter air particles for you. There's
We were going with New Vegas.
Yeah, no, that's in New Vegas.
As in New
Courier
Vegas,
has access to
fuck.
that. Yeah, you can upgrade the T60 to the T60F. Also, Courier
Wait,
goes
that's not
into...
in the game. T60 was never in the game. That was
Okay,
T45 or Sierra Madre power armor. That was it. Sierra, yeah.
So, like, we've seen him have resistance to spore-based infection, so why wouldn't he necessarily be resistant to the T-virus infection? Because he goes into Vault 22 and is completely immune to the spore-based disease there. So
that disease can come. So we can come from the fact that disease is an illness from his place that his body could have its immunities to. And aside from that, for his suits, like just putting that aside to him having a suit that could just protect him from the virus, like the thing is has like these suits have been damaged by Beast weaker than Nemesis. Nemesis has gone through buildings in like his weakest state, just rather casually, and there's not really any display of any like strength from any of the Beast in Fallout, and even they are able to break down and damage those equipment, and that's really all you would realistically need for a chance of infection, aside from the radiation argument to like incur.
Okay.
Like you,
Dan, I'm be honest with you. I had a perfect argument for this, and you're making it worse. You don't. It's the armor isn't relevant. The fact is that there's no evidence the virus can survive that levels of radiation. Any biological thing that would enter his body would be killed by that radiation. That's really the only argument you need for that. It doesn't matter if you can get him infected or not. The infection won't actually do anything unless you can prove that somehow, which you can't, because we know that a nuclear blast actually did wipe out all of the T virus out of Raccoon City. So we know it can't survive nuclear radiation, because that was another thing that you said. You said, well, he could adapt to it. Well, he didn't adapt to the nuke. So, and actually no T virus at all across all of Resident Evil 3 was able to survive that explosion. So there's no evidence that it could do that. In fact, we know that that's actually kind of its kryptonite. So yeah, he's not getting infected.
A point to that is that when you nuke in Lonesome Road, when you nuke either the NCR or the Caesar's Legion, the people who are wearing power armor, even though they turned into ghouls, the armor that they were wearing was still intact. So yeah, you could make an argument that power armor is actually like durable enough to actually like withstand nuclear blasts because they were in the vicinity of its explosion.
That's not that hard to do. I've made this argument quite a few times, and people don't like it when I say this, but nukes aren't as strong as people think they are, because metal generally survive unless you're in the epicenter of where the nuke hits. Like when bombs were dropped on Hiroshima, all the buildings are
pretty
still
close
standing.
to the epicenter, though,
because
we could see the explosions.
You can see the explosions. Close to the epicenter. But yeah, like if you actually look at nuclear blasts going off, the people are all incinerated, like they're gone. You can see their black shadows, but the concrete, the metal, the beams, like all that is still around. Nukes aren't. They're strong against flesh, but they're not actually all that strong against pretty much anything like hard substances. So yeah, I think if you put power armor, I guess it would be impressive that the power armor isn't blown to pieces, but the actual armor
wasn't scorched.
Shouldn't be
it wasn't
damaged.
Scorched at all.
That's fine.
It
I mean,
shouldn't.
that's
It,
cool, but
yeah,
it's really it shouldn't. It's really not that impressive that metal can survive a nuclear explosion. Metal can usually survive a nuclear explosion unless, like I said, it's at the very epicenter, and even then, the nuke usually isn't there long enough to fully melt the metal that's there. Like it gets super hot, like it's hotter than the sun, but it only gets that hot for a very short amount of time. So usually that's not even enough time to melt the metal that's there. Although we have found melted metal at the epicenter of nukes, but yeah, it's like
Yeah.
yeah, we have found like it does melt the metal. I'm not saying it doesn't, but it's yeah. But generally, the cities that are nuked are still standing. Most of the buildings are still up. Everything's still good. You know, it's mostly the radiation. Glass is broken. A lot of glass and a lot of bodies that are just fucking gone, but not the yeah. Anyway, I'm sorry. We've been this. Y'all were finished with this debate, and I just
Yeah.
I just continued it
Yeah, you
because
brought some good points.
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, let's we'll move on to the next debate. Thank you guys for coming on. I didn't mean to hijack y'all shit.
Yeah, all good.
Okay.
That's
Cool.
fine. It was fun.
It's cool.
It's not for having
Appreciate you
us.
having us.
No problem. All right. What's the next debate? Y'all have definitely come up with another one, right? Right, guys? Y'all got one ready? Hulk 616 versus He-Man 3 debate for Hulk. I like that one. What version of Hulk? What version of Hulk are you gonna do?
Hulk from 616.
It depends. There's a
No,
lot
he's-
of different versions of Hulk 616. If he's just doing
yeah, I guess.
if he's just doing a fucking a composite 616 version, the latest for what's that, like Titan Hulk? That could be kind of cool.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we could do that. I'll do that real quick. That might be cool. I don't actually know what the latest Hulk can do because I haven't read Hulk comic in
All right, Space and Cruelty
A bit.
need your
like
Discord nickname,
5 or
please.
6 years. Does anybody else want to come in for He-Man or Hulk? Do a 2v2. I doubt anyone knows He-Man other than me.
Also, there's only 7 people in the
Yo,
audience.
what's up?
That's not weird. I mean, I don't care. There's 43 in the fucking chat. That's another
Which is
thing.
good.
That's another thing. Guys, if there's a link up here, a Discord link. You can click on this link and come into the Discord, and yeah, you can actually join in on the debates and stuff. So there's 40 people in the chat, but only a handful are actually in the audience for debating. So now I will say before we start this He-Man versus Hulk, I might be rusty with He-Man, so I
He-Man last week.
I did, but I didn't go into super hardcore detail about it. I actually ordered or reordered because I actually used to own them, but I don't anymore. So I ordered the He-Man Omnibus that's supposed to come later this month, and I'm gonna reread the whole omnibus. It has all of the comics in one book. It's like 1,200 pages, and I'm gonna reread all that, and or I'm gonna have some gay guy read it and then explain it to me, and then I'll kind of dive in a lot more detail of the He-Man, because the videos that I've made so far up to He-Man is basically based on my memory of the stories that I read like 15 years ago. So
Ruga's sending me the omnibus so I can read it to him.
That's right. Got to get some gay dude to read it for me. You know, I can't let the gay in. So anyway, Supremacy. Tell me. I don't know anything about current Hulk. I'm a couple years behind. Start your argument.
So, so.
But wait, I'm
current
sorry.
Hulk is-
Before you do, let's see if there's anybody else who wants to come in, so we can get more than 2 people in here. Does anybody else want to debate for Hulk or for He-Man? Anybody at all? We can have more people come in. The stream chat determines the matches. Okay, well, I'll give it like 10 seconds. If nobody answers, we'll just start. Sorry for interrupting you, Supremacy. I was hoping you'd get
No,
somebody.
it's fine. Okay, so current Hulk is Fractured Hulk, which is basically Hulk possesses the God Flesh, and the Mother of Horrors, which is like a cosmic entity that even came before the one above all, wants to use Hulk's flesh to free herself, and she sends a lot of ancient gods and a lot of horror tropes to try and get Hulk's body and get him to agree to free her. And throughout the story, Hulk kills a lot of ancient Lovecraftian. He kills Lovecraftian gods. He kills vampires. He fights the Bride of Satan. And my argument basically is He-Man won't be able to damage Hulk or to be able to kill Hulk because his flesh is completely and utterly immortal, and he was able to break through the chains of eternity, which are chains that were said to be utterly unbreakable even by eternity, the like embodiment of the Marvel universe. But Hulk was able to break these chains without much effort. So if He-Man can't even damage Hulk or can put him down for good, and Hulk can just kill him and or break his bones, I don't see how He-Man can beat Hulk in that
So it
situation.
depends on what version of He-Man we're using. If we're using the basic, just basic bitch He-Man, as he normally is, then no, he doesn't have a way of killing him. But since you're using what seems to be one of the more powerful versions of Hulk, I can use one of
I'm
those
using
powerful.
the latest one, the current one.
So I'll use one of the more powerful versions of He-Man, and that would be Master of Eternia He-Man. Master of Eternia He-Man has unlimited power across an infinite multiverse, and he has complete power over both time and space. He could do literally anything when it comes to those two things. He could trap Hulk in infinite frozen time. He could banish him into another universe. He could cure him of his Hulkness if he wants to. That's a totally separate thing.
Hulk isn't a disease technically. It's
Doesn't matter. It doesn't. Well, no, but it is. But it is. It's by. So he's been able to strip people of all of their magic, given that Banner is the Gamma is actually like a magical force or a magical radiation. He should be able to do that. There's really honestly, Hulk will not be able to kill He-Man in any like how would Hulk go about killing He-Man?
Okay, so he could just punch him really hard. We can see that in the latest version he kills Eldest, which is the eldest son of the Mother of Horrors, which is said to be like a very supreme cosmic entity, and Hulk just puts her down in 2 hits. After Bruce Banner made the deal to subject Hulk to the Godflesh to save a child, which basically acts as Hulk's son, Charlie the child. So Hulk just breaks out of these chains after he transforms into a sort of tree thing, and just hits her 2 times, and she dies.
He-Man is eternity. He's well. First off, I don't necessarily buy the idea that He-Man can't hurt or kill the Hulk. Mainly because he's been able to destroy things that should not be possible to destroy with his bare hands, and I don't mean like things that are super hard. He broke destiny with his bare hands. He broke time with his bare hands. He's separated 2 different universes. He has if it can be broken, He-Man can break it with his bare hands. He's a magical
It doesn't
being.
matter if he can break Hulk's flesh, because Hulk's flesh has infinite regeneration. His body is named the God Flesh that cannot be destroyed until it is set on fire, and basically uses to burn the seals that the one above all sets on the Mother of Horrors.
So what reason can He-Man not just cure him of his Hulkness?
Because his origin is based off of the one above all, who fractured themselves in 2 to the one below all, and the one below all basically chooses Hulk as his avatar.
No, I get,
So
I understand that, but why can't he strip that connection? Why can't he block that connection? With the Sunstone, he has been able to.
Cut off for a second. Can you repeat that?
Yeah, why? Like, his power is reliant on his connection to the one below all. So, is there something stopping He-Man from restricting that connection between those 2?
Yes, because the one below all has an intrinsic holdover Hulk. The current ending, canon ending of this Marvel multiverse is the one above all getting control of Hulk, killing every single cosmic entity and devouring the sentience of the cosmos. And basically, this is the next great reset of the Marvel
That's not
multiverse.
that's not
Until they,
canon. That's one possible future timeline. In the actual future
well,
timeline that we saw, we don't actually know what decision is made. But yeah, I
we
agree
know
that
that
that does eventually.
unless
That's one possibility. Yeah, but that's
we know
not the
that
version
unless
you're using. You're not using the version of Hulk at the end of the multiverse. You're using
yeah,
the version of Hulk that exists currently that doesn't have any of that power.
I'm
Yeah.
just trying to emphasize that I don't think that He-Man possesses the power to overpower something like the one above
He
all
wouldn't have
or
to
the one
overpower
below
him. He
all.
would just have to sever a connection. That's not overpowering.
You know, it's the same way that like Galactus imbues cosmic power onto someone like the Silver Surfer. Even if Galactus is dead or doesn't have a connection to the Silver Surfer, the power cosmic still remains.
No, because if the power cosmic remained, then that means he still has a connection. See, no
No,
one in the
the,
Marvel universe has ever tried to break the connection between. Well, there isn't a connection between Silver Surfer and Galactus. Silver Surfer just has the board, and that's his connections to the board. And you can absolutely can break his connection to the board. Happens all the time. No one's ever tried to break Hulk's connection to the one above all. That's never even been attempted. So I don't think that you could say that that's not something that could be done. Like we've only
yeah, but
actually known that about this whole connection to the one below all for a couple of years, and it hasn't. It's never even. I don't think you can argue that the connection can't be severed in when no storyline's ever even shown that that's a possibility.
we actually see like the one below all in the latest story in Starship Hulk. It tries to uses a fraction of its power to take control over Hulk, which makes him Titan Hulk. And when that power is gone, Hulk still remains.
What's that got to do with what I just said, though?
I'm trying
I
to
don't see it.
emphasize
How's that relevant?
because it doesn't matter if the one below Hulk has any connection to Hulk. We just
But that you did what you just said was not that the connection was lost. What you just said is that the Starship Hulk like took a fraction of his power away or something. I don't see how those two are linked in any way.
because we can see that the one below all imbued power into Hulk, and when he took that power away, like uh, we can see that Hulk's power still remains, and it even grown ever since then.
What does that have to do with what I'm saying? We know I don't see you have to you can't just keep repeating yourself. I'm saying you've
Okay.
only repeated yourself once, but I'm saying like you have to correlate like where's the connection? What does that have to do with severing his ties to the one below all?
Yeah, I just wanna know how could He-Man sever the ties to from Hulk to the one below all
A
if the
lot of
one below
ways.
all.
A lot of ways. With the Sunstone, he could literally wish anything he wants to happen, and it will happen. He could literally just wish it. It's also been shown before
Does he have access to
it's
the
also
Sunstone at all times?
it's what's up?
If he has access to the Sunstone at all times, shouldn't he just wish Skeletor away or basically become a god and make a perfect utopia? Like he can, if this version of He-Man can do anything, why
That's
doesn't he
happened.
just banish all evil?
That's happened. He has taken control, but he ended up destroying the power because it always leads to really bad shit. One person shouldn't have all that power. That's why he doesn't use it to that extent, but he has used it to just eliminate individual people. Yeah, he's done that before. Now, in most stories, he doesn't have access to it because it's very dangerous. Because the whole idea is like if he takes the Sunstone out, what happens if Skeletor gets his hand on it? Like that's a big issue. So it just stays in not Castle Grayskull, fucking with the king. I'm forgetting his name. That where the main city is. That's usually where it stays. But yeah, it just depends. Like I said, it would depend on what version I'm using. But because you're right, most versions don't have the Sunstone. But I'm saying that is something that is within his arsenal that he can use if he wants to, and he can do it.
Okay,
But it doesn't matter because he doesn't actually need that much power because we see in the Immortal Hulk storyline that when the leader gets control over the Red Door, he straight up stops the Hulk from using the Green Door. So while he doesn't sever his ability to sever his ties to the One Below All. We know that his ability to come back and forth from hell and coming back to life can be severed because the leader did it using the Red Door. So it's definitely possible. And the idea that He-Man, who has with the magic that we've seen him do, like I said, he can literally break concepts with his bare hands, like the concept of destiny itself. Then, I mean, if he wanted to, I know this is getting a little ridiculous, but this is something that happens in the fucking story. If he wanted to, he could literally break Hulk's destiny. He could take Hulk's future and make it no longer exist by shattering it. Ergo, the future that Hulk was supposed to have, where he's supposed to destroy all of the iteration of the multiverse, it would no longer exist because he is the master of eternity. He controls eternity, what happens, what will be, what has been, time, space, reality. He's basically God as master of eternity, He-Man.
Okay, so I basically, from what I understand, this is like every character in the Marvel universe has like a super overpowered god version of themselves.
They do.
This is the He-Man overpowered god version. If I'm correct?
Well, it depends. Well, there's a couple of super overpowered god versions, but no, Master of Eternity. If I'm using the Sunstone, kind of. If I'm using Master of Eternity, it's just his power. It's just his power, his full power, because he usually doesn't utilize it like that. The He-Man, all of the different characters in the Masters of the Universe are masters of some aspect of the universe. So you have Beastman who's master of beasts, and Skeletor is master of death. But usually they don't utilize their full power. But when Skeletor becomes the master of death, and when He-Man becomes the master of eternity, that is like the most. Yeah, that's like when he can do basically anything he wants to do. Essentially.
My whole argument, I think, right now is basically the One Below All wouldn't want He-Man to basically destroy his avatar because he really relies.
So
on
is
it
this a fight between the One Below All and He-Man, or He-Man and the Hulk?
If He-Man tries to attack the connection between Hulk and the One Below All, the One Below All wouldn't want that to happen. So he will try to fight off He-Man, and I don't think that He-Man possesses
So
the power.
this is a One Below All Hulk versus He-Man.
If He-Man tries to basically attack the connection,
then why didn't the One Below All stop the leader from using the Red Door?
Yes, I think if I remember correctly,
he didn't. He didn't stop him.
Because if He-Man just tries to kill the Hulk, like just I don't know, stab him with his sword, something.
You
like
have
that,
an
then I don't
entire
think that the One Below
history
All
of Hulk comics where the One Below All does absolutely nothing as the Hulk gets fucked over, murdered, banished, chucked from the planet. Fine, but that's still a win if he gets killed or successfully defeated for that time. I mean, if he wants to come back a year from now, that's fine, but He-Man still won the fight. I mean, the idea that any time that Hulk is going to be affected negatively by He-Man, that the One Below All is going to come and save his ass, doesn't happen.
Only if He-Man tries to like cure the Hulk or like banish the Hulk or something like that.
Because Banner has been cured several times.
Yeah, but he always comes back. You are talking about a permanent separation, like.
No, I'm talking about I'm talking about a separation as the point of the fight. You're saying that the One Below All is going to show up when he gets cured and stop He-Man. Okay, that's cheating because you're now adding a second person to the fight, but also that's proven wrong across all of comic book history because of these several times that Hulk has lost all of his powers. Happens all the time.
Yeah, so if He-Man just for this fight gonna break the connection for a little bit, defeat the Hulk, then Hulk comes back, then I don't think, then yes, this is a win. But if my argument is this: current Hulk versus the current version of He-Man, or most versions of He-Man that don't possess this omnipotence or.
Well, the funny thing is that the most current version of He-Man is in fact the Eternity He-Man, because this comic came out like 2019. I think that was the last comic run that He-Man had. So I am actually using the most current version.
Oh, okay.
So yeah,
So
it is the most current, and it also happens to be one of the strongest. It's not even necessarily the strongest because I could be using the Star Seed He-Man, who is God. I could use the Sunstone He-Man, who is God, although he still has the Sunstone on all the continuities, although he just doesn't. But admittedly, he doesn't use it, so I could just say that's like take that off the table entirely. But yeah, the most up to date version would be Eternity War He-Man and the Master of Eternity He-Man, which I believe came out in like 2019.
okay. So how fast is this version of He-Man? Because maybe Hal can like, I don't know, maybe blitz him.
I'm gonna say that
his
I
neck or
mean,
something like that. Because does he have any regeneration that makes him like? If I tore off He-Man's neck, will he survive?
no one's ever been able to do it.
Yeah, but if someone could do it, if someone like decapitate He-Man, would he survive? Does he have like regeneration?
I don't think I know that because I don't think anyone's ever been able to damage him like that. Ever.
Did he?
He-Man is damn near He-Man is damn near like immune to most forms of damage. Like he's a mystical magical being that is I'm trying to think, but like I said, I'm rusty. I haven't read it in like 15 years, so give me a second. But I cannot recall a single time where he was like brutally beaten by anyone.
No, I'm just trying to.
I know,
like,
no, I
was
get
there
what
a
I
time,
get what
like,
you're saying. I'm
He-Man broke
trying
a
to think
bone
of
or
I'm
something
trying to
like
think
that,
of a
and
moment where he was like really fucked up, and I'm trying to think of if he has regen or if he was even ever fucked up. I'm sure it's happened, but I can't recall, to be honest with you. Yeah, I can't recall. I can't say why. Make your argument.
because if Hulk can damage He-Man, because he did break the bonds of eternity, which I think are more durable than He-Man himself, then if he can do that, he can do that to He-Man. Maybe he can just break his bones or
Why
break
would the
his neck
bonds of
faster than
eternity
He-Man
be
could
more
react.
durable than He-Man? What could they do? Like, what are they?
They bonded eternity, which is like the embodiment of the Marvel universe, like the big man that's made out of
Yeah.
galaxies
I know
and things
eternity
like
is.
that.
Yeah.
He couldn't break. Yeah, he couldn't break out of it with all of his might. But Hulk was able to do that, and he didn't even really intend to do that. He just wanted to tear Banner out of him. And even Eldest, who is like one of the most ancient beings in the Marvel multiverse, didn't think that it was possible.
Sorry, I'm sorry, man. Someone's sending me. What pants Theon? Who's what pants Theon?
No, the eldest, which is like the oldest son of the Mother of Horrors, didn't
I'm
think
talking
that
about this guy who put the super chat. I don't know what.
The super chat says what pantheons.
Oh. Bro,
You really don't know how to read.
What pant? I saw what pant he on. Well, there's no space. It's just one. You know what? Don't even worry about it.
He made a typo.
Yeah, I know, but I thought that was someone's name. Like he was talking to somebody and that was their fucking username. And I'm like, who's what pantheon?
Oh, okay.
Anyway, whatever. Do you think could stop Greek Kratos? What pantheons do I think could stop Greek Kratos? I don't know. A lot, probably. I don't know. I'd have to think about what pantheons there even are. I don't know. There's probably quite a few, I would assume. I don't know. Somebody else answer that question. I have no idea. I'd have to sit down and think about the different pantheons, but yeah, I don't know. I don't actually think that well, Greek Kratos is pretty strong, I would say, but I don't know that many real life pantheons like that. I know a bit of Norse, I know a bit of Greek, I know barely any Egyptian, I know a decent amount of Haitian voodoo, but they don't get that powerful, so there's no really point. But yeah, I don't know, possibly none, probably, but also maybe a ton. Hard to say. Anyway, sorry, Supremacy. Continue what you were saying.
Yeah, so basically, Hulk was able to break the bonds of eternity, and I think that they are far more durable than He-Man. So if Hulk because I think Hulk is a much more brutal character, and Eamon is a much more reserved character. I think Hulk will basically be faster than him and maybe tear off his head or crack his skull open, something like that.
Okay, so I just looked it up, and I feel kind of sad about myself that I wasn't aware of this, but it says, yeah, He-Man does have regenerative healing factors. He has regenerated whole limbs, he's regenerated organs, he grew his head back. I do not recall what comic that was in, but I will have to look. I'll look into that when I read the omnibus, and I'll see where that
Does he
happens.
retain that level of regeneration throughout all of his versions?
This is just talking about the fucking base version. It looks like. Yeah, this is just talking about the regular. Let me see. This is talking about the DC Comics base version, which would be a weaker version than. Huh? What's up?
Is it canon, the DC version?
The DC version is that DC has as the only people who do the comics for He-Man. They
regular He-Man.
Yeah, it's basically It's they yeah. Not Filmation. Fuck. I forget. I mean, it might be. No, I think it is Filmation. Whoever fucking owns the rights to He-Man outs all of the comic writing to DC. They've been doing it since the very beginning. I don't think anyone has ever written a comic for He-Man that isn't DC. So that they also wrote the Eternity War comic and all that. So yeah, that's the base version. So I'm gonna take it as if that's true. Shut down.
Yeah, the stream died on you too.
Ah, dude, all my power went out.
Shit.
All my power went out. There was a thunderstorm right outside my house, and I guess it took it out for like a solid, I don't know, couple of minutes, however long I was gone for. That sucks. All right, that's a bitch. I'll have
the stream's still up. It's just been permanently buffering. Chat's still there. You still got 22 people waiting on you.
Are they? All right, hold up. How do I even reconnect? I don't even know how to do that.
Well, you use OBS. You should be able to just select the broadcast and just go live again. Yeah, because like we were talking to Offside, and then suddenly like the entire stream stopped, and I'm like, oh crap, I actually have to do tech shit.
Yeah, no, that's a real bitch. Okay, hold up, give me a second. How do I get back to my shit? Okay, I'm trying to remember how to get back to. I guess I got a YouTube Studio, and then live, I guess. Stream. There we go. All right. Analytics. OBS. Go live. All right. Let me see. Error. Duplicate stream key. Select a new key below.
Oh, that's because technically this stream is still up, so it's giving you the same stream key, which is causing issues.
Well, can I just go into the stream that's still up?
I think you should be able to.
All right. Okay, here it is. Here it is. Hello, am I here? Guys, am I back?
Give it a minute. It's still doing its infinite buffering. Nope. Oh. I got it back.
Alright, so am I back?
Let me check your audio and everything, but
oh
you should
man,
be.
that was irritating, dude. I'm so fucking annoyed by that. Alright.
Yeah, you're back. Your
right.
audio's back.
Cool.
Everything seems to be working fine.
Guys, I am so sorry. My internet went out. It just fucking died on, like the whole house just went out for, I don't know, 20 seconds, however long it was gone. Okay, where'd fucking Supremacy go?
Oh, his mic died while you were out.
Well, shit happens.
He left and
Look,
came back.
Look,
yeah, we go.
Okay. Well, look, Supremacy. I'll
So
tell.
basically, what? Sorry.
Yeah, no. I'll tell you this. So even the regen, I totally fucking forgot that was even a thing. So I think I just have to admit that I don't remember enough about the intricacies of this character to properly debate this. Let me get the comic back. Let me reread it, and then we will come back and we'll have a legitimate debate because. Like, just talking about the character and the history and things that have happened that I do for the videos, I could do that because I remember, like, the events, but each little intricacies of all of his little powers and stuff, no. I need to reread it. So, yeah.
Basically, what I wanted to say was, I think that Hulk got really unlucky facing the current version of human, which is, from what I understand, basically the strongest version.
Yeah. Yeah. Hard to say. Maybe
the strongest version.
I would say the Starseed version, Eternity War, the Master of Eternity version, and then the Sunstone version are probably the three strongest. Which one's the strongest? I don't know. I like the Master of Eternity version the most because I just think it's in the best story for sure, but also it's just sort of a culmination of everything that we know about his character. Like the Starseed is just he gets a power up, the Sunstone he just gets a power up, but the Eternity War is actually everything that we know about He-Man explained, given purpose, and it's like here is what the He-Man that you've always wanted to see, boom, right there, like the full power, because we don't really see him as Master of Eternity ever, despite the fact that we know he is the Master of Eternity. He never actually utilizes all that power, but we've seen other characters utilize all of their master powers. So the comic finally was like, yeah, this is what it is. And it's like, holy shit, that's fucking broken. It's awesome. So it's my favorite version, but I need to reread the comic because when I read it, I didn't have this channel when I originally read it, so I wasn't like paying attention to like all the little powers and what he was doing. I was just sort of enjoying the fighting and or I was just enjoying the story and how it was going. But I will tell you this: if you ever get a chance to read it, you should because it's awesome. Like everybody gets.
Sorry, I just wanna say that I think that the current version of Hulk, in the end of the story, when he will kill or defeat the Mother of Horrors, I think that version of Hulk would be powerful enough to defeat this version of He-Man. But currently, the story isn't finished. So,
Okay, so that's what we're gonna do. We'll put a pin in this. This is not a loss or a victory for either of us. This is gonna be to be continued. You finish the storyline that you're doing. Well, I know it's not out yet, so I don't know how many months it'll take, but maybe you don't want to wait that long. But if you do, then get to that point, and I will have to reread the Eternity War arc, and I'll we can come back and who knows, maybe we might meet up and I'll be like, oh yeah, the He-Man ain't fucking winning, but we'll see. But yeah, I was thinking about it while we were talking about it and the stuff, and I wasn't feeling super solid about a lot of the stuff I was saying, and I was like, you know what? Nah, I gotta reread it. So yeah.
I shall train for another 1,000 years, and we shall battle again.
Okay. Hopefully not that long. But yeah, no.
Okay.
Like I said, I knew because I was gonna make a Doom Invasion invading Eternia. But before I did that, I was like, you know what? If I'm gonna go into super detail on all of the different factions and all the different little powers and stuff, I gotta reread the story. So I ordered it. It's coming. It's taking forever. It was like a 2 or 3 week order.
Man.
Yeah, and then I'm gonna read through that, and then I'll make that video. And once that's done, I can more comfortably debate He-Man. So
by the way, if you want, I think if you want more Helldivers and to pay rent and all that, you can maybe do Combine versus the Super Earth. I think that will be interesting.
I don't know the Combine.
From Half-Life.
Yeah, no, I don't. I've never played it. I don't know the Combine. Yeah.
Well, okay. I guess I'm off.
All right. All right, Sprint. No, to be continued. We'll put it to be continued.
Yeah, we'll see you around Supremacy. Bye.
Yeah, no, because I wasn't lying about anything I was saying, but there was a couple things I was like, okay, I said it and I was like, I'm almost positive that's what happened, but I couldn't quite remember, and I was like, you know what, I gotta reread it. All right. So is there any?
Again, Ruga admitting he reads live on stream.
Huh? No, I touched the cover and then the words jump into my head. It's different. I just used read as shorthand.
Ruga, it's okay to be gay. You can come out of the closet, bud. It's 2025.
Ugh. I hate that phrase so much. Oh,
What,
it's
come out of the closet?
No, not that one. That makes sense. No, I'm talking about it's 2020 whatever bullshit thing. Oh, it's 2020 whatever year it is. That means something apparently.
That just means it's not the 1980s or the 60s anymore.
Depends where you live. I think if you go to the Middle East, it's probably a lot worse than the 80s.
Should we leave this stream on that cliffhanger though?
No. We should have a legitimate. We lost a decent size of our fucking people. We lost.
I know that's why I'm saying should we just like call it a night?
We lost a fucking fourth. We'll do one more. And then we'll get what do y'all want the last one to be? I don't want to end it like that, with a fucking shitty dropout and an unfinished debate. Backrooms versus SCPs. I don't know what that is.
The SCP Foundation and the Backrooms, which SCP stomps. Done.
If nothing else is lined up, and D-Boy talk about doing Guard versus Covenant Ground Forces. What's Guard?
Not sure.
I want to get something interesting because we've done Covenant like 3 or 4 times on these streams.
We did the Empire a lot, which is why I said fuck it. We're doing the CIS today.
So you tried to because we've done the Empire like 2 or 3 times before. So I'm trying to get it.
Yeah.
Rambo versus Far Cry. I don't think that's fair because then you're getting like a regular dude against a video game character.
Doomslayer versus Sun Wukong. That's also not fair.
For who?
Sun Wukong.
Really? Jesus. You hold Doomslayer on a fucking high pedestal.
No, it's just the way Doomslayer is written, he is infinite strength, infinitely rising.
Yes, but Sun Wukong is a
is
god.
finite.
He's a god parody. No, he's
But
not.
he's finite. Yes, he is, because he has been defeated even in his own stories.
Is he really? I think
Yeah,
he's defeated.
he
I
is
thought
finite.
the whole point of Sun Wukong. Now I haven't read it, but I thought the whole point of Sun Wukong was he's like he's a parody god. He could do anything. He's like a parody. He's like supposed to be. He could take on all the gods by himself and do fine and all that.
So he's supposed to be kind of a cautionary tale of what can happen if too much power is given to a mortal. But the thing is, he can still be tricked and can still be beaten and can still be sealed away. So like Doomslayer can win in that scenario because Doomslayer's also been proven to, kill gods. But
Guts versus Conan would be interesting if somebody would debate Conan. Homelander versus Cyberpunk. That's weird and random. I'm not gonna lie.
And also Homelander dies.
I feel like they just named 2 random people. Got defeated by the Buddha, didn't he? I don't know. I have no idea if he was. I haven't read it, like I said.
Buddha did beat Sun Wukong because, well, Buddha is supposed to be like the antithesis of Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong is, we gave unlimited power to somebody who is lazy and just wants to use it to do whatever he wants. And Buddha is, he meditated and was a person of the people who brought them the teachings of happiness and was elevated into godhood.
Someone said Homelander would win just because of his speed. Are we 100% sure that Homelander's faster than V?
He's not.
I don't think he actually is.
Homelander has less than speed of sound in his feats, even in the boys' comics. Like,
I
he
don't
is
think
the embodiment of a big fish in a small pond.
Yeah, I don't think he does a whole lot. Like he never like catches a bullet or even dodges a bullet because he doesn't have to.
No, he just tanks a bullet to the
Yeah.
chest and just kind of keeps walking.
Yeah,
The
like
thing
he
is,
flies when he flies around the Earth. It actually takes him a little bit. It's not like
Yeah.
instant. Yeah, I don't even think he's. I don't think he's even.
and
Yeah.
we've seen like V fist fight people with Homelander's level of durability and win. I know a little about Enerjack Lost Soul. It's been a long time since I've read the Archie Sonic comics.
Who's Malum Kato Bolt Gun? I'm assuming that's a Warhammer thing.
I couldn't tell you.
I really just want what one because a lot of people say Wukong waxes Doomslayer. I mean, we could talk about it. I don't know how much of a debate it would be. I don't like debating. I don't find debating Doomslayer fun, because he's literally like the way the writing of his character is and how the creators talk about him is that he's just as strong as he needs to be to overcome anything. There's no debate to be had when you have a character like that.
Exactly. That's why I said he's infinite strength, rising infinitely.
It's like, oh well, can he beat this guy? According to the creators of him, yes, he can beat literally anyone because he will just get whatever powers he needs to overcome whatever challenge he comes up against. It's boring. It's not fun to debate. It's the reason I've never used him in an actual challenge before. It's just kind of dull.
So, like, going back to that Sun Wukong thing, Sun Wukong is never shown to have the level of strength Doomslayer has. He has unlimited immortality, but he can still be tricked and has still technically died. Like, the dude can be overcome. It's just hard to do. But he can be easily tricked. He's not the smartest or the sharpest tool in the shed.
Sora or Luffy? Who's that against? Sora would be. We haven't gotten a Sora yet, and we've only gotten a Luffy once.
Said anybody from the Rubyverse.
Wait, what?
Anybody from the Rubyverse.
Oh, Ruby? Isn't that a fucking YouTube video series?
No, it started as Rooster Teeth, but it is actually recognized as the only true American anime. Which I don't know why that honor didn't go to fucking Avatar: The Last Airbender.
It's
That's
not.
way more
Wait,
anime.
who recognizes it?
Shonen.
Shonen
the manga company.
Shonen Jump?
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't get to dictate what's anime and what isn't. They didn't invent the concept. Yeah. No, Avatar is anime.
I'm just saying what was officially recognized by Japanese companies.
I mean, a Japanese company can say that something is American anime if it wants to. That doesn't mean it doesn't. They didn't invent it. It's a fucking genre of animation. They don't get to determine what is or is not within that genre. They don't have that power. So, sorry. They'll get over it. There's actually a lot of American anime. Castlevania is American anime. Avatar: Last Airbender is American anime. There's a ton. So
But there's a lot of people who will argue on either side of whether Avatar is anime or not. At the end of the day, we can all agree it was a good show.
Well, the only debate that people would say is that it's not anime because it's not Japanese. But then that misunderstands what anime is. It's a genre of animation. It would be like film noir, right? Like film noir was started in, I think it was Germany or France or something, I forget. But
it's France.
It was a style of film that started, and then it started being made by all kinds of different countries and people. But no one's gonna say, oh well, film noir in America is not film noir because it's from France. That's not how it works. Anime started in Japan. They started it. Cool, awesome. But then that style took off. It's its own whole subgenre now, and a ton of different countries make them. There's Korean anime, there's Chinese anime, there's French anime, like Wakfu is French anime, and there's American anime, and there's quite a few of it. You don't get to determine what is and is not a part of a fucking genre of film. Like, it's so weird to say that, and it's not bound by where it's created. I mean, if that's the case,
this is a trigger for Rouga.
It annoys me. It annoys me a lot. Yeah. I mean, look. If it's just based on who made it, then like Dragon Ball Z was created in Japan, but Dragon Ball Super was almost entirely animated and drawn in Korea. Is it no longer anime now? Like I don't.
It's no longer anime. We're gonna follow Scotch rules now.
I hate it.
Scotch is only officially created in Scotland, or Champagne rules by that same logic. Champagne can only be created in the province of Champagne, France.
Yeah,
so cannot be. Champagne-like things can be made in other places.
Yeah, I
but
get
they're
it. I get it.
officially-
It's way too dragged out of a joke. Okay. Ella is saying Code Lyoko. Code Lyoko is another French anime. That would also qualify as anime. Yeah, I agree. Let's see. Alucard, I'm not going to go against him. Alucard versus Jackie could be fun. Game Jackie would get slaughtered. Comic Jackie would slaughter. Wait. When you say Alucard, you talking about Castlevania Alucard? You talking about Hellsing Alucard? Because that changes things.
It does change things.
Those are two-
Alucard from Helsing is fucking.
Well, Comic Jackie is still killing Alucard from
yes
from the manga, but I don't know. Okay, what were we supposed to be
Helsing
there?
abridged.
I don't watch Ruby. I don't know anything because I mean, to me, it's a fucking YouTube short series. Like maybe
it's not a short series, dude. It has over like 13 seasons now.
Not what I meant. When I said short, but it's a fucking YouTube series. It's like I don't know. I don't classify it in the same place that I would put like Sopranos. You know what I mean? Like it's not in the same category. I see it as a fucking web series, not a show, not like
okay, but
film.
Isn't Has Been Hotel also a web series?
Not anymore. The pilot.
But Ruby isn't either. Ruby's been officially picked up by several different publishers.
Yeah, but the difference is that Has Been Hotel's pilot was put on YouTube, and then they made a full series officially with a studio that backed it. As far as I'm aware, Ruby is still done the same way, and most of its seasons came on YouTube. I don't know. I just don't look at it the same way. I look at that animation. I look at that voice acting. I look at the way I'm like, that's a fucking web series. That's not a show. I just don't.
Ruby was backed by Rooster Teeth originally, and is now backed by a different publisher.
Yes, but what is Rooster Teeth? Okay, Rooster. No, Rooster Teeth was a YouTube channel.
No, it's not. It's its own website and hosting platform.
Yes,
or at least it used to be.
Yes, now it's a website because they made a website after they were a successful YouTube channel. Rooster Teeth was a YouTube channel. They made they made videos. Like that's yeah. All right, well, let me see. The Terminator versus
YouTube lore.
The Terminator versus Jurassic Park. That's random. Is a parody on streaming shows. I don't see how Ruby would be a parody on streaming shows when streaming shows didn't exist when Ruby came out. How old is Ruby?
I thought it was questions I don't have the answer to.
I thought it was like older than Netflix, or at least too young when Netflix came out to be a parody of streaming.
Ruby started in 2013 and is now officially on Amazon Prime and picked up by Prime as a Prime original.
Sure, cool, great. Doesn't make it not a YouTube series.
It's also apparently on Crunchyroll.
That's nice. I'm glad that they have risen above their station. I'm glad for them. I still can't categorize it as a legit series though. When I see that level of quality, I can't. The animation's awful.
The quality got a hell of a lot better.
I don't know.
over the years. Like if you compare the seasons, like the recent seasons to the first few seasons, the jump is insane. But I mean, you get that with any show. You go back to the early seasons of Family Guy, and then suddenly around season 7, the animation started getting a hell of a lot cleaner and better.
Family Guy was never as bad as Ruby was. It looked like a show that would appear on TV.
Yeah.
Let me think. I think Dracula fairly. You think Alucard beats Dracula? I think people wank the shit out of Castlevania as a whole. Castlevania is not that strong.
I agree.
Ruby's like 13 years. It came out in 2013. Ruby was published in 2011. It came out in 2011. Everybody's arguing over when Ruby came out. from the show. Can Rayman survive demon invasion from Doom?
No.
Probably not. Actually, Ruby is
Just
no
no.
longer in Crunchyroll. Long story short, the station got shut down and the series had to be taken off Crunchyroll. Well, there you go. Well, he said Amazon, not Crunchyroll.
Well, it's on Amazon and it's still on Crunchyroll. At least here in Canada it is. I'm not sure for everywhere, but it is still on Crunchyroll here in Canada.
See, here where we make actual movies and stuff, we knew that didn't qualify, so we took it out. You know, put it back on YouTube where it belongs.
Rouga, you do realize that Hollywood brings in less annually than Bollywood?
Now, yeah, because they suck. But that doesn't mean. I mean,
That's been the case for the last several years.
I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all. Hold up, I'm looking this up. I think that's bullshit.
Bullshit. Bollywood has been outdoing Hollywood for the last several years.
Okay, nope, no. I said that wouldn't surprise me, and you said no, it's been going on. So what do you mean several years? 4 or 5 years? Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. If you're talking about it's been doing it for like 15, 20 years, I call bullshit. Let me see.
I think at least like 10 to 12.
Out earn Hollywood. Because right now Hollywood is at an all-time low. It's been at an all-time low for quite a few years now. No, Hollywood significantly out-earns Bollywood in terms of global box office revenue. While Bollywood is a large film industry with a massive domestic market, Hollywood generally produces higher budget blockbusters that dominate the international market, resulting in significantly higher overall earnings. Yeah, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, dude. I don't know how Bollywood movies don't even release outside of India most of the time. The highest yeah, you know what? I don't even know why I even thought that could be the case, because the highest earning Bollywood film of all time up to this point is RRR, and it doesn't even crack like the top 50 highest earning Hollywood films. So it's no. I'm sorry. Yeah, I shouldn't have even humored that. It's so obvious that's not true. Deadpool and Wolverine grossed 1.5 billion alone. I doubt. Yeah, like it's so much that we have. Like if you look at the top most earning movies, if you look at like the top 100 most earned movies, they're all American films, all of them. They're either American films or American produced films. So like they might be like a film that was made in Canada but produced by an American studio, or made in Europe but was produced by American. But they're like all American films, every single one. It's Anthony Leon. What the fuck is RRR? You haven't seen RRR? Okay, stop watching the stream. Well, no, because it's like a fucking 3-hour movie. It's amazing. It's on Netflix. Go look it up. Go watch it. It's great. Watch the first 10 minutes. And if you aren't sold on the first 10 minutes, you're probably not going to like the movie. But I don't know anyone who's not sold in RR. Have you seen RR, Dan?
Well, it's only on American Netflix. I was going to say, if you're
really?
not in America, you probably can't watch it.
Really?
Yeah.
That's a bummer. So you've never seen it?
Nope.
Oh, dude, it's so good. It was like my favorite film the year it came out. I don't know if it was my favorite. Definitely top 2 or 3. That shit was so good. A couple years ago. Yeah, Hollywood was an Indian film. It was great. It was great. So wait, has no one in the chat seen RRR? Seriously? I thought everyone saw it. It was like Squid Games when it came out. Like everybody was watching it and being like, "Oh, this is the greatest shit ever." I was like, "Yeah, it is. It's awesome." It's got easily the best musical number I've seen in a movie in like a while, and I like musicals, so that was good to see. Yeah, see everybody RRR ? Like no one knows what the fuck RRR is. Yeah, it's fantastic. 96% on Rotten Tomatoes. I'm mad. I'm mad that no one has seen this movie. It is. If you live in the United States, you have no reason. It is on Netflix. You can go watch it right now. It's so good.
Yeah, and isn't Netflix like $5 for you? Oh, Fishy says he's seen it.
Yeah, it's good, right? Fishy. Tell him it's good. Or lie and tell him it's bad. Haven't heard of it. No, I know it since Moist kept talking about it. I don't know who that is.
Moist Critical.
I don't know who that is.
I think he's also known as like Penguin Zero on YouTube. But
I don't know who that is.
basically he's just a big YouTuber that people like to listen to and watch him talk, and he got two super massive dildos, called the Moby Dick, that are like literally taller than him.
Cool. Okay. Great. You like what you like, man. Musical numbers. Oh hell no! I had enough of that shit with Disney. No, Fire. You don't understand. It's different. It is hard to watch that scene and not smile the whole time it's going by. It's so good. This is not a Disney situation. It's Bollywood. It's like it's got two ripped as hell, like muscular ass dude doing badass dude shit the whole movie, that also has like insanely over the top action scenes, huge bombastic, really well done musical numbers. Like it actually, I think it only has like one or two musical. It only has like one music. It's
Well, I
not a
mean,
musical.
that is a hallmark of Bollywood. There's always at
Yeah.
least one musical,
There's-
and it's
it's-
always over
there-
the top and bombastic as
It's a 3-hour movie. There's one musical number in like the middle, and then there's a second musical number during the credits, and that's it. Like it's not a musical, but the musical number that they have is so good. It's so good. It's amazing.
Chris, to answer your question about how he knows what RRR is, but not who Penguin Zero is, Ruga's not terminally online like any of us.
I spend very little time if it's not directly related to the YouTube channel. I don't really do the internet all that much, but I watch a lot of movies and shows and stuff. I enjoy film and games and things like that.
He's terminally plugged in, but he's not terminally online.
I'm not really terminally plugged in either. As you can see, my fucking internet just went out.
That's not what that means, but okay.
All right. I try to at least get, yeah, like I said, just watch the first 10 minutes. If you watch the first 10 minutes, yeah, like watch the water and fire sections. You're not going to know what I'm talking about until you see it. Like that's within the first 10-15 minutes. Watch those two sections. If you're not at least dude, the fire section, like that there's like this one, I'm not to spoil too much, but the very opening of the film, there's this gated area with like these soldiers, and they're being set upon by thousands and thousands of rioters, and none of this is CG. They got a bunch of extras to come out here. I mean, it's oh my god, it's so many people. If it wasn't for the fact that they would monetize the stream, I would pull up the scene on YouTube and we'd watch it together because it's so good. But yeah, there's like, I don't know how many extras they had, but it's so many. And this one soldier jumps over the fence to go get this guy and bring him back to jail, and he has to take on the whole 1,000 people by himself. It's so awesome. It's so good. It's like the choreography of him. He literally and it's not like this thing where it's like, oh, you fight like 20 people and like each person attacks you one at a. No, he's in the crowd, like fighting against all these dudes, being like dogpiled on, kicking the shit out of people. It's so good, and he fights all the way through the crowd, gets a dude, drags him back to prison. And after he goes back into behind the gate, he just like looks at the whole army, and they don't even want to fuck with him anymore. They all just disperse because they're like, "Holy shit, this dude just took on all of us by himself." It's so good. It's so cool. Check it out. It's on Netflix, called RRR. It's amazing. Okay. Is there still? Yeah. Sorry, guys. Debate. We'll do one more debate before we go. What's a good debate that we got? It's a good debate we got. Atom Smasher versus Dio. I feel like Dio's gonna win that one.
Lee, you really want Atom Smasher in something, though.
We could do Atom Smasher against something, but you can't put Atom Smasher against a dude who fucks with time. Like, that's not fair.
Well, I mean, he said Atom Smasher versus Alucard from Hellsing.
These are weird
versus
comedy.
Dio.
Atom Smasher's just a
Smasher
cyborg
versus
guy. Like, you can't put him up against dudes with magic who can fuck with souls and time and the fabric of reality. That's not fair. He's a robot with some guns and shit.
Atom Smasher versus Courier 6. Again, it's a wash.
In Atom Smasher's favor, I would say.
No.
You don't think that's a wash in Atom Smasher's favor?
No.
How is it not a wash in Atom Smasher's favor?
if we're gonna do this, shouldn't we just bring them up for the debate?
Okay, you know what? Yeah, we'll do that one. What who you want to do? I'll be on Atom Smasher. You guys can be on Courier 6. Anthony, who were you again? What was your name?
That's Gaben.
Oh, hey Gaben. Boop boop. Invite to speak. Okay.
And then Lee, are you in the chat?
We need another person for Atom Smash. Oh wait, hey Gaben, who were you for Atom Smasher? You're Atom Smasher, Gaben?
No, Gaben
I was
Courier.
Courier 6.
Who was Atom Smasher?
You.
Atom Smasher was Lee HXL. We need your Discord name, Lee. Waiting for Discord name.
He's Lee 4.
Oh, there you are.
Hello.
4747. Come on
Invite. Come on up, buddy. Come on up, buddy, buds. All right, cool. So, we mic check on everybody, or Lee really is the only one.
Working.
Yeah.
Wait. Let Lee talk. Go ahead.
Is it working?
Yeah, it's pretty decent enough. It's fine. It's doable. Okay, so
I'm sure if
fucking
my mic wasn't working, you would have kicked me out ages ago.
yeah. Okay, so wrong people. How is Courier 6 defeating Atom Smasher? Please explain this to me.
Who is Courier 6?
Wow.
I love how
Who is Courier 6?
Lee accepted this debate without even realizing what was going on. That's funny. He's from New Vegas. He's from
Courier 6
New
is
Vegas. Oh, that game.
All out.
Yeah,
What?
I think I tried that. Pretty
which
good.
he has survived multiple shots to the head. Can
So?
box Deathclaw.
Okay.
It is
Yeah.
constantly irradiated, as you brought up earlier.
Okay.
Like what the fuck does Atom Smasher have?
Have you seen? Oh, you haven't seen Cyberpunk.
I've seen Edge Runners.
You haven't seen Edge Runners.
Edge Runners.
Haven't watched Edge Runner, no.
Okay, that explains a lot.
I know the tabletop. I know the tabletop.
Watch the anime now, and then maybe you could get it.
Bro, okay, so in Edge Runners, which is canon to the game, it literally ties directly into the story of the game. David Martinez gets a suit of power armor where
Gravity
he decimates an entire army of tanks by himself. They can't damage him. He slaughters the whole army. Later on, he takes on Atom Smasher, and Atom Smasher easily destroys him, rips him into pieces, and just completely fucking throttles him. Atom Smasher has every single upgrade that exists within the game. He is actually basically a composite V, and he alters his behavior and combat in the game based on whatever you have. He scans your body. He can tell all the things that you do, and then he alters his strategies and what cybernetics he uses to perfectly be the antithesis of what you can do, so that he can take you down. Basically, Atom Smasher in Cyberpunk can take on whole armies by himself. There's nobody in all of Cyberpunk that can even damage him other than V.
But in the game,
Plus, he
how
has
do you
to
take
send
him down?
Devastan.
What's up? And
In the game, how do you take him down?
you fight him. V. And V
Use
beats
weapons.
him. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I get that. V beats him, but like, how is he put down? Like, how is he killed?
He's a boss battle.
He's
There's
boss
multiple
battle. You
ways.
fight him, you shoot him, you take him down. Yeah.
Okay.
You can hack him.
So,
you can explode
if you
him.
can- If you can fight him, you can shoot him, you can explode him. I don't
like
see how a
1
mini.
million
No.
This.
V can fight him. V can shoot him. V can explode him. The guns of Cyberpunk can. Some of them, specifically V's. But we've already seen, as the anime shows us, a whole army of tanks can't do shit to him. Just because V's got what?
No.
Even
What?
Chias is.
Wait. Let Gaben
I
say what
mean-
he was gonna say. What's up, Gaben?
Sure, but he may be stronger, but that's only because like he's very strategic when it comes to fighting. I mean, he has like
No, he
a whole-
overpowered him. He completely overpowered David, and David took out the whole army by himself. Like, it wasn't
Plus,
just
he
a
had, like,
strategic
gravity
thing.
manipulation.
Okay,
He could,
but
like,
how
crush
is
whole
it that
cars.
how is it that V with a normal ass gun can
Because
take
the
him
gun.
down
Well,
when
first off,
he can't?
the guns in Cyberpunk are not normal guns. None of
Okay,
them are
but
normal guns.
you're telling me that this guy can stand in front of a bunch of tanks and be fine,
Yeah.
but then V can walk in with a fucking pistol and cap him.
It could also just
Well, it
be
depends.
gameplay.
It's his guns. Like v, by the time you get to the end of the game, because V fights at the beginning of the game, V comes into contact with Atom Smasher, and all you can do is run. You can't do anything. You and Jackie just have to flee because you can't even touch him. By the end of the game, you are the most powerful version of V, and yes, you can fight him in a boss fight, and you're finally strong enough to actually do some damage. But by that point, you have all the best cybernetics, all the best guns in the game, and you're capable of harming him. This is a pretty normal game thing. I mean, you might as well make the argument that Kratos isn't that strong because I'm sorry, Zeus isn't that strong because Kratos killed him with a sword. Yeah, but I mean, it depends. Like the sword's kind of important. Like it's a powerful sword.
It's a magic sword. I get that. But how the fuck does V's gun?
It is a sci-fi bullshit
gameplay.
futuristic gun. What do you? I don't see what the issue is.
There's no magic in
Doesn't have to have magic. It's powerful as fuck. Yeah, I mean, in Cyberpunk, you have tech weapons that can fire through several layers of several foot thick walls of steel and like thing. They just keep going. Like I don't. The argument you're making is strange. It's a video game. You know how video games work. Like you're kind of playing like you don't know how video games work. So when you have
you're taking immunities that V has because of gameplay purposes, or you're taking immunities that Atom Smasher has because of gameplay purposes, and saying that only V can damage him because only V has been able to overcome him.
No, I'm
That's
doing
not how it
doing the
works.
opposite. I'm saying that he has these immunities because he's shown in an anime to have them, not in a gameplay. It's not gameplay at all.
Yeah, and more.
It's we see it in an anime. It's a show. In gameplay, you can fight him as V and defeat him, sure, but just because V's guns can damage him doesn't mean that he can be damaged by guns from every universe. Like, we know that V can't do anything to him at the start of the game. Obviously, his guns are too shitty. His site doesn't have good enough cybernetics. He has to get better shit. By the end of the game, he's the most powerful merc in all of Night City, and he's able to fight Atom Smasher. And
are you telling me that if you brought a base game gun, you would not be able to beat V, even with?
can beat him with
Now you're taking gameplay into account. I wasn't taking gameplay. You are.
No, you're saying only V's guns can beat him because V is
I'm
fully
saying
upgraded.
I'm saying that we see in the anime and at the beginning of the game that you can't harm Atom Smasher, and then I'm saying at the end of the game you end up beating him because this is how fucking games operate. Like, I don't understand what you're trying to say. Are you trying to ignore the fact that he like wiped out a whole army in the anime? As you just saying I shouldn't count that? Like, I don't understand what argument you're trying to make.
No, I'll get to the whole army thing in a minute.
That's
What
the
I'm
only
trying to
part that's
get at
important. The thing that you're arguing right now is
can Courier 6 even fucking damage him? Because according to your logic, no.
No, he shouldn't. He shouldn't be able to touch him at all. He shouldn't actually be able to hit him with any weapons. But even if he could hit him with weapons, there's very few, if any, of his guns would actually do anything to him. Like I said, you'll probably do something with him. Yeah, there's certain guns. Like you'll do something with the mini nuke. There's bigger guns that will do something.
beat him
I'm sure.
Mini nuke, laser Gatling gun, but also VATS. Why would VATS not help against this? Because like,
it's more of a gameplay mechanic, though.
No, that's not.
Yeah, gameplay.
Well,
is in lore. We went over this.
Beat him with a dildo.
No, VATS is in lore, but it doesn't because VATS is a higher perception that allows you to aim and then shoot off your blast. But he has a Sandevastine, which allows him to literally walk around bullets as if they're frozen in midair. The speed advantage is far superior. I mean, it's not even close.
So
V has like
light though.
Implant GRX at least like be relative. Well, not on par, just relative. At least keep up.
Wait, what's up?
In the game,
Implant GRX for the Courier. I mean, that allows him to at least like be relative, not on the same speed of which, just like at least keep up with him, or at least react to him at like a fast enough pace.
How? He literally walks around. He literally walks around sniper shots that are frozen in midair. Yeah, you can say whatever you want. Go ahead, Lee.
Okay, so in the game, you can buy the Sandevastine, and it specifically says the time percentage or like
basically it says 80% time
Yeah,
reduction.
but we see in other parts that's not that gameplay purposes. Yeah, that's true. But
like
we see it in that when we see it the way it's utilized in the anime, like people
at
like it's
minimum,
literally
like
frozen.
yeah, like in the anime specifically, if you watch that, everyone looks frozen. Basically, it's very slow. Bullets stop.
Yeah, I think in the game, I think the best one you can get is 95%. It slows down everything 95%.
92, I think.
Something like that. It's close. It's very very high. But in the anime, everything's just literally frozen when he walks around. But you also know it's also true that in the game, you don't have access to like the entire universe's assortment of stuff. Like we don't know what Sandevestein
David was using versus
well,
Adam Smasher.
Yeah, like we don't know the models of Sandevestein they were using. We know that USV has like 8 or 9 different types. I don't know the exact number that you can use.
Yeah, the Sandevestein in the tabletop is fucking busted.
Yeah.
But
can you describe it?
I mean, the tabletop is not something that like a lot of people know, but the Sandevestein in the tabletop is it's a consumable item that you can use that basically is a get out of jail free card if you end up thrown into. You don't need it. Like you can still do a lot of things without it, and it's a tabletop game. Like it's like D&D. If you play D&D or you play Warhammer, like Cyberpunk is another tabletop RPG.
I honestly think that Solos
It was
busted.
Tabletop
Just in general.
canon to the games.
Well, the tabletop lore is canon to the games. Like individual campaigns that people ran for their friends are not.
No, well, obviously, yeah, but no, there's an actual story. I don't think they're novels, but they're like lore pages, like the story of Johnny Silverhand and the whole attack on Arasaka Tower that gets him killed. That's actually written in the lore books of the tabletop game. Now,
there's also a lot of lore about Atom Smasher even before he was in the games and before he was in Edge Runners.
Although he's considerably more powerful in the games because it takes place like 57 years later.
Yes,
He's way more upgraded in the game.
Implications.
Wait, is Adam Smasher like 100 years old?
Wait. One guy at a time. One person at a time. What were you saying, Lee?
I was just noting that he was like 100 years old then in the games, right? If he was alive during 2000.
Yeah, like everybody's old as shit. Rogue too. Rogue's like really old. She's like 70 or 80 years old.
Cyberpunk is extremely old in 2077 because it's been around for so long as a tabletop.
Yeah, like people and a lot of characters just straight up age slower.
Like I think it actually started as Cyberpunk 2000.
Yeah.
Like I think it started back in the year 2000 in the Cyberpunk first, so it's been 77 years.
I think it actually started
that we've seen the world.
I think it started before that. I think the Cyberpunk.
Yeah, I think the lore says the canon divergence happened something like the 90s.
Early 19s. I think they I think like when the timeline actually diverged, it was like a couple years after the guy made it. So like the guy made it back in the 80s, but I think it was like early 90s, late 80s is when it starts like diverging with our timeline. They start getting into all the cybernetic shit. It's like super like right after he actually made it. So like it's been a solid 100 years or so since cybernetics have been like introduced into the universe. But either way, you should have watched Cyberpunk Edge Runners before you can. And I mean, you could say that I'm sort of leaning into the Cyberpunk Edge Runners thing, but it kind of dictates a lot.
Like really canon.
Chat has a good point.
It's like
your
only
EMPs.
The pulse rifle or the
I think
from the Robo Scorpion pistol from Old World Blues allows him to like affect robotics. Robots and all that.
But there are EMP abilities
in the game
in Cyberpunk as well.
Like bombs and all that.
Yeah, and
you
have resistances to it.
People with cybernetics, they don't shut off.
Yeah, you have it. Like the cybernetics have gotten to the point that not the best. Like obviously it depends, but the best ones are very heavily resistant to EMPs, and Atom Smasher himself is basically impossible to hack into in any way as well.
How about overloading circuitry? Because we do have a weapon for that.
I think you would
Overloading.
have to get into a system.
Like
It wouldn't do much.
put it in,
There's a
like,
similar.
spreadsheet
There's a
for it to,
similar.
like,
There's a
fry
similar.
circuitry.
Yeah, there's an ability. There's a hacking ability that's basically that. It doesn't do much. Like it's not a win con.
Yeah.
Like you might.
Hacking or like a weapon.
No,
I
it's.
believe also Adam.
Go ahead, Lee.
I believe Atom Smasher's internal organs are still organic, but I might be wrong about that. So you might not be able to completely shut him down.
He's
His brain. Only his brain is that's
Yeah,
organic. Really.
he's right. It's only his brain, but even like I don't think it really matters. We like I said, he adapts in the fight based on however you do. If you play the game and you focus your character on hacking, you'll notice that hacking does virtually nothing to him. Like he will actually like he knows what like the game builds Atom Smasher based on how you leveled up your character.
Itself.
Yeah. So like if you go after him with a ton of hacking stuff and you try to do all this hacking, and there are stuff like overload, things like that if you are a V that hacks, and that none of that shit works on him because like he could fight you off pretty much anything you try to do. So it's I don't see that
He has
really.
prep time
But it
all
really
the
doesn't.
time.
It really doesn't matter because Courier 6 will be immediately dead before he can even pull his gun out. Sandevastine is literally that much faster than Courier 6 is. Like it's not even close. He would we could start him 40 feet away. We could start him both 40 feet away, looking at each other, and he will arrive right in front of Courier's face and tear his head off before he can even grab his gun. That is how big of a massive speed advantage he has.
I mean, Implant GRX, if he's like 40 meters away, if he uses the Implant GRX, he might have like some time to react to that, and with VATS as well. So I mean,
V in the game when you're playing the game, you can literally slaughter whole rooms of 10, 20, 30 people, and they can't even move. Because in the game you actually have the ability that as you kill people in Sandevastine, it prolongs the length of time that Sandevastine is activated. So you can essentially get to the point in the game where Sandevastine is always on throughout all of your fights. It's very easy to break the fucking game in 2077. But when you're but when you're doing that,
Nerd Rage, it does a similar Nerd Rage, the perk that the courier gets. It's like similar if he's like that desperate. Or like that low,
Does it speed up time, or
slows it down? Slows it down
to that extent, to the point that they're not moving.
To the point where they could hardly even react, like fast enough where they couldn't.
Yeah, I think that's relatives. But can he like use that multiple times in a row, or what?
He could activate it in his because in the game you're able to activate implants that you gain from
Courier
implants. Yeah, from Old World Blues, it's basically hardwired into him already. So he does have
how many times can he use it in a row? Like, does there have physical drawbacks, or can he just spam it infinitely?
No, there is a perk that allows him to be resistant enough where he could just spam it.
Okay.
All right, now we're just getting into if I build the Fallout protag specifically this way to take on V, but
this isn't the way he's built. Like he's not a playable character. So this is just his powers.
Mods.
Like this is just his powers in the show and in the game while you're fighting against him, which is all you really have to go.
What Gaben's saying is if you build the Fallout protag specifically that way, because you can't give the Fallout protag all of his abilities.
Go for it.
Since that's not technically canon.
Yeah, well, is there a canon version of the character?
Yeah, it is. It's the character that appears in the comics afterwards. The thing is, he is shown to have far less than the gameplay version. So at the end of the day, the canon version doesn't do shit, and even a max powered version probably can't keep up with Sandevastine, even with all of the extra abilities, and popping a Speed Boy, which is a fucking insane Fallout drug that makes you run at hyper speed and slows down everything around you to a crawl.
What do you mean by that? Hyper speed? Like superhuman speed?
No, it's an expression, Gaben. It's the speed. It's not called a Speed Boy. What I forget the name of the drug, but basically there's a drug there's a drug for everything in Fallout, but there's a drug you can take that makes you move a lot faster and slows down your opponents to like not
Yeah,
moving.
that's what I use. The implant
Yeah.
GRX. That's basically what I just said.
Well, look, the
Theoretically,
reason
so
why
could
the
Adam-
reason why here's the thing. He's physically stronger than Courier 6. He's much faster than Courier 6, and he has a resistance to literally everything that you can do in the game, from EMPs to radiation to all different sorts of things. Anything that you can do as V, Atom Smasher has some sort of resistance or counter to it, because that's literally the way that they built the boss fight. So I don't. You would have to tell me something that Courier 6 can do that can take out Atom Smasher before he like immediately zips over to him and completely fucking murders him very easily.
Courier 6 even
I mean,
hurt
he does
Atom
have.
Smasher?
What's up?
Could Courier 6 even hurt Atom Smasher?
I don't think anything but like his most powerful weapons would be able to, and even then I think he would be fast enough to get out of the way before he's even capable of shooting him. Not, and you say like, oh, he could dodge lasers or light? Probably not, but he doesn't have to. He would just have to dodge Courier 6, which he can do. He would just have to dodge Courier 6, pulling a gun out, aiming it at him, and firing.
Do they have a win con?
Thank you, Ellie. It is Ultra Jet. So you can use Implant GRX and Ultra Jet and Nerd Rage, and they all stack. So like things do slow
they
down a massive
stack.
amount if you do that. But
Yeah, that's true.
even just doing that, he might be able to barely reach Sandevestein.
Or at least react to it. Yeah.
I mean,
because
think I could, like-
I've tried both of them in game.
And then
It's-
after that
yeah.
fast as well, and you might be reaching the speeds where like he could pull a gun out and aim it, but also dude is literally chugging drugs to do that.
That's
Getting to the point into the debate where you're like, we took all of these measures. We
took all the
all the measures, yeah. And
No.
he be reactable enough to fight Sandevestein.
We took all the drugs. We ruined Courier 6's immune system. Like he's
He's actually
everything.
He could at least handle such things because Old Order Blue, he's technically a cyborg.
Oh, and you want to know something?
It's turbo. It's
So-
turbo.
Oh, also, I'm okay. I might be wrong, so someone might have to correct me on this. But didn't Atom Smasher survive a nuke when fucking Arasaka exploded?
No. I think
We
he
don't
actually
know
almost
the
died
actual
and then
yield
got
of this nuke.
reboot.
Because he was at the top. We saw that he was at the top of the tower before the nuke went
if you
off.
look at the cutscene, you can actually see he's like not as robotic as he was, so it's pretty much implied that he suffered at least heavy damage.
Well, no, because
to
no,
give him
that's
the-
not. Well, that's not true. Because because we see him at the top of the tower, the nuke goes off, and then later we see him in a room with Johnny Silverhand, and he's not fucked up at all. Like the upgrades, when Arasaka is interrogating Johnny, he's just standing there like
I remember
with
that.
him in the interrogation room, and he's not fucked up. So if he was hit by
Aw.
the nuke, it didn't damage him back then. At least not to.
Space and Cruelty said a lot of people survived the Arasaka nuke. Is that true?
I mean, Johnny
Um,
Silverhand did.
Yeah, a lot of people. Yeah, well, you gotta think like they all pretty much all. If you're a higher level solo or person in that you have your skin is made of armor. Like I know that I don't know this about everybody, but I do know that specifically, Atom Smasher actually does have lead-lined armor that is specifically designed to defend against nuclear explosions. Like that's actually canonically no explosions.
Wait, were they nuclear or not? Since in the game, I believe they were just.
No, they said it was nukes.
Exploding the
If it's nukes,
foundations.
it's nuclear. No, they were called they nuked Arasaka. They even talk about the fallout killing people down on the street.
Yeah, I thought that was like the rebel.
They were
rebel
nukes. They were
instead.
nukes. And I don't even think they. I don't even think they fled the building. Like they still when they interrogated Johnny, they were still in the building. I could be wrong about that. I might be exaggerating, but no,
If
but
they
like.
fell in the building, then I don't think.
But the
those were
nuke went off in the building while Atom Smasher was there, and Johnny was there, and none of them were killed by it. Now maybe they didn't get the brunt of the explosion. That could be possible because we didn't see
They
it
were on
explode
the top,
them.
right?
Yes, they were on the
They
top.
were
They were
on
on
the
the
top.
roof.
All the nukes were put on the bottom.
They were on the roof. Was it? I thought they blew up the top of Arasaka.
I think they like remember the elevator that you put it down and stuff.
Yeah, but I thought
I
they
might
put
be
it on the
wrong,
elevator
though.
and it went up. I thought the whole point was that they blew up the
No,
top.
I think it went down.
There's even footage. There's even footage of the explosions. Of the explosion in
I think they
Arasaka.
put like 4 separate
And
bombs.
it was
I might
like,
be incorrect.
hold up. No, keep going. I'm not stopping you, but I'm
I think
curious
they put, like,
about this.
different bombs at different layers. You can look that up. I think they put multiple bombs in different places. In the
Well, I know
building.
that Johnny Silverhand was trying to see if if there's like a picture of Arasaka getting nuked.
You could look up a video.
It doesn't really matter if Arasaka was nuked and they survived or not, because, like I said, even using like all of the drugs and like basically doping himself up to infinity, he barely reaches Sandevestein and can almost not react. Like Courier 6, based on what you guys are saying about Atom Smasher, I don't know enough about him because I only know the little bit
you
that
really
we know
thought
from
Atom
TikTok.
Smasher
Atom Smasher is fast with Sandevestan, like fast.
He's fast.
Yeah,
as
he's
he's like crazy. It can activate like
supersonic to
multiple times.
hypersonic around that speed, like supersonic to hypersonic, because he can react to bullets and all of that. And you
Okay,
can
so
dodge 'em.
guys, look at my screen. This is the best we get of a look at the explosion. So here's the building, and then you can
Give me a
see.
sec.
It's probably gonna take. It's usually like an 8-second delay anyway. You can see the explosion at the top of the building. See?
It might lag a little though.
Yeah. So
died in that tower.
So it definitely was the top. I could have swore it was because I remember there was a scene where they were talking about it, and they were saying how the fallout from the top of the because they blew up the top of the building, but the fallout went down to the ground and killed a bunch of people on the ground.
I vaguely see a mushroom cloud. Yeah.
It is a nuke. It is a nuke. They talk. I mean, in the actual mission, they talk about how they're going to nuke the building. They set up a nuke. It's a fact that it's a nuke. There's no.
Yeah.
What was the yield of this nuke,
either way, like I think at this point we've reached the consensus that Atom Smasher Speed Blitz or just straight up just kills him. You know?
Yeah, I don't think
because he's way more durable.
He's more durable.
I think you reach
Go ahead.
I think you reach base levels of Sandevestein speed, but it's
The
like
durability.
basically doping yourself up to see your death. That's all it is.
I would have to see because I've never played New Vegas, to be fair. Well, no, that's not true. I played a little bit of New Vegas. Not enough to say I actually played it though. But I don't recall there being. I don't recall outside of VATS. I know there's some stuff that slows down, but I don't recall there being anything in any of the Fallout games that I played where it's just like you're so fast you could just go in and slaughter like 20 dudes and they don't even move.
It's
Actually. It's a stealth build. Ultra jet stealth build.
The whole point of the build is to go that fast.
But
you wouldn't be able to do that base game.
It's literally in Fallout New Vegas, you have to have the DLCs for it because you have to get specifically the Nerd Rage perk. You need to be a cyborg. You take Turbo and you get your implant GRX. And you have to activate all 3 of those time mechanics at the same time. And then on top of that, you can activate your VATS, which then enhances your perception even further to the point that like the people who usually move slowly in VATS don't move at all.
So basically, it would be possible that he might be able to compete with his speed only if we give him massive prep time. And like he has to have an understanding. He has to have an understanding of exactly what his opponent is capable of doing, and then go in with the prep time necessary to actually do it.
No, he would just have to go in with his arsenal of drugs and just pop every single drug as soon as he sees V. Which, to be fair,
wait, V or
Atom Smasher? Either one, honestly, either one. Yeah, well, because the thing is that V goes. So this is another thing, and this is important actually.
He is stronger than Atom Smasher.
He is, but Atom Smasher's technically faster. Because V has
I think so, yeah.
Yes, because V, if you go in with the Sandevestein into the Atom Smasher fight and you use it, you can't use it against Atom Smasher because Atom Smasher uses a Sandevestein the moment you do, instantly, and he actually blitzes you if you try to use the Sandevestein against him. So you're 90.
I think I used.
Go ahead, Lee.
I think I used a Sun Devastator in the fight, and he did blitz me, but not every time.
Well, yeah, like they give him an advantage. Like they show you that his Sand Devastane's better than yours, and he can go faster than you.
Yeah, definitely.
And every time you activate your Sand Devastane, he activates his the moment you do. Like it's not possible to use your Sand Devastane.
This is on cooldown.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't think he has a
point.
cooldown. If you don't have a cooldown,
Can
he doesn't. What's up?
Can Atom Smasher like dodge lightning because the courier has access to the Tesla cannon or the baton prototype?
He has extreme. I don't think it matters because he has extremely high resistance to electrical attacks.
But also, even if he couldn't dodge lightning, those weapons don't do enough damage.
I mean, in Fallout 3, we see the Tesla cannon destroy vertibirds.
Yeah, that's a souped up version, and that's not the one in New Vegas.
Yeah.
So you can't take that one.
Yeah, but
I mean, Elijah's baton prototype from the Old World Blues DLC also is like a beefed up version of it.
Yeah, but
it still doesn't take out vertibirds.
Yeah,
like,
but the best characters in Cyberpunk, the most advanced cybernetics, they have capacitors built in their bodies to specifically absorb EMP strikes and electrical attacks that are meant to fry your systems.
Not necessarily an EMP. It's more like a surge of electricity
Well,
going through your.
That's what an EMP is.
That's the
frying your circuits.
Yeah, that's what an EMP is. But it is some sort of electrical signal being shot into your body. Like he has capacitors that absorb that. It's specifically meant to fight against electricity. There are grenades that you could throw in the game that explode in electricity and fucking shock people's systems, and he has resistances to that. Like it doesn't do anything. I mean, I guess you could argue that if his has more electricity, but then we're going to be arguing like whose lightning weapons has more lightning, and it's like, I mean, there's no real way to actually be able to tell whose lightning weapons have more lightning.
Yeah, we can't quantify that. We can't say, oh, this card has that many.
Not unless it says somewhere specifically how much amps the electricity has.
Even in situation, I think Atom Smasher could definitely just resist it.
Yeah, I mean, he has. We know that he has resistance. We don't know to the extent of the resistance, but we know it has resistance to the point that it doesn't really affect him in his own universe. But that's kind of the way it works. Like, he's literally like it's kind of almost not fair because he's literally designed because it's an RPG.
Oh, yeah.
Because it's an RPG, which means that V has a large assortment of abilities and powers that he can do, and Atom Smasher is literally a boss that is designed to be able to counter literally anything V can do. So as good as V is as being an RPG with all of these different crazy abilities, Atom Smasher is just as good because he's literally built to counter all of them.
Yeah.
So it's actually really cool.
Anime.
We need to give more credit to Atom Smasher. The idea that they created a boss that specifically alters how he fights depending on how you built your character. That's a cool concept for a boss.
I mean, Edge Runners carries his power scaling.
That's true.
Like, gives him buffs and all that.
Well, it carries the series power scaling because the game as a whole is more grounded. But then again. It's kind of the same because like in the tabletop also sort of is a lot stronger in certain aspects than the game is. Like for instance, in the lore of the game, Johnny Silverhand is able to use his rocker. They don't really go over it in the games, but there's like the classes or the jobs. He's a rocker boy, and rocker boys have the ability to manipulate people and alter their behaviors. It's like ability they have in the game. He was able to alter the behaviors and cause a mass riot of an entire city of people, and that's that's not something. That's like a power that he has in the tabletop game. The
courier. The courier did speech check Leggett Lanius, so I guess that's something.
Is there any hacks in this situation that you could use, or is this like it?
Wait, what's up?
In terms of hacks, Fallout is a very grounded universe. It doesn't really have anything like that. There's no like transmog staff. There's no
I believe the Robo-Scorpions. The Robo-Scorpions from Old World Blues did say that they would hack into technology, though I don't buy into that.
Atom Smasher is like immune to hacking. We even see in the anime, like this one girl who's really talented, like super talented.
She's the best hacker
tries to
in
hack
the story.
them.
Would
Cortana
be able to hack them?
would House be able to hack him?
Well,
Yeah,
based on
hack
how you've explained Cortana as being just a god who could hack into literally any technology, I would assume so. I'm saying that the very advanced hacking that Cyberpunk has is not effective against Atom Smasher. I'm sure that I like Cyborg should be able to hack him, from DC Comics, because he literally has just god level power over any form of technology. So there's obviously going to be limits to it.
Now I'm curious about Cyborg versus Cortana.
Well, to be fair,
I
I say Cyborg.
Cortana.
Cyborg wins that one. Cyborg wins that one hard.
Absolutely.
From what I understand, I only watched like the TV show. In there, he didn't really show any hacking.
Yeah, well,
powers.
don't go off this. Don't go off this. Yeah, he controls literally any form of technology, and you can stretch the meaning of the word technology very far. Like he can control shit that's not even.
So he's basically a concept at this point.
He's able to control the mother boxes. That's like higher dimension. Like
you mean like
beyond anything that the
he
universe.
He can control things that don't have computers. Like at all,
just data itself, just not even.
That's not good writing.
Well, he's not a cyborg. He's not like his name is Cyborg, but he's a part mother box or part father box. I forgot which one.
It's part mother box.
He fuses with a mother box. He's not wholly. He's not like just a technology. Like in the movie, for instance, if anyone has seen Justice League, the Snyder cut of Justice League. At the end of that movie, he's shown taking a tape recorder that was smashed to 1,000 pieces, and he just like with his technologist, whatever you call
it.
Yeah, he just puts it back together and then starts playing the tape, and there's no computer there. He's just moving it and forming it with his mind. Like there's nothing to control. It's not like you're hacking into AI or something.
More like metal manipulation.
No, it doesn't have to be metal. It just has to be considered some form of technology.
Raw technology.
A bicycle is technology.
The concept.
Like it's just it's weird.
Yeah, but that logic, fire is technology. Like,
yeah.
Can he control fire?
I don't think so. I've never seen him do it, but I wouldn't be surprised if he did. But anyway, like, have we come to a conclusion with this?
God against Cortana at that point.
We came to the conclusion that either he takes all the drugs, every last single one of them, and could maybe get a shot in, or.
But I don't think that shot would kill him. Like I don't think that would be enough.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Either he gets to take a shot, nothing happens, or he dies.
It's Courier comes in, takes all his fucking drugs as soon as he sees Atom Smasher.
Also,
and
this is important.
Atom Smasher blitz his face.
This is important. I haven't actually talked about this, but this is important. Even without a Sand Devastation, it is common.
Atom Smasher's fast.
Yeah. They could
Sonic,
they could deflect They could deflect automatic fire bullets out of the air with a sword. Like even without a Sand Devastation, their basic speed levels are very, very high. It would be several times faster than sound. Without a Sand Devastation. And then with a Sand Devastation, it becomes ridiculous. So I'm not gonna say that because I'm trying to think of if there's no like laser guns in Cyberpunk, right?
I think there might be one, but I might be wrong.
I can't believe
and Fallout.
Atom Smasher had one, something close to that.
I'm trying to think of
he had a machine gun.
I'm trying to think if there's a light-based weapon that you can use Sand Devastation on, and it just like stops the laser in its tracks. Because if that's the case, then yeah, he fucking blitzes. He blitzes the shit out of him. Like literally makes light hold still while he rolls around. We just upped the fucking speed levels of this series.
There's like Tesla coils, but that's it, I think, for that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Tesla coils.
Ella is saying that Soul Survivor should be able to beat him.
Soul Survivor is weaker than Courier, weaker than Chosen One.
Yeah.
So no.
Arguably the best one would be Frank Horrigan, but even then, I believe Atom Smasher and Frank Horrigan.
Frank Horrigan loses to Chosen One, so no, Gaben.
No, but
but that was with prep time. Yeah. Without it, Chosen One.
Batman loses to everybody. Like no.
How is a chosen
Adam
one
Smasher with
stronger?
prep time instead, he could win definitely.
It says how is chosen one stronger than C6? If I recall correctly, chosen one won through pure luck.
Well, I was just saying that chosen one is stronger than Soul Survivor. I'm not saying he's stronger than C6. In my opinion, it would probably be Lone Wanderer or Courier 6 and then chosen one.
About 76 for the Reclaimer from
You could
Fallout
take that
76.
way.
Do people still play
strongest Fallout
76? Like, does
I
anyone?
play it sometimes.
A lot of updates and is better. It's better now.
Okay. Okay.
Because he's a monster as it is. Even like without like the little lore he has.
I guess
he's able to take down the Scorch Beast Queen.
I guess I'm just not that forgiving when they come out with something that dog shit.
See, a lot of people didn't go back
for
for a long
Cyberpunk.
time, and then they tried it again and realized, hey, they put this in a decent spot.
Like Cyberpunk.
Yeah.
Cyberpunk, but here's the
Yeah.
thing. My issue was when you played Cyberpunk, Cyberpunk was broken and it was unplayable. But
Because of glitches.
because of bugs and shit. But there was a good game under the surface and a good story
Yeah,
that I
just
was
the bugs.
enjoying as I didn't finish it when I first bought Cyberpunk. I started playing through it. I'm like, okay, I like this story so far, but I am fucking like this is unplayable. So I stopped with the intention of coming back to it, but it gave me something that made me want to come back to it. 76,
Yeah.
there was nothing there. Like 76 was just
They
an absolute.
recycled it.
It was a
fucking-
live service. It wasn't a single player game.
It was all yeah,
It
but
wasn't like all fleshed out.
but
like that.
but honestly, like 76 wasn't even the final straw for me. The final straw for me was 4, because when they announced 4, like the trailer dropped and they announced it, they said it was coming out in like 3 months. It was super fast after they announced that it was coming out, and I'm like, oh no. This is just going to be 3 again. They didn't add anything because there's no way that they were because they hid it from like no. It was not leaked that it was coming. It's always leaked. There's no way that they could keep a game 3 months before it releases and it not be leaked. Not possible. So they're going to use all the same assets as 3. When that game came out and it was literally just 3, but the only things that they added was a okay gun crafting system and the base builder mechanics and everything outside
Which
of those
is absolutely shitty anyway.
Yes, yeah. Every single thing
Yeah.
outside of that was identical to Fallout 3. I was like, this is bullshit. Like this is
I
such
literally
utter
thought-
garbage.
I thought my Fallout 4 game was broken when I got the quest to build a chair for what's her name in
Mama
the first-
Murphy. Mama
Yeah.
Murphy.
I literally thought my game
I've
was
never
broken 'cause,
played
like,
out Fallout 4, by the way.
I went looking in every single place where a chair should be, but for some reason it's sitting in the rooms section under its own little area, and it's like, how the fuck is this whole chair one? How the hell is this chair one whole room? What
It's
the
bad
fuck?
game
There's
design.
actually a pocket
It's just
dimension.
pure bad game design.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like Bethesda games. Like I don't like I didn't like Skyrim all that much. I don't
Fallout.
I don't
Or, I mean, Doom Slayer. Yeah.
That's id.
Doom was the only good Fallout game.
That's id though. They bought that's id made those and Bethesda bought id, but id still operates as its own separate entity, which is why they still make good games. Bethesda does not touch id's stuff at all. Like they just let it do whatever they want because as
I
of
mean,
right
New
now,
Vegas was a good game, but it wasn't Bethesda.
that was Obsidian.
Yeah.
And I had
Yeah, it
that's
was
and
Obsidian.
Can make really good games because Oblivion was a good game and it was made by Obsidian. If
You
I'm
know-
not
and you know what
mistaken.
the
KOTOR.
And you know what the funny thing
KOTOR.
is? You know what the funny thing is? I don't really like Fallout games. I liked Outer Worlds, and that was made by Obsidian, which people were basically saying it was like the Fallout ripoff, but Obsidian made it. And I was like, I like this. This is good.
Well, Obsidian is better at games.
I thought everything
Yeah, that's
about
fact.
Obsidian was better. I thought the world was better. I thought it looked better. I thought the different choices you can make and how they affect the story was better. I like the fact that it wasn't super long for no fucking reason, which allowed multiple playthroughs of vastly different playthroughs. I like the companions more than I like the companions in 4 are garbage. The whole companion system of Fallout 4 is terrible. It's
The
so
only
bad.
thing Fallout is good at is with mods. That's it. Just the mods.
But again,
Oh, well, that's not even them.
If your game requires community-made things to be playable,
That's a problem in and of
Rim,
itself. Yeah.
that's a huge issue.
Yeah, and Lost Soul is saying Outer Worlds was fun.
Tweeps.
Lost Soul is saying Outer Worlds was fun, but it just feels like it needed a bit more. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, it was that people don't realize this. Outer Worlds is a AA game. It's not a AAA game. It did not have a large budget for a video game. But people look at it as if it's a AAA game that just was just really short, like didn't have enough in it, but they forget it's not it was good enough that people think of it as a AAA game, despite the fact that it's not. It's a AA game. Like it would be more comparable to something like Greedfall. Like it's not like if you look how janky something like Greedfall is compared to Outer Worlds is very polished. The fact that Outer Worlds is more polished than Fallout 3 and 4 is crazy. Because Fallouts have way bigger budgets than Outer Worlds does. But they knew what they were doing. Like they kept it polished, they kept it nice, they kept it pretty, but they also kept the story short. Because that's what they had to. They just had to limit it. I honestly think that more games should be shorter. I've been dipping a lot into older games recently. Like I started playing Sly Cooper again. I played Sly Cooper 1. I'm playing through Sly Cooper 2. I played through Psychonauts recently. Playing through like a lot of older games, and I'm getting all these games completely done with in like under 10 hours, and I'm perfectly happy with my time with them and moving on to other things. Like I get tired of buying a game and having to spend 60 hours in every fucking game I play. Like it's,
when your backlog becomes like 30 games and each game is like 60 hours in and of itself, it's like I'm never gonna get through my entire backlog. By the time another game comes out, I'm gonna be like not even halfway through.
Well, look, it's not that I have an issue with the games being long if the length has substance, but most of these games don't. Like Spider-Man PS4, like and Spider-Man 2. Take all the side activities out of those games because they make the game worse. Like I want to 100% your game, and you just put in a bunch of bullshit things I don't want to do. Because just to fill it up with shit. And I was like, I honestly would have preferred it almost just be the story with a couple of small side activities, and that would have been that. I could have been done with the whole game in 10 hours. The game. I think Ubisoft games are the worst with like the Far Cries and the Assassin's Creeds and shit. They just pepper the games with just the most bullshit. I don't care.
Hey,
Activities.
go collect others.
What's up, Lee?
I was just saying about the space, like especially when it costs so much space for some of these games, specifically AAA's.
I don't. I mean, look. Like I said, if
60 gigabytes, 70 gigabytes.
If the games were 60 hours long and all of those 60 hours were just like so, like, oh man, I loved those 60 hours kind of
then
thing.
That's fine, but I mean,
then it's like I don't mind as much.
Do not need those times.
Like I didn't mind that much with. I think most people didn't mind with The Witcher 3 because the side content felt almost as important as the main content. A lot of times the side quests were even better than the main quests.
To be fair, a lot of the people also really like The Witcher 3 because hot witches.
Well, it was a good game though. I mean, look,
Yeah,
a lot of games. Look, a lot of games have hot characters in it, and that is not the reason people liked Witcher. People
yes, but bang hot witch on a unicorn, people are gonna get your game. Like, sex sells.
Good marketing. That's it. Just
That's
good marketing.
that's every RPG where you can have a relationship though. I mean,
But, like,
Mass Effect had all the same shit.
Baldur's Gate.
Well,
There's
like
a
I
lot
said,
of games
sex sells. Like,
RPG elements.
if you put sex in your game, it's gonna sell. Look at Baldur's Gate.
I haven't even fit it.
That's,
Yeah, but
that's one of many factors that makes a game
yeah,
successful.
that's not. There's a lot of games with sex in it that didn't sell. I mean, Leisure Shoot Larry
there's like
was not
100.
flying off fucking shelves because it had sex in it.
No, but it did become a cult classic.
Huh?
It did become a cult classic.
People know of it. I'm not necessarily sure you could call it a cult classic. It didn't sell well.
No, it is actually a cult classic.
Cult classics eventually sell well. It never sold well.
And it did. No, it did eventually sell well to the point that it got an entire remaster.
That's crazy.
I don't know. I don't know about that.
Leisure Shoot Larry is considered a cult classic now. I don't like that it is, but it is.
Who says it's a cult classic? Is it from like the game industry?
Yeah, it's so it's a term that was picked up from the film industry. So any movie that releases to a terrible box office, but then
Like the Holy
slowly
Grail?
over time picks up a huge like a huge following. So stuff like The Ring or I guess Hellraisers, the first two count as cult classics.
Okay, yeah. So, Dan, you got to get sick of being wrong, man. The first 5 Leisure Shoot Larry games sold 2 million copies. All 5 of them combined.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's not good.
No.
That's trash.
For like
humanity.
in just a year or what? Like
what
time frame?
This was up to this was after the first 5 games released up to 1996. It was
yikes.
it only sold 2 million.
Rouga,
that's not good.
What's up?
Check the recent sales. The sales skyrocketed, I think, in like 2012.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Your point still is, but your point was that sex sells, and that's the reason the thing sells. Leisure Shoot Larry was entirely sold off the premise of sex, and it didn't. It did not sell. It sold horribly.
Because it was designed crappily. I'm saying sex is a part of it. I'm not saying it's the whole thing.
I don't know, man. I don't know. I always knew Leisure Shoot Larry sold very, very poorly. Anyway.
It sold poorly when it released, but it has become a cult classic in recent years.
Okay. All right.
And Psycho, yeah.
I don't know. Anyway, I'm not gonna have a conversation.
A
about this.
huge second wind when the second game was announced.
All right, let's see. I never ran into the
It's over.
Yeah, no, the debate's. I mean, if you two don't have another fucking, I mean, it'd be weird to go back to the debate now, but if you two didn't have another argument for Curious 6, which I don't think you do.
No, actually, you know what? I want to go back to the debate because fuck you.
I mean, go ahead.
You can,
if you want to lose twice, we could do that.
If I want to lose twice.
Yeah.
No, you already said that power armor gets fucking blitzed, so I got nothing.
Okay. Yeah, no, go check out. Well, you didn't play the game, huh? Because you seemed unaware when I was talking about stuff that happened in the game. You didn't play Cyberpunk.
No, I haven't played Cyberpunk. I have, like I said, my knowledge of Cyberpunk extends to the tabletop, and
which is
I
50
didn't
years behind.
Because I was courier. I was not here for Cyberpunk. I was here for the courier.
No, but you said that he couldn't win. You were very adamant when I was like, "This is not going to be good." You're like, "What are you talking about?"
Power armor, though.
Yeah,
I mean, unless you really want to like wank power armor to that, where they nuked the NCR base in Lonesome Road, or just whatever, because they were like close, where like the explosion you can see from the map.
Honestly, it doesn't matter because Atom Smasher can hack the power armor.
Well, power armor is analog. Analog. It's not digital.
It's entirely analog.
It's
electrical, but
technology
it's
is based on analog.
Isn't the kind of the whole theme of like Fallout's like 18th century technology?
Do EMPs work against it?
Try 1960s technology.
1960s, 60s technology.
Really, I thought it was 50s. I thought they were stuck in the 50s.
It's 50s to 60s with the technology, or it's 50s to 60s with like how the world kind of is, but the technology itself, although it looks like 50s to 60s, is several hundred years ahead.
Yeah, no, I know. Yeah. I'm just talking about the general style. I always figured it was like 1950s America, picket white fence, all that stuff, but then hit with a nuclear fucking bomb and then evolved way past that.
Yeah, it's just chips, like computer chips didn't evolve yet. Basically that, where our universe, our real life focused more on like computer chips and all that, while theirs relied on nuclear power. That's the divergence between the reality.
Wouldn't the radiation do anything to Atom Smasher?
No,
like you were talking about
we talked about this. His armor is lined with lead specifically to defend against nuclear explosions.
Radiation.
Yeah, okay then.
No explosions.
Then what would that do anything against the radiation or?
Yeah. Well, the explosion is going to have the radiation. Yeah, it's lead line. He's essentially built to survive nukes. Whether or not he actually can is up in the air, but he is built with the purpose to be able to survive nukes, probably because of the nuclear attack on Arasaka. He was probably like, yep, let's not let that happen again. Let's fucking prepare for that. But yeah, his armor is specifically designed to defend against nukes.
So their armor, like lore implications and like face value, they're pretty on par, I guess, because they could at least like tank the heat from nukes. If you want to use the interpretation that the nukes from this Lonesome Road actually affected the NCR.
Dan, even so, like,
so you're saying the
the Atom
durability
Smasher has been seen.
The heat. Basically, they were like near the epicenter of the nuke when the courier launched the nukes from Lonesome Road.
You're trying to argue that he's durable enough to withstand
No,
Atom
the power
Smasher?
armor. The armor that he uses is durable enough to. Yeah.
For how long? Like, could he take multiple shots? Or.
I mean,
yeah, if you could take
in
like.
In the lore, we've seen that power armor go
has,
up
like,
against.
little bombs on his back. So, like, in that boss fight, he literally shoots, like. I mean, I'm not sure how to exactly describe them, but they're like bombs, basically.
Do you mean micro rockets? Or missiles?
Yeah, like
because
micro
at least home in them.
rockets
Yeah.
and all that. I mean, doesn't the power armor have like temporary power supplies or something?
It has a.
I remember that.
Retconned. It's been retconned to a fusion core instead of like a portable like.
So
fusion,
does it have temporary power or no?
It kind of does.
The power could run out.
Well, that's another thing. Even if he does use it, well, for one, the power armor is slow as shit, so I don't think it would be a best thing to be in the power armor. But because you're instantly giving away any kind of speed advantage you might be able to ascertain. But also,
T51 doesn't have that. T51 doesn't have that much of an issue when it comes to mobility. That's only for the T45, which has crap mobility.
Well, no, well. Even the fastest versions of the power armor aren't moving to the speeds that you were saying. They're not moving to the point that bullets are frozen in midair.
I think they're
all
that
slower.
he could withstand the attacks.
No, I get that, but if you're I get that, but like if you put yourself in the power armor, it's not possible for you to win because you are now you're way too slow to do anything.
Slower, yeah.
You're basically just in armor that's keeping you safe. I don't think it'll keep you safe for very long, but it'll keep you safe. But it doesn't really. Yeah, but it doesn't really matter because he'll be like with the fight with V. Atom Smasher is capable of scanning the people that he fights against, and he could tell all of the stuff that's in like all the technology that you have on you. So he could actually look at the power armor and see. Yeah, he can. That's how he figured. That's how cannot. Well, I mean, you as
because the cybernetics you have, like he can scan them,
he could
recognize
scan
the models and all that.
Yeah, he could scan. He could scan and see all the technology that you have on you. Yeah, all the tech. He could also see your weapons, everything else.
Can he recognize the technology? I'm saying, would he recognize the armor and all that? Or would he get information because of his scan? Is his scan give him information about the armor, or he just can recognize the models?
Oh, I don't know. I'm not.
Because this is a different universe.
But the technology is still based on technology that exists. I mean, it's not like some weird alien thing. If he has like a nuclear. If he has a nuclear reactor powering the power armor, there's no reason why he wouldn't be able to look at the power armor and be like, "Oh, there's a nuclear reactor powering it." Like he wouldn't have to. Guys, y'all gotta talk one. Yeah, y'all have to talk one at a time. Like y'all have to talk one at a time. Go ahead, whoever.
Okay, I'll go. I was just saying. I thought, would he recognize the armor itself? Since in the games, it's mostly implied that he scans for the technology, then he looks it up, right? So I wasn't sure if he could find the information about the armor. I know he could recognize the components for sure.
Well, I think you're going under an assumption that he's memorized all the model numbers, as opposed to just scanning what the technology is.
Yeah, like scanning.
You also have to think about the fact that Atom Smasher himself is a genius when it comes to this kind of technology. He knows how cybernetics works. Like the
But he
chances
recognizes
that
the technology. It is from a different universe with different components.
but
different,
it's not
you
it's
know?
not technology that doesn't exist in his universe. It's a nuclear reactor. Nuclear reactors exist in Cyberpunk. Like
Yeah, but the rest of the armor, it's powered by
no,
the nuclear reactor.
no,
I'm
but
not
it's
trying to
all
argue
it's
with
all it's all still. Why would he not? What is he not going to understand? He's not going to understand what armor is made of, what the material of the armor is made of. He's not going to understand how the guns work. Like it's all shit that exists in his own universe. Like nothing is something that's purely Fallout and doesn't exist in any other universe. It's not like Argent Energy, right? Like he wouldn't be able to understand Argent Energy if he scanned that because that's like a totally unique thing. But there's nothing in Fallout that's unique to Fallout.
The alien weaponry specifically, they reverse engineer their plasma and energy weapons based off of alien technology.
Sure,
so
you
I
can argue.
guess
You can argue that.
Make an argument.
You can argue
Yeah.
that. But I was talking about the power armor specifically.
Yeah, I was just a bit confused about the power armor. I wasn't sure if he could recognize it.
I don't think why he wouldn't be able to. It uses just normal technology. You know, it's like
Yeah, you said it was like 600 years.
Like
ago,
I wouldn't
man.
necessarily
Not really-
like I wouldn't necessarily think that he would be able to scan, say, I don't know, Tony Stark's arc reactor and tell what that shit is. If it's like some totally, I don't even know if that's a real technology. Is that a real technology, or they just
An
made
arc
it?
reactor is not real.
Okay, yeah.
No.
So I wouldn't say that he would be able to fucking look at that and be like, yeah, I know what that. But a nuclear reactor, he knows what a nuclear reactor is, because that exists. Yeah, I don't see why there would be any issue with that. Anyway, we've been done with this today. We're just fucking
Yeah, I
convers.
think we basically got to the point where they could reasonably. We're saying the power armor could have enough defensive stat to withstand
Not for
Iron
long.
Smasher, but the stamina would
I don't think so. Not for long. I don't think it would have enough for long. Like the best case scenario is that you'll last a couple more hits than you would if you weren't in the power armor. But I still think if you're not fast enough to actually do anything now in that armor, and he just has free reign to zip around you and fucking tear and smash your armor as much as he wants to, especially consider that his guns can fire through several foot thick of iron and steel, multiple layers and multiple walls with his tech guns. He'll be fine. Actually, I don't know what gun does he have canonically.
75 millimeter armor piercing high explosive round of a machine gun.
Atom Smasher?
Atom Smasher.
How the fuck did you know that off the top of your head? Okay, all
I
right.
checked the lore of that.
All right, I'll take your word for it. That sounds like a powerful gun. That sounds like
it's
that'll do.
25% larger than 50 BMG, and it's armor piercing high explosive.
That's a big gun. Yeah, I think that'll probably do some damage after a while. I think that'll do it. I have a feeling that.
Nah, he'll tank the headshot.
No, I think he'll do it. Shoot him right through the eye hole. You got him. It'll be fine.
Yeah, 12.7 millimeter arm cannons, auto arm cannons in his hand. So yeah.
Yeah, that's just Atom Smasher's a living tank basically, but with more guns.
No, he's more powerful than a tank. Remember, David Martinez took on a whole army of tanks by himself.
Those are AFDs, armor troop transports. That not necessarily tanks.
Fair. Well,
PCs, armored personnel carriers.
To be fair, V took out a tank before the end of the game. He took out like a legit tank.
How though? What method?
He fought it.
Fought it.
It's an RPG. Like
He beat it. He beat it in a fist fight. He fist fought the tank, and it just couldn't. He went 15 rounds like Rocky with a tank, and he beat it.
This whole build's
Yeah, 15 rounds with a tank, and he wins.
To be fair, I don't actually remember how he took the tank out, but it was no normal tank. Let's be clear about that. Like, let me see if I can find it.
It was a modified Arasaka tank, right? Like a PMC tank.
It was. I don't even know if you can call this fucking thing a tank. Hold up. Phantom Liberty tank. Boss.
Oh, it was in Phantom Liberty. Okay.
Yeah, it was a Phantom Liberty boss. Yeah, it was like this giant, the Chimera tank, I think is this fucking thing, and then it chases him. Like you end up running, So
it's a walker.
Yeah, it's like a giant, But it like chases you up the stairs and shit, and you're like face to face with it. Yeah, here it is.
Yeah,
Watch, you start going up the
I
stairs,
remember that
and then he
in, like, a
comes
horror
in with the
movie.
giant laser. So there is laser weapons in the series. And yeah, he ends up. This is a whole boss fight. Yeah, he chases you through the city, and then I don't remember how you beat it though, but you do beat it. Oh, okay. So it looks like he throws some shit inside of it. Shoots it with guns. Then okay, there he goes, and then he takes this fucking core out, the power source. Okay, so he doesn't actually like blow the tank up.
Actually, that thing.
So he doesn't.
No.
Well, he does. Well, he does fuck it up because he takes out all of the legs so that it can't move anymore, and he takes out the guns before he does all this. And then he takes out he takes it out little pieces by piece with his guns.
It wasn't that big of an explosion though. It was just taking out the core.
Well, but I mean, he did. Well, you missed the fucking. It's a fucking 10-minute boss fight. He went through.
That is true.
He went through a whole bunch of shit. He fought a big ass tank for 10 minutes, and then eventually, after he tore it down, he fucking tore the core out and blew it up with a grenade by throwing shit in its insides. Okay. You know what? Let's see him throw a grenade in the fucking. Let's see him throw a grenade in the fucking power armor and see how Courier does. Okay.
Courier is able to shoot down with VATS, shoot down grenades and VATS.
So,
no,
not if you rip the core out of his suit and then put a grenade where that core was supposed to be, and then blows up the back of his fucking suit. I think that would probably work.
Wait, rip out the core?
Yeah, he's got the little nuclear reactor thing that slips in the part, you know.
Okay, I mean, yeah. Unless you don't want to take the retcon from after Fallout 4 because they changed it. Sure.
Didn't the show still have that reactor?
It was closed off. It was built in internally. It wasn't like an external source.
No, yes it was, because in the show they took it out and he's trapped inside the suit because someone took it out and left him there.
That was post Fallout 4 Power Armor retcon.
This is the show that came out this year.
Well, we were talking about New Vegas, though, Power Armor. Like Fallout 3, pre-Fallout 4 Power Armor. Before they added the fusion core mechanic.
I'm so confused. So, you're saying that they changed it after Fallout 4, but all the way back in New Vegas, they already had the retcon from after Fallout 4?
So, Fallout 3, Fallout New Vegas and previous games had the external power source built into the suit. But games after 4 basically retconned it for
Isn't there only one game after 4?
Fallout 76.
That's it.
Fallout 76.
Yeah, so there's one game after 4 that did it, but then the show came out, which is stated to be canon, and that one still had the power core. So are you sure it's a retcon, or is it just that the model that they showed?
Yeah, no, it was a retcon.
But they didn't bring that retcon into the show that the creators said was canon to the games.
No,
it was more likely a different model.
It's not a full retcon. It is just upgraded models no longer have the external power source.
Using the old armor, right? Since we're using older games. So does the new retcons really work?
Yes, New Vegas does not have the new model of armor that does not need a power core.
So does that matter then?
Holy fuck.
Yeah, they changed a lot when Fallout 4.
No, not that. Not that.
Yeah.
I went to go look at the stream real quick, and the fucking stream is still watching me look at the tank. It's like, how fucking is it 20 seconds behind? How far back is it? Holy shit. All right.
I need to skip forward sometimes to just large.
But anyway, this conversation has been done 3 times over.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm done.
It was done before it even started. I knew Adam Smash was gonna win this shit.
Unless you want an ultra mega buff Courier, then no, he stands no chance. He's just no.
Okay, cool.
Nah, even with ultra mega buff, he just still loses.
I would like to find some cool matchups with Adam Smasher though, because I do think he's cool. He's a cool character.
I would say Raiden, but since we're already this late, I guess in another.
That would be weird. No, I don't think that would be a good fight. To be honest with you, that wouldn't be a good one because he literally slices through anything, and I'm pretty sure he's faster.
That's with the sword. Yeah.
Yeah.
And Metal Gears and all that.
Yeah, so he would and I'm pretty sure he's faster. I think he would probably win that one. I mean, you're putting You're putting a dude who's in a shooter up against
Legends General Grievous, actually. Legends General Grievous.
Legends General Grievous.
Yeah, that might be a little.
Jesus.
Damn.
Someone said Master Chief versus Atom Smasher.
No, not a good fight.
Not
a good fight.
Even without Cortana.
He gets speed blitzed.
Speed blitz?
Hey, wait.
Basically, another courier versus, because they both like.
Oh, you're saying Master Chief gets speed blitzed.
Yeah, he might last longer than Courier 6 because of his armor, but again, he just
he's physically stronger too. He's
yeah.
Physically, it would be a better match, but yes, speed. I think that's kind of probably what's going to end up happening with any match that you put out of Smashers. The Sand Devasteen is really significantly stronger than the rest of the series is. So it is kind of it. Most characters of that level of power are not that fast. So it's like that kind of breaks it a little bit.
Because it's hard to find a character that's in between, like fast and reaction, that comparable to Atom Smasher, while being able to like at least hurt him.
He's also a character who's in a series that's a shooter where you're shooting bullets, who can become so fast that those bullets become completely worthless against. So it's like that kind of breaks it, you know? It's like. It's weird to have that. Like, you would think that if you put a character in a shooter that they can't be faster than bullets. Like, that would be a rule of the universe, that it wouldn't make sense otherwise. But they're like, nah, fuck that shit. Let's see. Adam Jensen versus Atom Smasher. I think I did that already. I did V versus Atom Smasher, didn't I? I did that in a video, I think. Does no one know who Rex Power Cult is? No, I do not. All right, so we have 4 people in the audience, and we have 30. We still have 30 fucking. Okay, 34 people in the chat. You guys are holding on, man. I would have thought there'd be like fucking 15 people by now. It's 3 o'clock in the morning for me. I feel like, should we end the stream, or should there be like one more small thing? I don't know. I feel like
do you feel comfortable?
I feel like
it's
that
4
should
in the
be
morning for me. I mean,
I
if
feel
you're
like
doing
that should
another
be-
one, I'm going out.
I feel like that should be it. Yeah, I agree. I agree.
Let's end the stream.
We got next. We got. Excuse me, Gavin, sir. Okay, this is let the fucking controllers of the stream determine when the stream's gonna end. Jesus, did you kick them out?
Yes.
God damn, unnecessary. Okay. Yeah, 4 a.m. here. Yeah. It's time. It's time.
It's a conversation between me and you mostly, anyway. Because like usually when I leave, you usually like end the stream. Because I stick around pretty late.
Is what it is. Yeah. We'll end the stream. This was cool. We got another one next week. We will, guys who are watching the stream right now, we're gonna make a, before we go to bed, we're gonna make a, what do you call it? Yeah, we're gonna make an event. Is that was event? We're gonna make an event on the Discord tonight, and it's gonna go up on the Discord, so you can go there, go to the link, press interested, and that way you'll be notified next week when the next week's debate stream happens, and you guys can be notified immediately. So we're gonna do that tonight. Yeah, just Dan, can you do that real quick before we go?
I guess.
You don't have to make a description. Just debate stream, boop, post it. Next week, Saturday, 7 p.m.
Event.
Yeah, you don't gotta have a whole description and shit. They get the idea. So if you are watching the stream currently, which there are still 40 fucking people watching, goddamn.
Debate.
At fucking 4 o'clock in the morning. You can click on the Discord link up at the top of the screen, the top of the thing right here. It's pinned, the pinned comment, and then that will bring you into the Discord, and you could just click interested if you want to go to next week's thing.
By the way, Rouga, that does remind me. I will not be home till 8 p.m. my time
That's
next
fine.
week, so
That's
I
fine.
won't be.
We'll
I
talk.
won't be on time.
I'm not worried about it. Just do the thing real quick. We'll talk about that later. That's not a big deal.
Should I just set this to repeat weekly?
Yeah, I mean, I guess. No, because I like to do different things. So because I think we'll probably do another tier list at some point.
Alright.
Do people in the would people in the chat want me to go back to doing a tier list every once in a while and like change it up, or do you guys like the debates just way better than y'all like the tier lists? Let me know because I got I don't know. I'm thinking about maybe I should mix it up. Have a tier list one stream, and then both are fine. Yeah, both are dope. Okay, cool. Yeah, because I was thinking about it the other day. Let me know when it's done being made.
There's your link straight to the event if you guys just want to go there.
Oh, where's the event? Post it somewhere.
I put it in the chat.
Is that yeah? But if I click on that, am I gonna get kicked out of the fucking?
No.
I don't know how this shit works, man.
Also, I'll just put it in the chat where I always put it after.
What the fuck just happened? What just happened?
It just opened Discord.
What is going on? What is this?
Just close that, Rouga.
Yeah, you're the one who told me to click on that.
Stream bros.
Just put it in the normal. Yeah, just do it fucking normally. There we go. Thank you. Jesus Christ.
Jesus Christ. There's already 3 of you who have already said that you're interested. God,
yeah, that's fine.
I guess one of you is me.
All right, copy event link. Boop. And then we're going to go over
here. There were 60 of you who didn't show up. Said you were interested and then didn't fucking show up.
Hey, what are you talking about? Why is that?
Oh, what? For this one. Like, I checked how many people had asked to be notified. And once the event started, 60 of them still didn't show up.
There was over. I'm sure most of them showed up because there's over a fucking 1,000 people that came into the stream. So it does not shock me that they didn't come in the moment the fucking thing started. What was I doing? Hold up. If interested in the debate stream. Do I even need a message for this? They get the idea, right? Yeah, we just don't even need a message. We're just gonna be at.
I don't know. My last description for this thing was, I'm pretty sure you fucks don't even read this. So
yeah, it is what it is. It is what it is. It is what it is. Send now. Okay, boop. There we go. Now everyone should know.
35 of you just watching us put Discord messages up.
What's up? Wait, what's going on?
I don't understand your audience, Rouga.
What do you mean? What happened?
There's still 30 of them here just watching you put fucking messages up. Like, you said it's gonna be done. Like, I don't get it.
They'd like to stick around, man. They're friendly people. Not everybody's a fucking negative Nancy, okay? They like the. All right, so it is up. The sign up. Yep, there you go. Now 6 people are interested. Okay, yeah. So just go on. You guys can go into the Discord if you're there or not there or whatever. Go to the thing. Click on Mike. Hey, thank you, Mike, for the $2. Look at you.
$2 with nothing said.
It's fun. I mean, hey, if he could say what he wants. If he wants to say something, he say something. If he doesn't want to say anything, he doesn't say. Nobody say anything. Yeah.
Fishy says we like it here.
They like it. It's fun. It's cool. See, now 9 people. Yeah, here it is. Cool. Yeah, I'm trying to see if this builds every week. So far, the first week we did really good. I think 66 people signed up, and then second week we had like 40. It wasn't good. It was 40 something. It was bad.
Because I mean, we also made it a lot later in the week.
Yeah. See, look, Mike, he likes you here again. Give another $2. See, and then yeah, and we made it later in the week. And then the third week we gave it a little more advertisement. It went back up to 50, and this week I advertised it a lot. And it went up to 66, literally the exact same number it was the first week. So it's not building. It doesn't seem like there's more people getting interested. It just it's kind of floundering. So we'll see. But I was surprised because when I was doing the tier list actually started like going off. Like they were less people were showing up every week, and it was getting to the point there every week I would have like a maximum of 40 people in the stream, and it would like teeter off and start being around the 20s. That didn't happen with these so far. Oh, cool. Hey, thank you, Fishy. Jesus Christ. We've been going on for 7 hours. Nobody gives me nothing. All of a sudden at the very it's appreciated.
You got Norwegian crowns.
It's appreciated.
And euros.
No,
you got euros, which are better than the American dollar.
Yeah, they are.
Not even gonna argue anymore.
No. Well, hey, we're gonna bring it back. It's gonna be great. Maybe it's like the time.
You bring back the American dollar, and seeing as the Canadian dollar is pinned to the American standard, will be fine too.
Maybe it's like, oh shit, thank you, Mike.
Oh, you have $20.
Nice. See, this is why we stay up until 4 a.m. Okay, this is why, because you never know when that last little bit's gonna come rolling in at the end. You know, it's
I
much.
swear to God, if Fishy sends you $50 right now, I don't know.
Yeah, I'll be complaining about that for sure. Yeah. No, well, that one day we had, yeah, I'm not complaining, Anthony. Yeah, no, but that one day they had the same thing. It was, who were the two people who were fighting over each other? They were both fighting to see who could donate more, and then one dude just popped 100.
Mr. M and somebody else.
Yeah, and then Mr. M or somebody popped in like $100. I was like, holy shit.
$100 on it, and it's like okay.
You know what the fucked up thing is that YouTube takes 30% of that shit. That's crazy.
Yeah, I know.
That's crazy. That's 30. He took $30 of that. That's insane. I've been thinking about, actually, this is something that would you guys be interested in? Might as well talk about it while we're here in the stream. Would you guys want me to have Twitch as well as YouTube, like playing at the same time, basically, so you guys have the choice of whether or not y'all want to watch on YouTube or on Twitch? I don't know if that would hurt or help me, cause like they say, I don't know how that would work, cause I've been told that certain people prefer Twitch and then other people prefer YouTube. So it's like I might get more people because like some people might not come to the stream simply because it's a YouTube stream and they're just like, I'm not interested because I don't care for YouTube and the whole YouTube system. But then, you know, I might also lose some people because people might leave YouTube. I don't know. I'm not sure how that'll work. If you want, motherfucker, the whole point is that I'm asking you guys what you want. That's the whole purpose of me asking.
It shouldn't really hurt you, but the thing is, you aren't going to get a lot of people on Twitch. Because that's just kind of the nature of Twitch. Unless you're one of the really big streamers, you get like 10, 15 people max.
Yeah, but if I get
usually.
10, 15 people on top of the, 50, 60 people I'm getting over here, or will I now get, 20 people here and then the 15 they'll hop over to? That's what I'm curious about. That's the part that's.
I think it might go that way, but either way, I'd have to set up multi-streaming for you, which is gonna be a bitch.
It's not something I'll be doing by next week. It's just something I thought about. People have told me
like
that
it's not a bad idea. It's like, but Alden wants me to set up multi-streaming for him too, so like, might as well just get you both on a call and have you do the same steps at the same time.
Maybe. Let me see. YouTube is better at streaming. I could do both, but I like YouTube. I could do Cash App. You know, it'd be awesome is if the community were just a bunch of bros, and they just like put up the streaming on Twitch and on YouTube at the same time, but only like had one on with the sound on. That way, they just like earning me double, just because.
Well, that's not how that really works with Twitch, but hey.
Yeah, well, yeah, it would. It
not
was
immediately monetized on Twitch either.
It worked. Oh, that's true. Well, it would work the same way based on the ads. They would get ads.
Yeah, but again, you're not immediately monetized on Twitch. You
yeah,
need to hit a certain threshold.
It wouldn't be this week or nothing. Yeah, and I don't think I do streaming enough for me to ever grow too big.
No.
One viewer is Jesus Christ. That's not. Well, I don't know, because you'd be surprised how much it adds up.
Well, so on Twitch, despite the fact that yes, one viewer does equal 1 cent like that, there's a lot more options to like donate and interact.
I don't think that's necessarily the way it works, because it wouldn't be one view per cent, because it would be based on the amount of ads that person watches while they're viewing. That's what it would be based on.
No, Twitch does it based on watch time. So it's how long that person is watching for. It's not the amount of ads that they watch.
Well, if they're watching for a longer time, they'll watch more ads, right?
But it's not based on the amount of ads, because Twitch doesn't put mid-roll ads the way YouTube does.
Okay. All right, fair enough. Well, it doesn't matter.
Twitch's monetization is built on a completely different system, which I will explain to you at some point. But
it's not worried about right now. But like either way, it works the same way, whether you want to say it's ads or watch time. At the end of the day, if you click on a YouTube video and you watch it for 30 seconds, I'm not going to get as much money as if you watch it for 30 minutes. Like, that's just kind of the way it works either way. I mean, I know you could say that it's ads and not watch time, fine. But The fact of the matter.
2-hour-long videos from Rouga.
Yeah, I do that all the time. I have a 3-hour-long video on my channel. I have a 2-hour-long video.
Go.
Yeah, I do it all the time. But yeah, no, like if I put like
yeah, you're telling me, dude, it's been like how fucking long?
No, this
I don't know. It's 4 a.m.
This doesn't count. No, this is a live stream. I'm talking about a edited video that's actually under my videos. I have a 2 and 3 hour long video, videos, more than one. But no, like, well, it's like if I make a 20-minute long video and then someone who watches that, I might make, I don't know, $9 per every 1,000 views or something. But then if I make a video that's 2 hours long, it might be 16, 17, $18 per every 1,000 views because it's longer and people can watch more ads as they're watching it. So the length of the videos actually matter tremendously for how much money I end up making. Which is why when I make a 20-minute video, I don't really make that much money on it. Which is one of the reasons why I generally avoid making 20-minute videos. But also because people don't generally watch my videos when they're shorter for some reason. I think they've gotten used to watching the long shit. So like if I make a longer video, or maybe it's the YouTube algorithm. Maybe it's because if they watch a 20-minute long video and the average viewer time of a 20-minute long video is like 8 minutes, right? That's lower than my normal average watch time, where my normal average watch time is like 17, 18 minutes. So the algorithm just like thinks that people don't like that video. I haven't really figured it out yet, but there's just certain things that YouTube doesn't like that I do with my videos. If I make I would like to just make a 10-minute video and put it out so I don't have to fucking spend all the time making an hour-long video, but YouTube doesn't like it, and it doesn't push the videos that I make that are only 15, 20 minutes long. I have to make a video over 30 minutes if I want the algorithm to fucking push it. Cause fuck YouTube algorithm. They just want me to always be doing it. Oh man. I've just arrived. To me it started at 2 a.m. So coming to its beginning wasn't an option. Yeah, bro, we're about to leave. You came in at the very end. We're just wrapping up right now. But what you can do is, as I said before, well, you weren't here, so I didn't say it to you, but you go into the Discord link up at the top of the screen here. Hold up. There's this fucking poll is still going on. And the poll. Yeah. Go up to the top of the Discord link. You click on it, and then you can go to the debate sign up thing of the Discord, and you go right down here to the debate 5, and you can click on interested, and then you'll be notified when we do next week's. It'll still be 2 a.m. for you. So
Ruga's not interested in debate 5 either.
Wait, what's up?
You're not interested in debate 5.
Who said that? What do you mean? Well, I'm not gonna click interest in my own fucking video. I didn't want to Jimmy. Wait, did you click interested on the fucking debate?
No, it automatically puts it. I just don't uncheck it.
No.
It's because I create it, so it's automatically checked.
So weird. But yeah.
Do you want me to go uncheck it? It's been on for every single other one.
I mean,
so
you can. I don't know.
Me the numbers.
It feels like you're jury rigging the numbers.
It doesn't jury rig the numbers because if I uncheck it, it would technically mess with the overall authenticity because every other single one has been checked.
I don't know. I just feel like you. Oh yeah, I see that last time it was 65 people. I'm trying to see. I'm hoping that these get more and more popular over the coming months, and like eventually you'll start at 100, 200, and all that, and it's like kind of gross. I don't know. I'm new to the streaming thing. We're gonna see how it works. Let me see. Anime. I feel like I've seen you before. I know that name. We just started here. Anyway, that's enough. How long has this been going on? Longer than it's 8 hours. 8 hours, 13 minutes. Okay, we're gonna end the stream now. Anybody who's in the stream, make sure to click interested. Just join the Discord if you're not already in the Discord. I'm in the Discord relatively often. You can talk to me while I'm in there. And yeah, I'll see you guys next week, and I'll probably have a video out. Probably not by Monday this week. Probably Tuesday. Tuesday at the earliest, most likely. It's probably gonna be. I'm taking a break.
Lying to you.
I'm not lying to you. It'll probably be Tuesday morning, most likely. Actually, I think I even know what I'm gonna make too. Let me check my thing. I could probably tell you guys what the next video will even be. I got a couple of them written down here. I might do the Unicorn Overlord one. The idea is to take a bunch of
watch that.
The idea is to take a bunch of characters who have taken out evil empires and then chuck them and see if you throw them in this world, could they overthrow the evil empire that exists within Unicorn Overlord? And I got, so far, I'm not sure if these won't be set yet, but so far I have Aang, Luke Skywalker, Talion, and Liu Kang. I'm gonna see if we can throw those in there.
But are we just ignoring the fact that you need the unicorn ring to win in that verse?
I mean, you need the unicorn ring. It's a work in progress. I just said it was a work in progress. Leave me alone. Let me fucking work on progress. And besides, how many times have I made videos where the thing doesn't quite line up and I'm like, I don't give a shit. I'm just ignoring it. I'm just gonna do whatever sounds cool and sounds fun.
Also, I feel like Talion in that verse is just a much, much, much stronger version of Balatro.
Possibly, I don't know. We'll get into it. But the thing is, you say that you need the Ring of the Unicorn to overcome them. You don't actually need the Ring of the Unicorn. You just need a specific power that overcomes the powers that the Zenoirans have and that Galerius has. If you don't,
which I guess is mental corruption, which I guess Talion could technically
There's
do.
a lot of stuff. They got possession. They have well, how far are you in the game? Do you know what he's actually doing to the people? Because that's a reveal in the game.
I have not gotten to that point yet.
Okay, so yeah, that would be a massive spoiler. It is not mental corruption. So they actually, it's something. It goes a little deeper. There's a lot more to it.
What, soul corruption?
No, it's weirder. But yeah, I mean, if you see my video, you'll spoil yourself. So I suggest you get through the game and play it before my video comes out on Tuesday. But because I'll have to go over it.
I don't have time between editing for Alta and studying for my job.
Well, do you care about spoilers?
No.
You don't?
No.
Okay, so basically what ends up happening, you know what, let me end the stream because this is all going to be in the video anyway. So I'll see you guys. Make sure to click on the thing and be reminded for next time, all that good stuff. Okay, cool. Anybody who's in the stream who doesn't know, let them know. It's all going to be good. I'll have a video out by Tuesday. Talk to you guys later. All right, goodbye. It's going to take like fucking 10 minutes or something.